Hello, we are here. Day one, session one of Host Week, and I'm so excited. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Shayna, HAR's new managing director, and Steph is here, but you all know her. She'll introduce herself properly later.
Yes.
And I'm so excited to welcome you all to Host Week and our first official coffee spot and session of the day and the week with honestly one of my favorite companies, no less. As a reminder, as a fun little giveaway, we'll be giving away 15 Starbucks gift cards every day, and only to those of you that attend the coffee spots will have a chance to enter. And yes, you can enter daily and possibly win more than one, so join us all week. I have Steph here for the background noises. It's great. Details on how to enter will be given at the end of the coffee spot, so stick around. We'll give them to you right after. So really, Travefy hardly needs an introduction in this industry. You know the beautiful itineraries and quotes that they help support you all with, among so many other features. So without further ado, I'll hand it over to Stephanie, Travefy's Senior Education Manager, who is soon to celebrate 10 years with the company. Whoa. Stephanie, over to you.
Thank you so much. Oh my gosh, this is I'm nervous right now because we are just kicking all of this off, this amazing week in the industry. So it's so excited to be here with everybody and with both of you. And I'm so excited. I've been watching the chat. I was joining earlier and seeing, and it's just so cool to see all these faces, new faces, some familiar ones in there. So thank you everyone for joining this coffee spot and for having us here. And with that, I guess, shall I go right on in?
Yeah, please do.
Here we go. Okay. So we've got lots to cover today. So this is going to be really, really fun. But as this was mentioned earlier, so Stephanie Gries here, Senior Education Manager at Travefy. And yes, it is almost 10 years. It's insane. And it's really crazy because when I first started at Travefy, which I'll tell you kind of the history background here in a minute, but when I first started, it was really when we were really talking with advisors. So that was my entry into the industry, and I love it. You all are amazing people, and it's just such a cool community. So it's just really, really exciting to be here today. But what I'm planning for this first session. So again, this is so cool that we are just the first. We get to come in real strong, get your coffee, get caffeinated, and we're going to have some fun. So the agenda today, what I'm planning to do is first, I just want you to quickly meet Travefy. So I know that some of you in here are not, you might not be current users, or maybe you've never seen Travefy, new to the industry. We are going to share everything about Travefy, but I'm really also going to dig in and just kind of talk about, really what's possible with Travefy's tools, because that's what what we titled this session is what makes it the #1 tool. And I'm going to tell you, I'm even going to be sprinkling in some real life stories, testimonials of advisors using Travefy. So, it's fun how we get to tell you everything, but it's great to hear from, your fellow industry colleagues on how they're actually using Travefy to grow their business. So I'm going to share all of that. But then I also do want to talk about some recent releases. So if there are any current users, there's just so much stuff that we've been releasing lately. I mean, it's kind of crazy. And so I wanted to spend just a tiny bit of time talking about that. But then, guess what? It's January, the beginning of the new year, and there's so much that we have in store for 2025 that I'm going to take this time to show you a little bit of that, because that's also really exciting. But then at the end, I'm also going to talk about, how can you get started with Travefy, some trainings. So after this, don't feel like you're just off on your own after this. Our team is there and ready to help you every step of the way. Whether you are a user and you see something today that you want to learn more about, or you want to start using Travefy, we're here to help. But then we will have the Q&A. So I do have to call out, I don't know, I think she's in there now, but we have Becky from our team. I told her to hop into the chat because I know as presenting, it gets a little hard to see. So hopefully Becky's able to keep up and send me some really good questions and some comments that you all say. So we will have time at the end for Q&A. So if you see Becky in there, Becky DaCosta, tell her hello, that she is also a Travefy, and you might have met her at some conferences because she's our events and partner coordinator here at Travefy. So a lot of you have probably actually met her before. So it's just going to be a really good time. But now, first, I got a question. I have a question for everybody. in the chat, tell me who's currently a Travefy user, because I really want to know. I think this will be, I'm curious who currently is in there. So throw that in the chat if you are, and we'll just kind of see what happens there. And we'll like to gauge it about that. Oh, I see Becky in there, by the way. There she is. So one thing that I want to talk about is kind of the backstory of Travefy, just really quick, the history. Because, Travefy, it's so kind of you to say too that it's a lot of people know in the industry, but it's really cool where we started in basically 2012. But really, this is such a fun story. So David Chait, our CEO, he actually started Travefy as a way to plan trips with friends. So it really came out of like trying to organize a bachelor party and the chaos that ensued by trying to do that. That's how Travefy was born, which is just so funny. And but what's great is then we started seeing that so many advisors and agents were actually using Travefy to create these itineraries for their clients. So in 2015, which is when I came into Travefy, we started realizing, wait a second, I think our consumers are different. That's advisors. We want to help the industry grow. And so that's where we really started adding so many tools. So we started as that itinerary builder, which is why you see itinerary builder #1. It's such a strong tool because that's really where we started. And now we've expanded, and over 30,000 travel brands worldwide are using Travefy today. And here's the best part. I think what's really cool is a lot of times when we meet users, they're like, oh, do you work in Europe and all this? And here's the great thing. We do, because it's an online platform, so anybody can use it. And we don't even just have travel advisors. We might have independent travel advisors, agencies, tour operators, destination marketing organizations, tourism groups. A lot of people are using Travefy. And that's what's really cool is it's become this amazing community that you'll see that we have all these different collaboration opportunities, stuff like that built in. And that's why it's because of you. It's because of all of you why you'll see the tools that we have today. Now, I also have to call it too. It was really exciting last year to be ranked #1 itinerary, #1 form, and website builder by Host Agency Reviews. So we had to throw that up there. It's so cool. And again, we love Host Agency Reviews. Amazing organization there. But now one of the things that I want to talk about though is one of the best and most rewarding parts of, being in Travefy and watching Travefy grow, not just in the tech space of the industry, but just in the industry on its own. We saw so many different growth come out of it where, advisors were like, oh, if I need this, or I need to help organize this, I need to streamline my business here. And from that feedback, that's where we start creating all the different tools to help propel your business forward. Now, I'm going to show this slide. I got to say, this slide actually might be like the most important slide out of all of them today, where we really show all the different parts of Travefy. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to walk through just really high level. I'm going to walk through each tool that Travefy has, and then we're going to go deeper into each one of them. Now, what you're going to see on your screen are all the tools that we provide. Now, all these tools, keep in mind, it's just in one software, so one subscription, so if you have Travefy today, you have all of this already that I'm about to talk about. Now, I love showing the slide in this format because I'm going to show you how Travefy touches your business in different areas. So starting with marketing. Marketing's usually your first spot. You have to market yourself and your business, your specialties. And what we do to help support that is we have a website builder, and it's called Pages. Now, Pages, it allows you to do two things. And again, I'm going to dive deeper into this in a little bit. But basically what you can do is you can use this as your main website. So if you don't have a website currently, you can use this. And bonus, it's really easy to do this. You do not have to have coding required. There's no coding. There's no spending thousands of dollars to, have somebody help you, put together a website. So it's really amazing. But then we also have those landing pages. So the landing pages, a little biased here, but I love them. They're my favorite. Being on the marketing team, I can't help but absolutely love this. But you can use landing pages to create and promote like group trips, destinations, services, all kinds of stuff. So again, I'm going to show you a little bit more of that in deeper here in just a few minutes. But then the next tool that I want to show you and highlight is our forms. Now, we show, so you could use these forms to start collecting leads from like a website, landing page builder, or a lot of users, they will just use these as, they'll put like literally they're streamline their entire workflow with these forms in it. So when you have somebody, wanting to start planning a trip with you or they're interested, you can create a form where they fill out their information, all that. But then the other thing that we support, which is huge, is credit card authorization and e-signatures. Now, Travefy is PCI compliant, which is so cool because say goodbye to chargebacks. That is one thing that's huge. So, and I'll talk more on this as well, but that is really great. But the best part is when these forms start coming back, the responses come back to you from your clients. You can organize them in one simple way, which is our client management tool, our CRM, and we call it contacts. So in there, it's a really easy way just to save client contact information, details, forms they filled out, itineraries, proposals you've shared with them. But also built into that is we have some automation availability and invoicing too, which I will dive way more into here shortly, but that is really cool. And best part is it's simple. So, you hear sometimes like Salesforce or HubSpot, these really big tools that are very expensive and they require a lot of training just to get up and going. This does not. This is very easy. So that's why we did that. That is why we launched this tool. But then coming along into this is, let's say now you've marketed, you have information, you have your clients organized. Now something else that Travefy provides is a lot of content, because again, we started on the itinerary side. So our content is unmatched. We have so much stuff from supplier integrations to a marketplace where you can get free content. More to come on that because I have something for you all. A little present, if you will. And then the other great thing is that we just have so many ways, again, to get like destination content, just tons of stuff that's just available to any and all users. So that's amazing. But then also we have the sales side where we have our proposals that you can create. And then of course that itinerary at the end. So the last thing, that itinerary, and then we have that mobile app that your client's going to use on the go. So all of this stuff, I'm going to dive deeper in. So everything that you see right here, take a screenshot if you want, but also we can provide you with a slide too. But this is just really Travefy. There's so much, and can't wait to share, what we have in store for 2025 to just enhance all of this even further. So really cool stuff. So now what I want to do is I just want to dive deeper into all of these. I want to talk about, again, all of these right here that you see, but then let's go into each one and I'm going to give you some examples and ways that it's used, all of that fun stuff. Now, the first one is marketing. So again, remember how we started with that marketing right here? You could see in the pages. So marketing with Travefy is extremely simple, actually, because we have that website and landing page builder. Now, with this, you can use this, again, to create your website. You also can put your domain masking on here. So if you want, to say VIPtravelcompany.com, or even better, if you already have a website outside of Travefy and you have a domain, you can still mask that domain into Travefy. And then it'll just say like trips.viptravelcompany.com. And best of all, it is free. That is free to do. So it's so cool. It's just so great. And one thing that's really cool is that we've personally been seeing a lot of growth where users are using this for their destination weddings, like celebration travel, just like groups. This has been really big for groups. It kind of becomes a no-brainer, honestly, if you're doing groups and you're marketing. You can use this so easily because what it allows you to do is put in, the itinerary. You can import a form into here. There's just so much flexibility, and it becomes this one-stop place where somebody can get all the information they need on one trip. So the versatility is insane. And the really great thing is you can create unlimited pages. So there's not a limit on these pages. It's as many as you want, which is it's so cool, so amazing. But to show you here, this is like what it looks like. So there's a little video here. And again, in these website, these pages that you create, you can include, again, those forms. So whether they're just filling out and they're interested in a form, or maybe they're booking. This is another big thing that you can actually set it up so they have to put in, see, look, watch this right here, inquire here. They can put in all their information, but they can even make a payment on here because they can put their credit card information in there if that's something you need as well. Another really cool thing that I think a lot of times users don't notice that they can do is you can embed a Calendly. So if you use Calendly for like your scheduling and your booking, you can put that Calendly link in and see how it looks right there. That's how you can do that. So, and Calendly can be free, by the way, because you always get your first one for free anyway. So if you don't use it and you've been looking for a solution like that, there you go. It's just so incredible in there. And I see Nicole said, I love using the landing pages for my group trips. I know, it's just so incredible. And one of the things that I love about this too, and I'm going to show you a real life situation or scenario here with a user, but one thing that's cool is you can always copy and create templates out of your pages. So what a lot of users will do is they'll create, a basic page that they always use for their group trips. And then they copy that and then they just change like the color or the photos and they put in a different form. It can be so seamless. Now, here's an example of like if you want to put, for a group trip, like here's all the cabin stuff you can put in and you can allow them to like choose their own stuff and they can book it right in here. Things like that. You can even put limits on forms as well. So if you only have room for 20 people, then you can put a limit on that form as well. But now, it's always fun for me to explain everything, but I like to just talk about what advisors actually are doing. Now, this is a fun one. So Tammy O'Hara, if you're in here, Tammy, shout out because she's done some really cool videos with us. But one of the things that she uses pages all the time for her custom landing pages, and she does it a couple ways where she uses them for group trips, but she also will create them, even if she's not marketing a group trip, she also uses a landing page for like those weddings or the celebration travel. So everybody who's going on that trip has like one place that they come to and they get all their information. So I just love this, how she said, it cuts her down the time tremendously because again, she's using these templates, she's just reusing it and then just customizing it for that trip specifically. And I think what's cool is at the end of the day, it's all about elevating your client's experience. And this elevates it hugely because now she says, it makes them feel special that she created this literally an online page all for this one, this one trip, which is just really cool. So really fun stuff there. And in fact, at the end of this session, I'm going to share a link where you can get some free downloads for some free content. But there's some videos and there's one of Tammy where she talks about how she uses Travefy. So you can watch that video and you can actually see how she does it. So I'll share that link here in just a bit, but it's really cool that, all those fun things. So that's pages. And I could go on and on with pages because I love them. They're so awesome. But now the second thing, which again, data collection with Travefy, which is talking about those forms, which forms has been this, I would say it's a second use thing next to itineraries. And it's ranked number 1 for host agency reviews last year, which is just so cool for in this software. And the great thing is once again, it's easy. It's so easy. And what's really great is last year we added a couple new enhancements that even just took it to the next level. Like one of them is, we say client forms, passport uploads. Well, you can actually, you have an option where you can set it up so they can import a photo of their passport or like document uploads. Or if they need to take a picture of their ID, something like that. And it's all safely secured because it's encrypted. Now that is where it goes into that PCI compliance. So Travefy is PCI compliant. This is huge because at the end of the day, we're obviously trying to make this easy and organized for you, but also safe. So it's so nice knowing that that at the end of the day, you just did everything the right way. So if you do get a chargeback, hope you do not, but if you do, we have you, it's good. It's safe and secure. You have a whole PDF of all the information. And even in that PDF, once they, or when they fill out a form with the credit card information, it'll say, their IP address they filled it out with. It'll say when they did, when they opened it, clicked it, like everything is tracked. So it's just that on its own is huge. Like really, really big there. But then you can also use it for like e-signatures. So if you want to use it for your waivers, things like that, you can. So lots of things in there, a lot of availability. I'll also mention another thing that's really cool in here is that we also have in Marketplace, which I'll talk about here, we have a lot of form templates built in, and then the ability to get forms. Because that's always something I typically hear, you know, when I'm sharing this, is they're like, oh, do you have like forms that I can already use? We do. So that's the nice thing. So we can make this very easy for you. Oh, yeah. And then that last bullet point there, that response limits, which I was mentioning earlier, that if you need to create a form and you need to put response limits on it, you can. So it's kind of a newer thing that we released a few months ago. So really cool there. Yeah, and key to fun vacations. I was so excited when the passport upload option was released. I know. Yes, and thank you for saying that too. We do. We literally enhance features and add things because you ask for it. That's how we do that. So don't be surprised if you ever ask for something and then you log into your account and see it there. It happens. So it's all because of you. Some really cool stuff there. Now, one other thing that I want to point out here when it comes to the forms is not only is Travefy great for creating forms and collecting information from your clients, but it's also really nice to store and organize. So one thing that we have, which this is such a powerful thing, it's crazy. Every time I use it, I'm like, wow, that was cool, is we have what's called smart fields in our forms. So that way you can always have information automatically save into a contact profile. So like a couple examples here is one, let's say that you have a client filling out a form, but maybe this client, you already have their email, phone, like basic info. Well, when you send them a new form, if we already have some of their info, it's pre-filled out. So we'll know and they don't have to edit that. Now they can, but you know, that's just nice. So if you've ever had that happen where you're filling out a form and it knows your stuff already, super helpful. But then the other thing that's really great is when someone fills out a form and it's like a new client, you can export that form response to contacts, which I'm going to talk about here in a second, to our CRM. And it'll just auto-populate all the information that they included. So you don't have to manually like say, okay, go over here, type this in what they replied with. You don't have to do that. So Smart Fields is huge. It's a really cool, intuitive feature. But now with that, I want to talk about that client management side, because now when we're talking about forms, with the forms, you know, when you start collecting everything, again, you need the organization part of it. And so that's, again, why this is nice being in Travefy, because you can start to keep it all organized in one simple spot. Now, here's what it is. So remember how I was mentioning this, our CRM, and we call it contacts. So if you have Travefy, up at the top, contacts, that's what it is there. And you'll be able to see all of your client contact information in here. But then you also will automatically be able to track numerous things. One, you can track those sent itineraries and proposals. So you can see what they've been shared before. You can also go and view all the forms. So if somebody, like let's say Cynthia Smith here, fills out a credit card authorization form, how I go get that information, like when I'm ready to pay a supplier or something, I go into her profile and that's where it'll be. So then I'll be able to just quickly pull it up right in there along with any other response. But then one of the coolest things is also that you can store documents. So documents, passport photos, all of that can be stored in their contact profile. And again, it's safe and secure. So it's encrypted. So if let's say that, you know, Cynthia fills out a form, she uploads a photo of her passport. Well, all of that automatically goes right in here. So even where her document that or the upload she put in will go in here as well. So when you ever need it, and let's say you're on the go, you're traveling, you need to go quickly access it, you can. It's just so easy to do. So really amazing stuff there too. Now, one of the things, and I see Amanda got ahead of me here. So Amanda was saying, I love the new automations. I use it for every single itinerary. It makes me look so organized and on top of things. Yes. So I'm going to go in on this one because this is a big one. So one thing that we have built in with our CRM is automations. So to hear automations, think of, I want to send, 7 days before their trip, I want to send, how to this or their trip so that they can go view it and get the app, or whatever it might be. Or maybe, 60 days before the trip, I need the final deposit. You can create these automations to happen. And what's great about it is you can create tasks for yourself. So you can say, again, like, oh, I need to make sure that I book this for them, or maybe the final review of the itinerary needs to happen 30 days before their trip. You can create these tasks, but then you can also set up the automation. So you can do many things. So some examples is, automatically send travel insurance form 120 days before the pre-departure date. Or maybe send the itinerary access to clients 7 days before. Or you can also do like a bon voyage message, like in the trip plans, which is our mobile app, in the chat. So there's so many things you can do. You even can set up planning fees. So you can set up fees in Travefy too, where you can say, make sure you collect those. But then one of the great things too is you can of course set all of these up one by one, but we also have the ability where you can create workflows out of them. So we call them task lists. And basically, let's say for every trip, every itinerary that you do, you always have the same tasks and automations that need to happen. So what you can do is you can set up that entire task list. So that way, when you're building a new itinerary, you just can import that task list into it and it'll automatically populate the correct dates in there for you. So that is pretty cool. I think that is huge. And, again, I'm going to talk about this in a little bit because I know I'm giving a lot of information right now, but just keep in the back of your head that we have that marketplace where you can get free content and there's task lists in there. So I always recommend that to people. If you are brand new and you want to really start using automations, but you're just like, well, what do other people do? How are people using it? I would suggest going in there and you can take those task lists and use them, which is just really cool. But I already had one because I know one person already mentioned this, but I have another really cool story here is Kim Little also, she said tasks and automations is just really great, especially, and this was really important because especially if you work a full-time job on top of your travel business, or even if this is your full-time job, it is going to help you every step of the way. And what's really great too is that mobile app that we have, which I'll talk about at the end here. You actually can see all your tasks in there. So if you're on the go and you need to quickly remind yourself to schedule a call or do something, set it in there. Or if you have, someone or you have something due today, it'll pop up on your phone. So it actually pops up and tells you. It's pretty cool. So never miss a beat, if you will, with those automations. So those are really cool. So, okay, now on this, I want to talk about content. Now, I keep sprinkling in content into all of this because truly that is there's so much of Travefy that is just content because again, that's where we started and we just continue to add more and more and more. And so with content, there's a lot. So this slide will break down the high one, some of the really big ones, but it's still not even covering everything. So one thing that's really great with Travefy is, again, at the end of the day, we can help you save so much time because we have databases built in with information to pull in. So, we have over 200 suppliers. So I'll highlight some of them here in just a little bit, but like ALG, what was the other? Expedia, TAP. I mean, there's a lot of different ones in there. But then we also have cruise lines too. So our cruise line database just got an upgrade, got a little facelift, and I'm going to show you it here. I'll play a video so you can see it. But that's really awesome. So all of that stuff you can just pull in. Same with flights. So flights, we also have a database of that. So you can just bring in flights just by looking it up. You don't even have to have a reservation number. So it's just or confirmation. You just bring it right in. And with that, we can track them. So there's live flight tracking, which is huge. That is a really big one. I have some stories for you on that. But then the other one is destination guides. These are incredible. We have thousands of destination guides worldwide from cities, islands, countries that you can just quickly look up and pull right into any proposal you're doing or itinerary. And again, it's just a way to just really quickly elevate any itinerary or proposal for your clients. It's just incredible stuff. And then, of course, we do support the ability to add photos, videos. We have free stock photos you can use, or you can upload your own, pull from websites. We also do support some other CRM and back office integration. So like vacation CRM, client base, why am I blanking on the name? The new client base. There's so many of them in there. So check those out. We have an FAQ on there if you're ever curious if we currently work with anything that you currently use. And then, of course, the last one to point out here is our hotel database, where we also have just thousands of hotels in there, so you can quickly get information, photos, things like that as well. Now, some of those integrations to kind of go in here is, these are, okay, so, Trace, there it is. Trace in there, this is a newer one, so this is very exciting. But Viator, Project Expedition, I love calling these out. Every time we call these out at like a conference, people are like, wait, what? And so it's because so many people use these. And here's the best part about Viator and Project Expedition is you also can have it commission or link your referral code for commission tracking. So what that means is in Travefy, if you go into your account settings, you can set up your account with Viator and Project Expedition. And then that way, when you add a tour from one of those two into an itinerary or a proposal, there's going to be a booking link that comes in. Now that gives the ability for your client to just book it on their own. Now, when they do that, it tracks, it's following your referral link and you get commission for it. Amazing. It's so cool. It's like the coolest thing because you're making money without even trying, it's just, why not put that in there? So that is really, really cool. But then again, one of our other favorites too is ALG Vacations. We love working with them too. And that's been really big, letting people pull all of those in as well. So these are just some of them to name a handful. So there's a lot of integrations built in there. But now, let's say there's an integration maybe we don't have, or maybe there's something you're like, I send a lot of clients to Dubai and I want more information on Dubai, without having to make it, or maybe even better, maybe someone wants to go there and you're not as familiar. And so you want to go find information really quick about it. That is where you can go into Marketplace. Now, Marketplace, we released, I think it was like in the summer last year. And basically what it is it allows all Travefy users to share content with one another. So if, let's say that I'm an advisor and I specialize in Paris and I create tons of content on Paris, I can decide to share that with everybody else. So that way, if you go in Marketplace, you can find it. You also can share things like the sample itineraries, so you can find those in there. Of course, hotels and resorts. Disney, shout out there, because Disney's a big one. I know a lot of the Disney advisors, you a lot of times just kind of just want to reuse a lot of the same content. You just have to keep it updated. Well, go into Marketplace. There's a lot in there. Same with cruises. We have a lot of cruise content, and then destination guides, more info. So if there is a destination guide that we don't have, it could be a Marketplace. It probably is. The other thing that I really like this is the ability to get like form templates. So in those workflows, those task lists that I was talking about, this is a great place to go. So if you are new or you actually just want to start using some of these features that you haven't touched before, go into Marketplace, check them out, and then you can add them to your own account and you can customize, edit them, and then start using them in your own, which is just really, really cool. Oh, and landing pages. How could I forget that? You can also find page templates. So that's huge right there too. So if you do want to start using that page builder, creating, group trips, things like that, you can go find templates in there. And there's some pretty cool ones. So check those out too. Now this one, I know I keep hyping so many features up, but this one, oh my gosh. Okay, so we just released this, I think it was in November, might have been October, November, Smart Import. If you have used this, it's so cool. And you've had some really cool, you have to let us know because it is so incredible. So basically Smart Import, it is powered by your good old AI. So it's using artificial intelligence, and then it's connecting that with the content we already have in Travefy. So that way you can bring content in from almost anywhere, literally anywhere. So what's great about it is, let's say that you get a quote from Delta Vacations and you get it as a PDF. Well, now what you can do, just go ahead, upload that PDF into Travefy, and it'll pull everything in for you. And you can even add photos. So if that PDF, like, or another good example I've seen is if you're working with like a tour operator or a DMO and they have all these beautiful photos and all this stuff, but it's in a PDF. So you can put that PDF in there, pull out the photos, pull out all the information and just add it. It is so cool. You can also copy and paste. So if you get stuff like in your email, you can always, or online on a website, you can copy and paste in there too. Now, this is so cool that this has already, okay, this is going to be the mind-blowing part. This smart import has saved 17,000 hours for Travefy users in just like 2 to 3 months. I mean, it's insane. And I'm telling you, every time I use it, I'm just mind blown. I'm like, wow, that was really, really, really cool. So highly recommend if you're a user and you have not tried that out, do it because Smart Import is just such a cool feature. It really is like the future is here. That thing, it just blows my mind. It's really cool. So that's a big one right there. But now, let's say with all of this, I know, can you believe I'm not even done yet? There's so much stuff. So now we have, I want to talk about sales here. So sales in here, this is huge. I mean, at the end of the day, we obviously want you to sell more and use, I mean, this is just helping to elevate your experience for your client and stay organized. But with sales comes some different things that we offer. Really, the biggest is just, again, those professional itineraries and proposals. Now, with the proposals, this is really handy because proposals we have decisions, which I'll talk about in a second. But proposals really allows you to just put all of the information, kind of like it would be like an itinerary, but you're allowing the client to actually approve it. So they're kind of going through an approval process where they're taking that quote or that proposal and they're approving it, electronically signing their name. Maybe they're putting their deposit down during that time. And it's just keeping the workflow moving. And then that proposal converts into the itinerary. So you can do it that way, or sometimes some people just use it as the itinerary. So it's up to you how your workflow is. But again, in there, you have your branding at the top. You have, the ability to add your photos, videos, so much stuff. And in fact, this is really cool story right here. So Diana told us, so she was new to the industry. And then she even purchased her subscription before she even booked her first client, which I think is huge because a lot of times when we go to conferences, sometimes maybe someone's brand new and they're like, oh, I just don't think I'm ready for it. No, you should, because you can do so much in Travefy to set yourself up for when those clients do come. And of course, use it for marketing. So because of how professional the proposals were, she had 10 proposals turn into bookings, which previously, before she was using Travefy, she had 50 quotes out and 0 bookings for those. But immediately when she started using Travefy, they all converted. I mean, that's crazy. We hear these stories all the time too. It's really, really awesome. So I just love sharing that. I think it's incredible. And it makes sense because you have just such a beautiful view of everything. Now, one thing that's really great is we also just released a new experience, again, to just keep always evolving and commitment to helping advisors succeed. We refreshened the look when you get into your account where you can see your trips. You can see each trip. And then in that trip, you can have like forms and your proposals. You can create decisions, all of that in one place, because it's going to help you work quicker and keep things organized so you can close these sales even faster, which is so handy. Oh, I forgot that I had little bullet points here. But there's so many things in this new experience with there. But one thing that came out of this new revamped look is we launched decisions. Now, proposals is where it started, and you can still use a proposal. But now we are trying to take this a step further, and we've created decisions where you actually can create 1 to 3 proposals, and then you can lay them side by side for your client in a decision, and they can make a selection from there. Now, if you didn't know this was existing and you've been a Travefy user, you're probably like, your day has made, because we've had so much feedback on this for so long that it's very exciting to release this, where, your clients can actually make certain selections. And then again, from there, you can have them fill out forms, all of that good stuff, all in one fell swoop. Now, the other thing, right now it's being beta tested, so expect this soon. Right now we have our beta testers playing with a new feature that is allowing you to actually make event level decisions. So what that means is, let's say that you have your clients, they want to go to this resort, but now You want them to decide, okay, what room type do you want? Or maybe it's a cruise. What type of cabin do you want? So, or maybe you have like, here's some options for tours. What do you want? So we're taking a step further. So you're going to see a lot more things like that come out with, again, presenting these quotes proposals, which is really cool. So now that just naturally brings me into the final spot is trip management with Travefy. Now, one of the great things, you saw the trips, like the new trips page, that is going to help you hugely with trip management. But one of the most popular things is the app. A lot of users, they come to Travefy because they're like, my clients need an app. I know that I need to have this app for my clients. So that is what this app, we call it Trip Plans. Now, I'm going to show you, I'm going to dig deeper into this, but just know though that even though we have the app, you still can send and your clients can view an itinerary via just a web link. They also can download, print off a PDF. So we have users who do that. They like to print them off and get little booklets made. You can do that. Or you also have that mobile app. Now, in that mobile app, for your clients, what's going to be available in there is first offline mode. So if they are, traveling or they land in another country or they're on a cruise, they actually do have the option where they can be offline. So all of their stuff is saved. This is huge. I don't know about all of you, but I know this has been really handy when you do travel to another country and you have like a transfer and you're like, where's my confirmation? Where's the contact information? And I always just have it saved. So you don't have to worry about like the connection going out or something. The other thing is you can upload documents. So if you ever do want to put those documents in here, you can do that as well. And then of course, it's easy access to the itinerary. And then there's also that chat. So this is a way that you and your clients can stay connected. Now, with that chat, you can automate messages to send. So remember the automations I was talking about earlier? You can actually have it set so you can say like 2 days into the trip, send a chat that says, hey, just checking in, how's it going? Or like right before they leave, you send a chat, or a day before you send a chat and say, make sure you check in for your flights, things like that. There's just so much you can do. Now, I also will point out, you can turn chat off. So I know some people are like, oh my gosh, I don't need that. Or maybe they use WhatsApp or something. So you can turn that off as well. And then there's also going to be those push notifications happening in there too. So if there is a flight update, the gate changes, things like that, those notifications will come in there. Now, in fact, I have a fun story. So with flight, and I've already seen people in the chat talking about the flight notifications. They are huge. I cannot tell you how many stories we hear all the time where an advisor completely saves the day because they see the flight like cancel or update before the airlines tell them, and they're able to make the changes before, all the other people on that flight are trying to make changes as well. All that kind of stuff. But one of the things that was really funny, an advisor told me one time, was that she had some clients and they had like a really short layover. And so the flight was okay. It was just that think of like your Denver airport type where it just could be really huge to change to one terminal to another. And basically they had gotten updated on trip plans and that the gate had changed. And by the way, I have to say they weren't saying trip plans. They were saying my advisor told me. So I think that's fun too. You can literally say this is your app. Pretend that you made it yourself. A lot of people will do that. So they will say, my advisor told me that the gate's over here. And they were talking to someone else on that flight. And that other person was like, no, mine hasn't updated, which they were just looking at the airline app. And so then the people who had the advisor were like, well, we're going to do what our advisor told us. So they go to the new gate. The other person does not follow. Guess who missed their flight? The other person who did not follow trip plans. So it was just really cool. It's just not cool for the other person, but there's just so many stories like that we hear. And I've had it happen where I'll see a gate change and I go to the gate before anyone else gets there, get prime seat. It's pretty nice. So really cool there. But then the other thing with the other app, so Trip Plans is what your client uses. Now, Travefy Pro, this is what you want to download. So if you're currently a user, you want to go ahead and use this app. And in here, you can do all kinds of things like trip management, task management, and you can also view who's looking at the trip. So you can see like analytics to see how many people are going to a page or an itinerary, which is really cool too. Now I want to quickly, because I know I'm running close on time here. I want to go into recent releases really fast. One of them is upgraded cruise content. I saw somebody already talk about this. This is really cool. And we have this like really cool video I'm just going to play here, where basically you can see that you can go in now and you can look up like a specific cruise in here. And then you can look up, you know, like literally down to the port and then the dates. But then when you add it, what it's going to add is it's going to give you all the option for like dining, deck plans, cabin types, all kinds of stuff that you can pull in. So that is really big. I think that's good, like huge game changer for those of you who do cruises. Go check that out because it's already available to you. And now some of the stuff that's going to be coming soon that you're going to see in Travefy. Now we're going to really focus in a lot on always enhancing our content and stuff like that. But the CRM side is where you're going to see a lot happen. We are going to start enhancing our contact area, which is our CRM. And then that way, you know, it's just going to be even better and more intuitive for you to keep your client contact info in there. And then with that, also client communication, where, you know, it could integrate with your email, again, staying organized, and really just becoming a one-stop place where you work out of there and you don't have to move around to so many different areas on your computer and your desktop, which is super big. And then the last one, people are going to rejoice, invoicing. So one thing with invoicing is we currently have with invoicing, we have the ability where you can set up fees and stuff like that in there. But one of them though, is you're going to start being able to do supplier invoicing. So this is going to be really, really cool too in there. So now that is Travefy. That's a lot of things. I know. I hope you were getting your coffee in on this because there's a lot. Now, one thing that I wanted to do is when it comes to what's next, know that our support team is here and happy to help. So after this, I suggest do a free trial, but you can also do a one-on-one demo or training with our teams. We have live webinars. We just have so much all the time at our support center. But then I made this easy. Go ahead and use this link right here. So go ahead and get this. And I have Becky, if Becky, shout out, if you could put the link in there as well. But in this, you're going to see some free content in there that I linked. So if you are new to Travefy or you're already using it, and then you can get a free trial. But we also have, what's really great is we have a special price here that's this link, and I know you can find this in your Host Week magazine as well, but HW Annual 20, save 20% because I'm burying the lead here, but did you realize this $28 a month for all of that and more that I didn't even talk about? So it's incredible. It's highly recommend. Now that is for the annual plan. So if you do want to go monthly, quarterly, we have options for you there as well. But then of course, for the trial, you get 10 days. You can try all of that out as well. So all of that information though, because I know I kind of went through that quick, is on that right there, that link. Now, I know I have 4 minutes left. I'm going to quickly answer a couple questions here that Becky had shared with me. So Barbara had asked, do you only use Ocean Cruise Info or do you handle River Cruise as well? River Cruises, yes, we have both. So there's basically all the major ocean and river cruise lines, they're in there. So you'll be able to go find those and add all that information. Carrie asks, does Travefy have the capability to build an intake form? Glad you asked, Carrie. It does. So yeah, once again, you can just manually create your own form. So that way you can collect whatever information that you need. But then also, again, we do have some templates built in that you can also get as well in there. And then last question here, I'll get another question is, if we build a quote in FunJet, Classic, Pleasant Holidays, can they be uploaded into Travefy? That's a good question. So so this is the weird thing. I was actually just on a webinar with ALG last week, and what you can do is it does have to be booked to technically pull it in. But if you create the booking, and I don't know the science behind this, but this is what they do for me whenever I do like testing and showing them examples on a webinar, is they actually create the quote and it has a number, like a reference number or booking number. So there's a way that you can do that. I don't know how in their system, but there's a way you can. And if you do that, you can pull it in. But also what I would suggest, just use Smart Import. You could do that too. So that's actually probably a little easier. I would recommend trying to check that out. Oh, and it does look like, or wait, stop me anybody in the back if I need to stop, but I'll go for one more here is, let's let's see. Deanna asked, can we incorporate our host agency forms and link to our client files to add the payment info? Yes. So what you'll want to do is you will need to recreate that form in Travefy. So just recreate that form in there. Or another option is if you need to use the specific forms with your host agency, you can also put those links in like the itinerary or proposal. So you could put that, or you can like it's just a hyperlink. So it's just like the URL to it. You can do that as well in there too. Okay. Oh, wait, is that good? I think we got it. I know those are a lot, but keep them. I'll jump in this chat after this as well and try to answer any other questions in there.
Awesome.
Amazing. Sorry, I was distracted by petting the dog. So,
oh, that's a great distraction.
She has 2 huge pups, and
it's too much. It's too much.
It's been great. But Stephanie, thank you so much. That was fantastic. And I learned a lot, which I love. So thank you. And I know our audience did too. We actually know, speaking to the audience, we actually know that there are some questions that Stephanie didn't get to, but don't you worry. We've been collecting them, and we are going to send them over to Stephanie right after this. And she'll send you back an answer. We collected everybody's full names as well for you, Stephanie, so we know exactly who asked the question. Now over to Juan to share the QR code for all of you. As we mentioned before, you can enter to win a Starbucks gift card for being here. So if you would like to reach out, please scan the code and enter now, and our team will reach out to you if you are in fact a winner. All right, so as a final reminder, before I let you go for a few minutes, before we really jump in and get started, please don't forget to register separately for the other upcoming coffee spots. If you enjoyed this, which I'd be shocked if you didn't, because it was fantastic. And we are going to be doing Starbucks giveaways for every other coffee spot. Don't forget what we have coming up throughout the week. So tomorrow we have We Travel. Wednesday, we have Uniglobe Travel Center. Thursday, we have Cruisin'. And then finally on Friday, we have Incentive Connection Travel, all at 11 a.m. Central Time. So same time every day. So I am now going to leave you for a few minutes. Come back at 11:55 Central Time for our One Thing segment. And then Steph and I will bring it back to bring you into the rest of the day.
Thanks, Stephanie.
Thank you.
Thank you. So much fun.
Bye.
Hello, my name is Dave Meihofer, Vice President of Sales and Engagement with Travel Planners International. The one thing you should do to change your business in 2025 is keep your antennas up and act. Keep your antennas up and act. You might be saying, what do you mean by keeping your antennas up? So if you're old like me, the old televisions from back in the day would have these antennas, or radios even, right? And you'd have to play with these antennas. They were like two little metal sticks and rods from the top of the television or the radio. And in order to get a clear signal so you could watch TV and have a clear screen or listen to your favorite radio station, you'd have to adjust these metal rods and sticks and the antenna of the unit. And then you could listen to your radio clearly, or you could watch your TV and have a clear screen there and watch your show. So we say antennas up, and I say this in respect to keeping your antennas up and receiving signals and being on the lookout for signals, not only when it comes to sales, when it comes to opportunities within your business. Secondly, we said act. So keeping your antennas up and act, or acting, meaning when you pick up a signal, when something happens, you hear something, you meet somebody, you run into a situation that shows and screams opportunity, you must act on it. And I say this for 2025, knowing that hopefully many of you do things like this. But if you're anyone like myself, you get caught up in putting out fires and dealing with various situations and things that are happening that may not, in essence, be in an effort to grow your business. And it's no one's fault. You just get caught up in those things. So we lose sight of keeping your antennas up and keeping your eye out for opportunity, and then acting and following through on those things. Things like you meet somebody in a diner, at a barbecue, you see a newspaper ad. Gosh, remember newspapers? I am old. Online media, a variety of things, social media, of course. And you see these opportunities. Maybe it's some big group announcement that's going somewhere in Italy or somewhere in Europe, somewhere national parks, whatever it might be, and these opportunities are screaming at you of potential business, right? Meeting people. They're talking about the cruise they just went on with their family last year. Why not engage in that conversation? Opportunity. And then acting on it and following up with that person, right? And this not only goes in business respects, right? ChatGPT and AI, right? Over the past couple of years here in the travel industry, it's exploded onto the scene. ChatGPT was something for me, I took a while to even engage with and take a look at, but you hear more and more about it, and you hear about success stories with AI tools. I say ChatGPT because last night on a personal side, I was helping out my daughter, and what is it called? Jesus, the kids in school, graphing linear inequalities. Her math, she's a ninth grader, helping her out with her math homework. But that was some help I got through ChatGPT. Not the answers, but to help create some practice sheets and tests for her. But also, of course, in the professional realm, designing trainings, getting a layout, and not becoming robotic, but in essence, keeping my antennas up and then acting on it was hearing about all things AI, ChatGPT, and then pursuing it, dabbling with it, and using it for ways to be effective in my business. Those are just a couple things that I think, of course, will surge and within your business in 2025. Now, I want to say thank you for listening. Thank you for jumping on. Host Week, of course, is a tremendous opportunity for you to learn a ton about the host agency world and model and all that good stuff. If you want to get a hold of me, my cell phone number, 516-524-6497, or I can be reached at davem@tpionline.com. And if you want to learn more about Travel Planners International, that's www.travelplannersinternational.com. I can also be found on Facebook, just simply Dave Meihofer. That's Dave, D-A-V-E, Meihofer, M-E-I-H-O-E, F as in Frank, E-R. And that is my profile in Facebook. Please friend me, shoot me a message. Would love to meet you. Any case, now let's start today's Host Week presentations. Back to you, Steph.
Welcome, everyone. Well, thank you so much, Dave and the Travefy team of Stephanie. I just have to say, we saw this great comment in the comments about I took a sip of coffee every time you said this is really cool, and I'm wide awake and ready to go for the rest of the day. So that was really cool. If we have not met, I am Steph Lee, the founder of Host Agency Reviews.
And if you were on Travefy's coffee spot, you will know me. But if you weren't, I'm Shayna, and I'm Haas' new managing director.
And we will both be your MCs for Host Week 2025.
Yay!
So Host Week is finally here. The team and I have been working so hard the last few months to pull this off. And we are going to be kickstarting each day with a coffee spot, which is what Travefy just was. And it is hosted by a different partner every day. And then it's going to be followed. Well, sometimes we're going to follow it with some pet photos. So if you haven't sent in your pet photos, Mary at hostagencyreviews.com, her full-time job is looking at the pet photos that come in and getting them ready for us. So after the pet photos, though, then we will do a one thing. And the one thing is essentially just a little nugget of advice from one pro to another. So I like to think of it as if you sat down with another industry professional and you said, tell me one thing that I should be doing in 2025 that is going to help me improve my business. And the one things are going to be their responses. So this is our second year of both the one things and the coffee spots, and they had rave reviews. So if you got logged in a little bit early, you may have run into Travefy's coffee spot and we're like, what is going on? But they are very exciting. They're like lunch and learns, but you get caffeine instead of actual sustenance, which in my opinion is much better. Lots of energy there. And each coffee spot, they are going to be giving away 15 gift cards, $7 for coffee. So make sure to tune into them all week and make sure they require separate registration. So make sure you sign up for them. There are 4 more this year. They're going to be really, really fun.
We have clearly, as Steph's already told you, we have a lot of quality content for you. So I hope you're ready. Welcome to all of you that are just hopping on. Go ahead and say hi. Tell us where you're tuning in from. And for those of you with keen eyes may have noticed that I have flown across the continent to be here in person with Steph in beautiful Arizona. I have left behind the frozen tundra of Toronto, which is where I'm from. And I think my toes have finally thawed. It's very exciting.
It's like 70 degrees here. I'm normally in Minnesota and loving Tucson.
Yeah. So essentially, if I was to summarize my second official week at HAR, I would say I'm warming up very quickly.
Agreed.
Yeah. So before we get into the state of host agency address, with this one right here, I want to take some time to give the most incredible of thank yous to our weekly sponsors of this event, who are just some of the partners who allow us to pull off Host Week. So we have Incentive Travel Connection, and they're presenting their host tomorrow and rounding out our coffee spots on Friday. We have KHM, catch them on Wednesday. We have Lavarte. You will learn more about them tomorrow. We have Pickles Travel. They will be our first host agency up today. Then we have Travefy. Just a reminder, they had their coffee spot earlier today that you can go check out on YouTube. And you can simply rewind it to view. We will hear from them a couple more times this week as well. We have Vacation Planners. They'll round out this week, presenting on Friday. We have Wanderlust Campus. Tune into Cindy's BDM EDU spot on Thursday. And then finally, we have grnconnect.com. You can learn more about at 3 p.m. Central Time today. We also have our Monday daily sponsors for today. We want to say a huge thank you to as well. We have Uniglobe Travel Center. Catch them not only for their host presentation, which is happening today, but during their coffee spot on Wednesday as well. We have Gifted Travel Network, and we'll hear from them on Wednesday. We have Travefy. Yes, we love them. We cannot express this enough. And Cruise Planners rounding out the week by presenting on Friday.
So welcome to Host Week, everyone. If you're seeing me looking down here, it's because I'm looking at the comments and I get really distracted. But hi, everybody. It's so great to see you. So we are all thrilled that you are here, and we are really looking forward to spending the week with you. So I want to introduce to you the team that makes this happen so you all know who to thank for this week of fun, and you also know who to blame when you're hungover at the end of the week. So they are going to, let's see, they're going to be with us through the rest of the week. So we have Mary Stein in our upper right-hand corner. We have Abby Van Goren in the lower right, and Rita Perez below me. And we have Mysterious Juan, who, if you've been with Host Week a couple years, you know Juan is our behind-the-scene mysterious person who does have a son named Joaquin who might make an appearance. We might be able to get a photo of Joaquin up here throughout the week. But Juan is the one that makes all the magical comings and goings happening. So let's see. Well, also, I should introduce formally Shayna. So she is our new managing director, again, started just last week, and we have thrown her in for the deep end. She kicked off Host Week. So let's see. And myself, Steph Lee. If we haven't met, founder of Host Agency Reviews, you'll be seeing a lot of me this week. You're also going to be seeing, well, can you show the balloon? We have the puppy balloons back for another year. They were such a hit last year. So Orion is going to be the blue balloon. And then Fennec, the other dog, is the orange balloon. So whenever you see those going by, know that there's a puppy at the end of it. It's so exciting. Let's see. You might also see Shayna following the dogs around in the background because she's really in love with the dogs, which is great.
Yes, well, the dogs are just as in love with me, okay? I walked in the front door yesterday and they just flew to me and have not left my side, and I'm perfectly happy about that. Okay, so back to business. What can you expect during Host Week? So here's a general flow of the days to kind of take you through. We do kick off every morning with a coffee spot. Then next, you'll hear those helpful pieces of advices in our one thing. So a quick 5-minute little hit of information. Then we move into our keynote speakers. After that, we then move into the interview part of the day. First, we start every day with a consortia, and then we move into the host interviews. These are pre-recorded, and they're fantastic. I've already watched them all, so I can let you know that now. And then after that, we have an afternoon full of EduSpot learning sessions. Really cool, completely different every single day. And naturally, that is not all, because when we do something at HAR, we go big. So please keep in mind, there are more than 50 exclusive deals for Host Week. Yes, Steph's very excited.
So dreamy.
So make sure you're registered and joining the host interviews. They all talk about their specials at the end, but also we do have
because when we do something,
we also have giveaways. So make sure to enter the drawings and tune in Friday to see if you win. Lastly, it's Host Week tradition that we end our week with the awards ceremony for our annual Luminary Awards, where we award the best of the best host agencies out there. That is one session not to be missed because we have a lot of fun with it. I will even be joining in. I actually have to fly back to Toronto on Friday. I am going to be getting Wi-Fi on the plane specifically so that I can listen to this.
And that is because we spent 2 hours, maybe 3, rehearsing our song that we're singing for it. So none of us are professional singers, so I don't want anyone thinking that this is actually going to be high production value, but it's going to be fun. So, by the way, I just am going to comment that I saw, Jamie, you had written in here, this is your 3rd Host Week, and you're in desperate need of a career change, and you're hoping this is going to be the week that you make the leap, and it is going to be. We're super excited for you. So a few more things before we get into the keynote and the keynote sponsor. So we are often asked if this is recorded, and yes, it is. They are recorded. You can find them on our YouTube channel. In fact, at this very link you are at. The other thing is if your comments aren't matching up with what's going on the screen, use the scroll bar on the very bottom, because if you're watching it live, you need to scroll all the way to the right to make sure that it's live, and that should fix it up. Now, some of you may know this, but Chinese New Year starts this week on Wednesday, so 新年快乐 and 恭喜发财. And we created this last night. It's our little, we're not exactly sure what it is, but we built it. So we are going to celebrate Host Week and the Lunar New Year by doing some giveaways. Now, we just launched our travel agency technology profiles this last fall, and we need your help getting some fabulous reviews for the tech that you are using. Maybe it's Travefy. Maybe I saw all the love for Travefy in the comments, and so show that love on the site. But every day we're going to be doing a drawing for a $50 gift card for those that have left either a review for a technology, and you can leave more than one if you're using more than one technology, or a consortium. And this is the best part, because you're going to get this in this beauteous red envelopes with, if you know Chinese culture, these are our lucky money that you give people during special occasions, including the New Year's. And this one especially, so again, I'm in Tucson, and it's the year of the snake, and then they have this sheriff rattler cowboy thing, which I've never seen in a Chinese red envelope. So you will be getting mailed one of these, an actual red lucky envelope in the mail. So follow the link in the comments to the travel tech profiles, or you can head on over to the homepage. This might be easier. In the drop down, say you are either looking for a travel agency software or a consortium, and that will take you to where you can leave your review. And the last thing, you may have seen this in the Host Week magazines, which we will link to in the comments for everybody, or maybe you saw it on our social media posts, but again, we need the pictures of your pets. Send those over to mary@hostagencyreviews.com, and they'll make a cameo, surprise cameo during Host Week. And before we hand it over to our keynote intro, which is Mark Casto, I want to introduce you again, back by popular demand, is the South High Community Band. Those of you that tuned in last year know that this awesome group of volunteers, they went to South High, and now they are doing this, putting all this music together for Host Week for us, so that 100% of the donation that we give goes to the Minneapolis South High Band program. And this year they are using it to buy things like reeds and mouthpieces, which are very important if you have been in band. They're expanding their drum line, and they are bringing in the instrument repair specialist to spiffy up all their equipment. So please make sure that you're going to hear from them throughout the week, but make sure to give them lots of love during their performances. That little heart button in the comments, you just press. It's a lot of fun stuff. So Maestro Juan, if you would, a little music, please, from the South High Band.
Fly with me, let's fly away. Come fly with me, let's float down to Peru. In South Highland, there's a fine jazz band, and we'll toot our flutes for you. Come on and fly with me, let's take off in the blue. Once I get you up there,
bravo. That was amazing. Hopefully you all loved it as much as we do. There will be more of them throughout the week for some fun music breaks. And now I'm going to hand it over to our keynote sponsor, Mark Casto, who is going to introduce me. Awkward.
I want to congratulate you on another host week. It's personally one of my favorite events over the course of the year. I always have a chance to meet so many interesting people and find about some new innovative solutions that are taking place within the industry. My name is Mark Casto. I'm the CEO at Casto Travel Philippines, an MDC solutions company. We are in the business of providing innovative and bespoke services for our customers, our 44 customers based out of North America and Europe who are in the travel industry. From host agencies to independent contractors, to megas, to your regional corporate TMCs. They contract with us from anything from after-hour services to daytime support, to mid-office ticketing, queue management, to virtual travel assistance, where we're able to deploy seasoned professionals to help independent contractors contact their clients faster, to engage with suppliers quicker and more accurately, and perform invoicing or other routine functions. To our team of accounting specialists who are either ARC certified and can assist with error reconciliation, to our teams of TRES certified consultants who help with the migration from TRAMS to TRES. Every manager services about their internal operations. Now, if you're looking, you find that you need some additional staffing to support you, to help you. There are a number of things you can do, but you could also work with a company like ours. And if you do, there's 5 things I'd like you to consider. First and foremost, at Casto Travel Philippines, we have an incredible history of travel. I myself am a 25-year veteran of the industry, but our company actually began in 1974 by Marilis Casto in a small office south in San Francisco, where she and her partner began the travel industry, which actually grew tremendously from there. So we like to say that cryptic GDS is actually native to us. Second is with regards to the experience that our teams have. Before people can join us, they have to have a minimum of 3 years of history within the travel industry. And then they go through a series of virtual as well as in-person tests to ensure that they actually have the capabilities and the knowledge that we require. Once they go through the next level, which is a mandatory training on the Casto way, what it is to be an exceptional employee, then and only then will we consider endorsing them to our clients. That process screens out 92% of all possible applicants. We hire only the best of the best, and those are the ones that we endorse to our clients. There's the financials. Obviously, there's cost savings associated with it. We see on average between 50 to 60%. But more importantly, there's also a revenue increase that occurs too for so many of our clients, where it's anywhere from 20% to 40% improved revenue by working with our types of teams. Fourth would be the employee relations. This is an essential one for any kind of business that you are involved in. At Casto, we have a very high focus on employee satisfaction. The unfortunate fact of our industry is that so many people actually in the BPO space, business process outsourcing space, are attrit out over the course of the year. McKinsey Consulting Services estimates between 40 to 60% in our industry attrit out over the course of any given year. At Casto, we're at 6 to 8%. We invest heavily in our teams. They're all employees and they get dedicated to our accounts directly, so they have that chance to develop rapport, develop an identity with our customers. And so many of our customers see our teams as outshoots of themselves. We want to ensure that our team stays with your team. And the final point, the fifth point to consider about working with us, is that something we created last year called Casto Foundations. A portion of our profit every year goes to fight the terrible thing that's occurring with the Philippines of sexual trafficking and slavery. In each of the 5 areas that we have offices, we work with the local community to identify those people who are in jeopardy and help remove them from the scenario. But we also work with the local communities to identify economic resources so we can change the commercial side of that area to deter from these kinds of things from ever taking place in the beginning. So if you work with us, you have the opportunity to help these local communities in incredible ways, to show them the value and the benefit of travel, the industry that we all are a part of. So with that in mind, my name is Mark Casto over at Casto Travel Philippines. We look forward to hearing from you in the future and have a wonderful and incredible host week.
Well, thank you so much, Mark, for that wonderful welcome and for all the wonderful things that MVC Solution is doing for their community as well as the industry at large. So welcome again to all of you. I'm Steph Lee, the founder of Host Agency Reviews, and we are in for a ton of fun the next 30 minutes as we dive into my annual State of the Host Agency address, where we give the lay of the land on all things hosted from not an Oval Office, but a Tucson home. So today we are going to give you a peek into some of the trends, data, analytics that we are seeing over here at Host Agency Reviews. And we're going to be taking a look at what's been happening as a result of that influx of advisors that we saw during the pandemic boom and how that's reshaping the industry. So there are going to be four main areas I will focus on. The first one is we're going to start with some uplifting numbers on the number of people that use travel advisors. It's a nice way to start off the day. And then we are going to look at, are people as interested in a travel advisor career as they were last year? Because if you tuned in last year, you know the last 2 years have been kind of crazy for people wanting to become travel advisors. And then you're going to get to know more about new advisors, specifically hosted advisors, and why they are such an important segment for us to understand as an industry and to be paying attention to. And then we're going to jump into hosted advisor trends overall. Now, a lot of the data that I'm going to be talking about during this presentation can be found in our 94-page hosted travel advisor report that Mary lovingly puts together every year. And you can follow the QR code to learn more about it in the lower left-hand side of the screen right here, or you can go to har.news/research to check it out as well. So let's get started. Oh, actually, you know what? I always have to throw these in because I get bored. So giving a solo virtual presentation, as anyone has done, you know it can be dry, especially when you're dealing with data and analytics. So I want to make sure that you are number one, staying awake, but also that you are keeping me company in the comments and that you're following along as we go. So we'll be doing some interactive things throughout the presentation, and please participate. We are going to be giving away a free report, which is full of delicious data, and it is worth up to $500 to one Chatty McChatterson at the end of the presentation. So make sure that you're participating, that you're doing comments, and there's going to be some multiple choice quizzes that I'll be popping up. So please participate. All right. Like I said, I think the best place to start for us is a warm fuzzy, but I think it's also important to start with the travel advisor usage because we're going to be doing a big picture look at the use of travel advisors. Before we can really understand the role that hosted advisors and host agencies play in the industry, we want to make sure that we understand the other side of the equation, which is the demand for travel advisors in general with travelers. So for all of you newbies out there, and I know there are a lot of you, so please say hi in the comments. Let us know where you're tuning in from and what got you interested in your travel career. But I also want you to get your pencils ready because there's going to be some fabulous stats that you can use the next time someone questions your new career move, and this will happen, and they ask you, oh, people still use a travel advisor? And then you're going to come back at them with this, which is great. So it's a huge surprise to a lot of people outside the industry when they hear that travel advisors in the US sell 59% of cruises and 75% of packages. Blows their mind. Great comeback. And then this is one of the interactive slides that I was talking about. So what I want you to do is go ahead, pop your guess into the comments. If I was more talented, I could look at the comments at the same time, but I am not. I have to focus on my slideshow. So our question is, in 2026, traditional agencies, otherwise known as trad agencies, like trad wives, will account for what % of US sales? Now, the answer is coming from Focusrite's US Travel Agency Landscape Report. And what they do is they break it down. So they'll say, this is all of the US travel sales. And then they break it down into four things. So the first is supplier direct, meaning, of course, that the person is booking on the supplier's website, or maybe they're calling in and making a booking. There's the traditional travel agencies, which is us. And then OTAs are online travel agencies. And then the last one is offline direct. And I am not entirely sure what that is, to be honest, but it isn't a travel agency, so that's not what our focus is. So our answer is, on this one, it is 26%. So congrats if you got that right. And the neatest thing about this is traditional agencies are now number 2 in terms of sales in the US market. So they bumped OTAs, or again, those are the online travel agencies. They bumped those from second place to third place. And OTAs are projected to have a 21% market share in 2026. It's a drop of 1%, so it's nothing huge. But what's cool about this, again, is that traditional travel agencies are now the number 2 in terms of market share for US sales. So kudos to everybody out there making those bookings. And then here's a few more tidbits I want to share. So this is from Internova Index Report. They publish this out annually. And if you don't know Internova, they own a ton of different companies within the travel industry. I've heard the stat thrown around that 1/3 of all agencies in the US belong to one of Internova's brands. So very big within here. And they have a lot of travelers that book through them. So this is their report that they did, or their survey they did of travelers. And what we're going to see is that the use of travel advisors drastically increased since the pandemic. So pre-pandemic, they had 35% of travelers were using a travel advisor, and that's in 2019. We fast forward to 2025, and then of their travelers, 60% of them reported that they were going to be using a travel advisor for their upcoming trips, which is really exciting. And it's actually even a jump from their 2024 report. So it's still going up, which I'm really excited about. Now, what we've done now is we've established that there is a demand for travel advisors and that it has grown and is continuing to grow. We've established that traditional agencies are gaining market share while OTAs are remaining relatively stable in their market share. Now, the next logical question that we need to ask ourselves is, do we have enough advisors to meet the demand of the travelers that want to use a travel advisor? And I am happy to say the answer is yes. So let's take a look and dive into a travel advisor career. Do you guys remember when during the pandemic, all these random hobbies blew up overnight? Like suddenly everybody was baking sourdough and there was no flour left at the store, or your friend got into ikebana, the art of Japanese flower arrangement, just all sorts of random obscure things on the internet. Well, one of those random obscure things was host agencies and a travel advisor career. And for me, since I've been in working with host agencies for probably 20 years now, the momentum has been growing for years, but not at the pace that happened during the pandemic. So people really started visiting the idea or revisiting it, like Jamie mentioned in the comments. They started revisiting this idea of a travel advisor career when the world stopped. And I want to see if you tuned in for the last 2 years, you know, we talked about how insane the level of interest there was. So I want to talk about if that's still happening. And to give you an idea, last year, hard traffic was up in January 2023 and 2024. It was up 66% from pre-pandemic levels in terms of the people that are visiting our site. So what are we looking at this year? Now, here's a screenshot I took of Google Trends yesterday because I do not prepare my PowerPoints ahead of time. And the way this graph works when we're looking at it, so it's gauging the interest of certain search terms over time. So right here, you can see our search term is become a travel agent. And it goes all the way back to 2004, which is actually really great for our purposes because that's, you can see right in here, this is when OTAs started becoming more popular and becoming a travel advisor was not that popular. It started coming up. We have a drop during the pandemic and then it shoots up again. So the one thing I want to call out on this is on the left-hand side, it has the level of interest in this search term. So it goes from 0 to 100, with 100 being the most interest that there has ever been in that search term. And you can see this huge jump. that our 100%, where it was most interest ever, was last year in January 2024. So that is the most amount of interest there has been in a travel advisor career in 20 years, which is kind of mind-blowing. And then what you'll also see is that this year, January 2025, so this is predicted but should be pretty on par. You'll see it's obviously not at 100. It's more, I think it's at 75. It's really small, so I can't see, but I think it's at 75. So it's more muted than what we were seeing in January 2023 and January 2024. But I also want to put this in context, because I would say that 2023 and 2024 are kind of outliers. The pandemic did weird things, but what's neat is now we're settling into this established kind of interest in a travel advisor career, and it is still as high as it was back in 2004, which is pretty remarkable. So I think it's safe to say that becoming a travel advisor, there's a lot of interest. It's still strong out there, and that we're probably settling into a more stable pattern. But we'll see next year during the keynote. And for us on our end, the Google Trends closely mirrors what we're seeing on our site in terms of the site analytics. Okay. So now we've established travel advisors book a ton of travel. We've talked about how their market share of US travel sales is growing, and that there are more people interested in becoming a travel advisor. So let's keep moving and jump into our next section, which is all about new hosted travel advisors. Now, the first thing to understand for all of you that aren't familiar with it is how HAR classifies travel advisors. So we break them into three main buckets. We have hosted, meaning that they use their host agency's accreditation. That's what many of you are doing. And then we have independent travel advisors, or sometimes we'll call them indie. And that means they have their own accreditation number. They're not booking through someone else's number. And then we have employees, and that pretty self-explanatory, but that means they get the W-2 and they're paid by an employer. So the other term to know here is new. And when we say new here at HAR, for the purposes of our reports, we refer to advisors that have 0, 1, or 2 years of experience underneath their belt. And you'll see why in just a second. Okay, let's have you answer a question. This is a practice question, because Rita has me on a really tight schedule. And when I pop up questions, you can't think about them. This is not like a university exam. You've got to be lightning fast in answering, because Rita needs me to stay on time. Juan also does, and I have to listen to them. So here's the easy question for you. How important are host agencies to growing traditional travel agency market shares and their sales? You can type in A, B, or C, and then boom, boom, boom. All of them are correct. That's great. So this is all to say you need to be really quick when answering my questions. But this slide, in all serious note, does bring up a key point about the really important role host agencies play in onboarding new advisors. They make sure that we have enough travel advisors to meet the demands of travelers. Because if we were dependent on people hiring employees at their agencies, maybe a storefront agencies, we would not be able to meet demand. So they play a very key role. And here's our next question. So go ahead and take a guess on the percent of new advisors that come in through a host agency. And then our big reveal here, I'm going to give people another couple seconds, but remember, you got to be fast. All right. So it is 90% of advisors that are new come into the industry through a host agency. It is by and far, and has been for quite a while now, the most popular route to come into the industry. So let's tie this into the graph that we saw earlier from Google Trends, and that's that huge surge of interest in becoming a travel advisor. So in 2022, a staggering 1/3 of hosted advisors were new. And again, that means they have 0, 1, or 2 years of experience. So what percent were new in 2023? And as you're writing your guess in the comments, keep in mind that January 2024 was the most interest, again, that we've ever seen in having a travel advisor career. So I expect this number to actually grow, whichever one it is, A, B, or C. And it is A. And this is crazy, people, because now we have bumped up from a little under 1/3 of travel advisors that were new, being new, and now it's up to 41%. And again, keep in mind, we haven't even analyzed January 2024 data where it was the highest amount. So that's an incredibly large amount of new advisors within our industry. And that's something we need to keep in mind, whether you're a supplier listening in on this, whether you're a host agency, whether you're an experienced advisor. We all know that when people are new to the industry, they can sometimes ask a lot of questions. Try to be as graceful as possible in answering them, because we do need all these new travel advisors in here to be able to meet the demand. All right, so I'm going to add something on top of this. So we said on the last slide, it was 41%. And here's the thing. It's actually, if we go 0 to 5 years of experience, that's 60%, just under 60%, 59%. And this means that there is a ridiculous amount of opportunity out there, whether you're a supplier, a host agency, a tech provider, if you're an advisor, and anyone else in the ecosystem. So let me tell you or show you why, because this is my favorite graph of all time, by the way. This is the graph of income by experience level. And if you're looking at this and you're seeing the first 2 years being so low and you're wondering, I don't want to do this career, I'm not going to make any money, follow the QR code in the lower left-hand corner, because that's going to give you a look at our summary, which goes into the explanation of why years 1 and 2 are so low. But it is worth mentioning that people, 10% of new advisors with that 1 and 2 years of experience, they do earn over $25,000. And I don't know how, but 3% of them somehow earn over $50,000 their first 2 years. So going back to why I'm bringing up this slide, though, if you look at this huge growth that happens between year 2 up to like 6 to 8. So that's, again, years 2 through 5. The last section, we went over the surge in interest that comes when it comes to like a new travel advisor. And now we know that 59% of hosted advisors are in this range right here. So again, look at that huge sales growth. This is income, but it's very closely tied to sales. This is what's coming down the line for traditional agencies and suppliers, all this huge increase in sales. So it's really, really exciting stuff. And if you were to ask me when I was envisioning my career, I didn't expect myself to honestly be so thrilled about data on the travel agency sector, but here we are. I have a favorite graph, and this is it. So let's switch gears really quick and check out some of the info on hosted advisors as a whole. All right, let's have you all start by giving your best guess on the average annual sales for a full-time experienced hosted advisor. And there's a lot of great info on incomes over time in our reports. And that's really helpful for you as an advisor if you want to benchmark your progress and see where the average is, or for suppliers, tech companies, anyone that wants to do projections and needs to know about the income or the sales of a travel advisor. It's super helpful. So here we go. On average, the average sales is $671,000 in a year. And then it's worth mentioning that 15% of advisors actually clock in over $1 million in sales. So this is a lucrative crowd once they start getting their feet wet. Because remember that graph again, the first couple years are a little slow. Now, this is another exciting thing. Take a guess at the median years of experience for hosted advisors. And while you're doing that, I want to point out that hosted advisors are far less experienced than their independent counterparts, which is a very there's a couple things, data points that are very different between hosts and independent advisors, and one of them is their levels of experience. And so for indie advisors, their median level of experience is 13 years, and that's down from 18 years the year prior. And what's happening here with these drops is the pandemic led to the drop in the median years of experience for advisors across the board. There's a lot of people that during the pandemic, they retired or they switched careers because they couldn't make it. And couple that with, we had a surge of new advisors coming in, so that's deflating the median years of experience. And if you are an advisor, or I'm sorry, if you are a supplier and you're looking for where the explosive growth is going to be, it is on the host agency side because the median years of experience is 4. And that's just crazy because, as I said, hosted advisors also saw a drop in their experience level. So they used to be 6 years of experience and now it's down to 4. But everyone in our corner of the industry that works with hosted advisors should be really, really excited about the median years of experience, because it means that the hosted advisor market and their sales is set to explode in the years ahead. Because my favorite graph again, looking at that 4 to 6 years, there's still a lot of growth that's going to be coming from these advisors. And then that's not even including all the people that are coming in. So let's take a look at some demographic data. There's one point on here I wanted to bring up. So the difference between the median age of new versus experienced hosted advisors. So the age of newbies is 50, and then the age of experienced advisors is 57 in terms of median age. So that's something to kind of note if you're thinking about marketing or anything along those lines. And then let's look into commission splits, because everyone loves to talk commission splits. So take a guess on the commission split that most experienced advisors are on. And while you're working on that, here's a little fun tidbit for you. So the most common commission split for new advisor actually increased this year from, well, our report this year, I should say. It's 2023 data though. But it increased to 80%. It was 70% in 2022, which is kind of interesting. So the most common commission split for experienced advisors is 90%. Go ahead and pat yourself on the back if you got that correct. And there's a few questions that I've heard in the industry that are really hard to get an answer to, but you hear anecdotes. So for example, this question, how many advisors change host agencies? Oftentimes you'll just hear people say things like, oh, we don't have that many people leave, or, I have a couple friends that left their host agencies, but most stay. The good news is in our reports, we actually track that data. So what do you think? Is it 4%, 6%, 7%, or 10% that change agencies, host agencies? So in 2023, it was 7% of advisors switched host agencies, and that's the same as the year it was prior. It's pretty stable at that. And the other thing to note about when people are switching hosts is this often happens early on in their careers, in the first couple years. And I think the reasoning behind that is because people are learning about the industry. They may change their niche. They may have signed up for a host that doesn't have everything they need now that they're a couple years in and they know, say they really wanted Travefy or something along those lines. And they figure, oh, my host doesn't have Travefy, but this one includes Travefy. So things like that. And then a similar question that's also hard to find an answer to is, how many advisors belong to more than one host agency? And we get that question occasionally. And I will tell you, we're not huge fans of dual affiliation. And I won't go into it here, but we will, Mary or Abby, if you wouldn't mind dropping in the link to the article on multiple affiliations, we'll go over kind of the reasons in there if you're interested and want to read more on it. So the neat thing is, all of you hosted advisors out there, you're a really loyal crew. Only 7% join multiple host agencies. And interesting thing we're going to be watching for next year, that is up 2% from the year prior. So I'm not sure if that's just a fluke or if it's a trend. We will find out next year or the following year. And then the last question puppy balloon, if you missed this, the puppies have balloons. That one's Fen, the orange one. The blue one is Orion. All right, so the last question that people ponder and they have trouble getting answers to, and that is, what percent of hosted advisors leave their host and go on their own? They go independent. And I think the answer, so is it 1%, 4%, 6%, or 8%? And I think this says volumes about the important role that host agencies play in the industry, not just for newbies, but also seasoned veterans, because it is only 1%. That's really amazing when you think that they only have a 1% attrition rate where people choose to go off on their own. And two last things I want to mention. So the puppy balloon is coming back to bite me because Fennec is at my feet under the desk with his balloon. So let's take a look at the hosted advisor niches. 85% of hosted advisor have a niche, and then 15% were generalist. We're a big fan in niches, but generalist works for other people. So keep that in mind. They were very satisfied overall. Hosted advisors were very satisfied with the niches they chose. 91% of you reported that they would choose the same specialty again. And then our top 3 niches were the same as last year. So one is ocean cruises, and that's 31% have that as their niche. Then we have family travel, clocks in at 17%, and then 13% chose luxury. All right, last thing to note on the trend of hosted advisors is the scaling of their agencies. So either they're scaling through their hiring on employees or bringing on independent contractors or ICs. So this has stayed relatively steady the last few years. We did see a big growth in it a few years back, but is it 11%, 17, 20, or 22% of hosted advisors have scaled using employees or ICs? All right, so really impressive that 17% of host agencies are multi-person operations, especially when you consider how new the group of hosted advisors are. And then this section is a bonus section that I threw in kind of at the last minute, but it's a trend that I think is definitely worth noting. So for those of you that follow HAR, you know that we launched our travel agency software list this fall, and there has been a huge influx of venture capitalist money focused specifically on travel agency software. So not B2C, but travel agent specific software. And so that has led to a ton of new technology for agencies since the pandemic started. And that means for you as an advisor, there are a lot more choices when it comes to the tech you use to run your agency. And we were really surprised when we launched the travel agency software profiles. We thought we would maybe have 15-ish tech tools. And right now, even though they are not all published yet, we have around 70 travel technologies that are set to be listed. So there's a lot of technology coming out. And as you can see in the little video on the side, in there, it also shows you one thing that's nice is as there's more options, you can go on host profiles or the tech profiles and be able to see which host agencies use which technologies and which technologies have relationships with which host agencies. And again, I'm going to mention this to celebrate Chinese New Year's and the launch of our new tech profiles. We're doing the daily drawing where you can not only get a gift card, but it's going to come in these cute little Chinese New Year's lucky red money envelopes. So make a note to yourself to write a review for the tech that you use to help other advisors find the best fit. And then for every tech review and consortia review or consortium review that you submit, you'll get a submission into the drawing. And let's see. Before we sign off, okay, let me find my Slack here. Mary and Abby let's see. Mary and Abby, can you send me over the winner? Oh, and I'm right on time. I'm so good today. Can you send me over the winner of our free report? And while they're doing that, let's see. Let's see. Dun, 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 dun. While you're doing that, I want to say to all of you, thank you so much for participating and keeping me company. It is greatly appreciated. And then I am not seeing anything come through, which was probably due to me doing this last minute. So we will pick somebody. So congrats to blank. I'll leave you all in suspense. But we will go ahead and send you an email, and then we'll get your address and send you, or not your address, I'm sorry. Go ahead and send an email over to Mary at Host Agency Reviews. And nope, she's going to send you the email, and then she'll give you a promo code for the free report for whoever that lucky winner is. Yeah, I don't think that's the winner. So let's go ahead and give me a second because I am not very talented here and I have to close out my screen. All right. And then I have to bring up, oh my God, I'm 3 minutes ahead of time, which I think has never happened. Rita, I just want to call that out to you in case you're interested. All right. So let's see. We're going to bring Shayna back on screen. Hey, Shayna.
Hi. Coming back.
Coming back.
Okay. I don't think I can hear anything.
Oh, you can't hear anything? Oh. Well, I can hear you, so.
Oh, that's good. Okay, that's all that matters. As long as you can all hear me.
Yes.
So thank you for that. I have actually been sitting on the floor with her dogs cuddled on top of me listening to the keynote. So that's kind of the perfect way to listen to a keynote, in my opinion.
Exactly.
Yeah. So here's the rundown for the Meet the Consortia segment, which is what we're coming into next. So these consortia interviews are key as you also search for a host because 99.97% of hosts belong to a consortium. So I said all of
Very exact. Very exact.
Yes, that was your number. So I like it. So through your host, you'll gain access to many of their consortium's tools and programs. So it's worth understanding what sets each consortium apart.
Yeah.
And whether there's one you'd especially like to align with. So while there are hundreds of host agencies out there, the consortia playing field is much smaller. There are only a handful of consortia in the North American travel agency market. So if you're listening and you already belong to a consortium, either directly or through your host, we'd love for you to take a moment right now to write them a glowing review because your feedback helps us. You win things. It also helps other advisors make the best decision for their businesses as well. We've already seen a few come in this morning, which has been fantastic.
Yeah.
All right. So it's time to do our first consortium interview of the year. So we will have many Virtuoso host agency interviews throughout this week, but it is noteworthy that today's hosts are all members of Virtuoso. So if you're not familiar with what a consortium is, the HAR team will drop a handy article explaining it in the comments for you. And if you think Host Week is going to be exhausting and you're considering Virtuoso, we should warn you about Virtuoso Travel Week. I tell you from personal experience, having attended numerous times, that you should consider Host Week like a training race for Virtuoso Travel Week. It is pretty incredible. It's busy. It is full of incredible content and most importantly, incredible people.
And people dress nicer.
Oh yeah. Black tie.
This is fancy for me, but
This is
Next
fancy
level.
for me. If you could feel the shirt right now, it's lovely. So let me tell you a little bit about Virtuoso before we start their video. So they opened their doors in 1951, and they currently have 1,043 agencies around the world. Yeah, around the world too, that align with their brand and are members. So one of the things to note are that Virtuoso is also a consumer-facing brand, and the sales threshold to join them as a direct member is quite a bit bigger, so a lot higher than some other consortia, requiring $2 million in cumulative sales.
Yeah.
So, all right, friends, it's time to turn it over and hear more about Virtuoso.
Greetings, it's Mary Stein with Host Agency Reviews, and we are having our next consortium interview. And I am sitting with Stacey Kerstner. Stacey is the Member Development Director with Virtuoso. Hey, Stacey, how are you doing today?
Hi, Mary. Thank you so much for your time. I'm super excited to be chatting with you today.
Me too. So are you ready to dig right into the questions?
I think I am.
I know you are, Stacey. So our first question is to tell us a success story about an advisor and how you help them grow.
Great. So that's a good one. So since we have so many amazing success stories within the network, it's really hard for us to pick and choose just one, especially out of all of the fairness for all of our advisors and host agencies and network. But I did want to really chat a little bit about each year we have a Rising Star Award. And this award is actually awarded each year at Virtuoso Travel Week, which I will chat a little bit more in the next question. But the Rising Star Award actually recognizes the outstanding achievements of a new to industry Virtuoso travel advisor. It's really based on the engagement, production with the overall Virtuoso network. So I like to chat about that because the last few years, that award has actually been won by advisors that were within a Virtuoso host agency. So we feel that these advisors are awarded this award because by choosing to join a Virtuoso host agency, they're able to be equipped with really all and have access to all of the products and services within the network that provide them the support to be able to be successful. The Virtuoso network access provides really a clear path to success, and it's really proven over and over again to be successful to help increase sales. So we really feel that, by them having the support of their host agency and all of the products and services we're able to provide, it really helps them be successful.
Awesome. I love the idea of recognizing new advisors and, just the way that all those support and resources trickle down to the individual advisor. That's great. Thanks, Stacey.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Our next question is, so independent contractors, they have different needs than your direct agency members. So what are 3 examples of support that Virtuoso has in place to help the hosted advisor grow?
Yeah, absolutely. So we have a ton of support available. I like to actually first start with our Virtuoso's mission statement. Our mission statement is utilize the network to increase the compensation and fulfillment of the frontline travel consultant. That is what we do. That is our mission for each of our members, all of our advisors. So we specifically, first of all, call out the frontline travel consultant, which sits within the advisors within host agencies. Our 3 support lines that I would like to highlight, number 1, our marketing. So Virtuoso being a luxury-focused consortia, it's really all we focused on at least the last 40 years in business. All of our marketing tools that span print, online, social media, they're all designed for the luxury customer. And then it's also down to advisor personalization. You can actually cater your own marketing plan. We have an annual calendar that we put out each year that you can really pick and choose how you want to market your business specifically. So I think that's very important to make sure that you're attracting the right customers, you have access to the right marketing, so that way you can grow your own business. So that's the first one. Second one is our events. So we have a global events team that puts together events really throughout the world. Our events actually provide the value insights, human connection, which is so important in our industry. And then you're also able to build relationships with our partners within those events. Our biggest event, which I mentioned prior, a Virtuoso Travel Week, just to put into a little bit of a perspective of that size. So it is the largest luxury travel industry event in our industry. We had last year over 5,000 advisors, partners really come together. And what we do is it's number one, human connection, building those relationships, making sure that we also have a lot of professional development resources there, just a way to kind of come together, keep our swords sharp as we, in this industry, very knowledgeable, and we just kind of keep everybody together and staying focused. And it's a really big, energy booster each year. And all of our events really are catered to that. It's the education, it's the learning, it's the tools to be successful. And then the last one, which kind of ties in a little bit to our events, is our professional development. So we've all really heard the phrase, knowledge is power, and it really is a huge focus in our robust professional development program that we have. Thinking about it, we have over 700 courses available at your fingertips. And then we have webinars, we have curricula on sales, we have marketing tips, just really a way to kind of incorporate these skills into your business. I have some stats here in front of me that I'll read off. So just taking a look at 2024, which gives a pretty good highlight on how important our travel academy was. So we actually had almost 9,000 advisors go into our academy and take our courses. That's more than half of the advisors that we currently have in our network. 90,000 courses were taken. So when you look at that on average, 10 per advisor, 62% of them were true product training. So with our preferred partners and keeping that there, 38% were professional development, which is great to see. You're kind of going in thinking outside of, preferred partners, but what you can actually truly do to really help build and grow your business. And which I think ties in nicely with host agency. Host agency is 54% of them were ICs. So independent contractors that were taken to our travel academy to really try to learn a little bit more and keep themselves, their skill sets up high to be successful.
Well, you're after my nerdy heart with that data, Stacey. I love that. It really kind of shows the successes and kind of exemplifies the fact that the IC is at the root of the mission for Virtuoso.
Yeah, and one thing I also like to chat about too is our network and within our community here is we do so much time and effort into data and research. So we have a really strong data and insights team. They take a look at the high affluent traveler and the ultra high affluent traveler, where they're traveling, what they're wanting to do, and really incorporating those courses, not only online, but into our events. We have a whole day of professional development at our travel week, and then also within our events throughout the world in our smaller, more intimate events settings. So it's really important to us that you stay knowledgeable and we're providing that information for you to be successful too.
Like you said, knowledge is power, and data is a part of that.
It is, absolutely.
Well, for the third question, Stacey, how does the Virtuoso brand promote consumer recognition for your travel advisors?
Yes, absolutely. So that was an interesting question, especially from the Consortia side. So Virtuoso as a whole has, I mentioned before, synonymous with luxury leisure travel for over 40 years. And I believe we're actually really the only consumer-facing consortia brand in the industry. So you really can't mention Virtuoso without giving credit to all of the amazing partners and members which make up the network. When going to our consumer-facing website, thevirtuoso.com, what really helps from an advisor standpoint is, number one, it inspires, it educates, it gives information for the customer that might go on there. Most importantly, lead gen. So they go onto the Virtuoso website, they'd find a travel advisor within their local region that they can connect with and hopefully, build a good relationship with. It also offers, from a travel advisor standpoint, a hotel booking tool, which everyone really loves. So not only is it a hotel booking tool, it actually gives the customer access to our extensive property listing while ensuring that the travel advisor stays connected to the transaction. So each individual advisor within Virtuoso has their own white label website, which they can tag onto the booking tool. So their customers can go on, make a booking, and it will, be tagged right to them, and they can actually service that booking. So that's a huge one from a consumer recognition point. Prior, I'd say, I've been with Virtuoso 2 years, and right when I first started, we had just launched the So Virtuoso campaign. So that was really exciting for us because it was really the first time that we really put our brand right in front of the customer. We were very targeted in that. So we were making sure that we were getting in front of the ultra high net worth, and then really drawing those leads back to virtuoso.com and then in sense back to the Virtuoso advisor, and, that they would pick and choose our preferred partners and suppliers. So it's a nice little round circle that we have going on there. When we launched that, we were very direct in marketing. So we had some specific marketing pieces, digital, social media, ad placements. It just was really a way to reach out to millions of travelers within the luxury leisure space, which helped broaden that interest back to our network and our advisors to close those sales.
All roads lead to the advisor.
Absolutely.
So next question, Stacey, we're gonna kind of look into the crystal ball. And what excites you the most about the growth of the host industry, and where do you see it going?
Absolutely. So this has been a really exciting topic. I would say probably the last 10 years or so. So I've been in the industry almost 16. But when you look back at how much growth has been in the host space the last 10, even in the last 5, it's been huge. So, the host agencies, of course, provide an excellent support system and area to step into the market, to step into the industry, to grow your business. And not only that, maintain and support that book of business as you grow within your career. What we're seeing on our side, some Virtuoso stats I have here, the demand for travel experts has really only been on the rise and has yet to take to the skies where that, I don't know if there's really a limit. There isn't. So year to date, what we're looking at for sales, the sales for 2024 surpassed 2023 by 14%. So that right there is showing there's a need for more travel advisors. When we look at our stats, looking into 2025 and 2026, it is a 211% increase over prior years. So there's that need for travel advisors in that market to be able to support and help grow and nourish that business need. As we just wrapped up our festive season with our holidays, when we compared 2023 to 2024, there was a 40% increase in that. So there is that need for that travel advisor to support that market. Virtuoso has seen there is a 76% increase in consumers seeking out travel advisors. So for the host space, that is so exciting. We actually have 38% of that being millennials and Gen Z. So they want that support. We all know time is money. We want to go to the professionals. We do that every day in our daily life. I could cut my own hair, but I go to a hair salon to make sure that it's done right. And, I can manage my own finances, but might not be the best thing when I incorporate a financial advisor. So, that's where I think travel has really surpassed things. And in the host space, that's so exciting. Travel advisors provide that valuable expertise and validation to make sure that they're booking the right trip and having the right idea in mind and really creating that amazing experience. So this healthy sales trend is really going to match up nicely with the growth for the host agency space. It's one area I think in the industry as a whole that has been such a huge focus for all partners, all industry leads. You see a lot of companies having sales managers, directors just focusing on the host space because it's such a unique and special area for our industry, for all of our advisors that are looking to join and start their travel career and continue it as well.
Yeah, it's like the pie is getting bigger and the piece of the pie for hosted advisors are getting bigger too.
Absolutely. It's there. I've always said there's plenty of business to go around in this industry, which is just really successful.
Well, the grand finale, drum roll please, our last question, Stacey, is all about karaoke. If you were to serenade your advisor network with a karaoke song, what would it be? And feel free to sing a verse.
Perfect. So I was like, I don't know if anybody wants me to hear me sing. I'll try. I did have a little verse expert just to kind of, give a little idea. But so this is a great question. So when I, got the questions a couple weeks ago to look into, we were actually at a meeting in France. There was a big ILTM. So it's an International Luxury Travel Expo. We were all there. So we had a little bit of a team powwow about it and chatted through. Our VP, Cheryl, said, why don't we ask Matthew, our CEO? He's there. We have his ear. We all had ideas. I mean, Virtuoso has our own song. We thought he's going to go that route. I walked up to him and I said, Matthew, if you were to serenade our network, what song would you choose? Automatically, he said, I Won't Back Down by Tom Petty. I was like, we had all these, but you know what? Just to read some verses, it says, well, I know what's right. We got one life in a world that keeps on pushing me around, but I'll stand my ground and I won't back down. I won't back down. Exactly. So I was like, especially coming from Matthew, number one, he has been such an advocate for the travel advisor community. In a world where advisors at times do feel pushed around with this one precious life. We're all about advocacy here at Virtuoso. The travel advisor profession, as it's very exciting, and we all know it's not an easy one. You have to be nimble, you have to be tenacious, and you just have to really stand your ground and continue to persevere through all of the challenges. One of the most important ways to ensure that you have this support is selecting a host agency that and a partner with a consortia to make sure that you have the tools and the support that really allows you to create your own path, because I think that's really important. Virtuoso is always keeping our advisors the forefront in the travel industry. Anytime you see, our PR, our VP of PR is on the Today Show a couple times a year chatting about travel trends and the importance of booking through a travel advisor, and just really making sure that travel professional is staying in the forefront of everybody's minds as they're looking to book their trip. In almost every aspect of life, as I mentioned, we always turn to professionals. So it's so important that we do that when our customers are looking to book their travel. The Virtuoso network travelers not only have access to amazing advisors, amazing partners, but they also get exclusive savings, free upgrades, personalized amenities, and also gain that access to the concierge services and just a peace of mind at knowing that they have that travel advisor to go back to should they need anything. So, we really do pride ourselves to be best in network, best in industry, and all thanks to our amazing members and partners, we continue to not back down in our industry of challenges, because it is, there's always changes. We have to be flexible, and we just have to not let them back us down and stay diligent in, everything that we need to do to be here, to be successful.
Oh, well, thank you so much, Stacey. Unfortunately, that's our time. I do need to back down for this interview. I'm going to have to study in my head for the rest of the day. I'll pop in Virtuoso's link in the thread and they can come check you out. And thank you so much for chatting with us today, Stacey, to learn all about Virtuoso.
Amazing. Thank you so much.
Bye.
Well, thank you, Stacey. We love the song choice. Solid.
Yeah,
for sure.
Very solid.
Yeah. If you are just jumping on, welcome to Host Week. This is the week where we celebrate hosted advisors in the industry that supports them. We're so glad you're here. Now, those of you that are tuning in live and you feel like I've been watching the comments here and you're feeling like the comments are not matching the conversation that you're listening to. So there's two things you can do. One, you can go hover to the bottom of the screen on YouTube, and there's to the right of where the sound is, there's the live button. Click that and it'll bring you to the live version. Or you can scroll, there's the red bar where it's showing you where it's being played. Scroll it all to the right and that will bring you to the live stream. So I am Steph Lee, if we have not met. I am one of the MCs for this week. I am also the person that missed, if you were on the keynote, I missed the 10 desperate Slack messages Abby was sending me with the winner of the free report at the end of the keynote. So she was sending it to me. I just totally missed it. So a big congrats, Jennifer Lynchy. You won the free report. If you wouldn't mind going ahead and emailing Mary at hostagencyreviews.com, she can send you over the promo code because she's way more on top of life than I am. Next up is going to be our Get to Know a Host section. But before we break into that, I want to do our first Comfort Class giveaway to one lucky host. So on the site, we have over 240 profiles. And the goal has always been for us to allow travel advisors to be able to find the best host agency, whoever that might be. Now, a profile on our site is free. Everyone is listed for free. And then hosts, if they're looking for more exposure, they can upgrade. And I remember when I was at my parents' host agency, when we first started out, we didn't have a huge budget. And so as part of our Host Week celebration, we give away a Comfort Class advertising package every year to one lucky host that has entered our contest. And this year, our winner is Scott Weisemont with Rainbow Getaway. So a big congrats to you, Scott. And hey, Scott!
Yay!
Okay.
Hi, everyone.
Oh my God, your camera looks so great. I know Juan is behind the screens here saying, wow, that looks really good. Great job, Scott. Well,
Credit to LG.
we thought we'd ask you to, one, tell us a little bit about your host agency. And then, of course, those that don't know, our fun question we ask every year is our favorite part. And this year is the karaoke song, as you heard from Stacey. But Scott, tell us, take a few minutes and tell us a little bit about Rainbow Getaways.
Yeah, no, thank you so much. It's such an honor to win this comfort package. Rainbow Getaways, we are a small boutique agency that focuses on the LGBTQ community. For our clients and advisors, we work with everyone that is comfortable working with us, that is allies, people in the community, to really customize vacations that fit their unique needs of travel, whether that's doing a maintenance trip on a cruise or sending them on a once-in-a-lifetime trip to Antarctica. We are able to help them accomplish everything. And for the advisors that we work with new advisors that are just to the industry, as well as bringing people that are experienced in to help everyone with personalized mentoring. And we're a member of Ensemble, so that provides access to air desks, amenities, and all the other programs that they offer for us.
Well, that's fantastic. Do you have more to say? Please feel free if you do.
No, I was going to just segue into my joke about karaoke, because there's not enough drinks at 2:18 p.m. for me to really sing to y'all.
Oh, Scott, you're killing us.
I'm still on water.
Fine.
But Bohemian Rhapsody is what we would be singing.
Oh, you're breaking my heart. That would have been so beautiful.
So funny enough, I drove from Phoenix to Tucson yesterday, and Bohemian Rhapsody came on about halfway through, and I belted it out and put the windows down. So I love that you just chose that.
Yeah. Every time it's on, you got to turn the volume up. You got to just sing along. It is probably the best song for karaoke. Gets the entire bar or room or group going.
Yeah. Okay. So quick question. Tell us why you chose Bohemian Rhapsody for those that aren't familiar with it, which I hope is no one.
Well, I hope everyone's familiar with it. If not, go Google it. I love the beat. I love the song. It's so energizing just to get into it. And yeah, you can't have a bad day when you're singing Bohemian Rhapsody.
It's true. One thing I also wanted to mention, was it last year that you did an EduSpot? Okay, so Abby, Mary, if you wouldn't mind linking to Scott's EduSpot from last year. He did a great LGBTQ EduSpot for those that are looking to learn more about it and see like if you wanted to service that community and figuring out things that you should be aware of. So we'll drop that in there. We'll also drop a link to Rainbow Getaway's profile on the site if people are interested. But congrats so much, Scott. We're so happy to be able to work with you this year in closer proximity.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you again so much, and enjoy the rest of Host Week, everyone.
Thank you.
Bye.
All right, so what's the deal with our Meet the Host segments? This is where, this year we did something a little different. We have the team from ASTA, which is the American Society of Travel Advisors. There's also some HAR teams sprinkled in throughout the week, but they sit down, they're asking the host agencies different questions about their programs, their cultures, and of course, as we mentioned before, the fun question, which is our karaoke question. And it is an amazing way to hear from 34 different host agencies, all from the comfort of your very own office. So please interact in the comments, say hi, ask your questions. If you're with the host agencies, I know that for prospective advisors, they would love to hear about your experience. Please feel free to share that. If you are friends with the speakers, don't be afraid to show them some love. Use those heart emojis freely because I love to. And then the host agencies teams will be in the comments during their interviews, so they'll be able to answer your questions right away. And then similar to our consortia interviews that we just finished, we ask every host agency the same questions. So some are going to be like kind of stereotypical questions that help you learn more about their programs. And then in HAR fashion, we have the fun question as well. So
welcome back to Host Week, here with Host Aids Review.
Sorry, that was me. I stopped and I screwed up Swan. So we're going to start off the Meet the Host segment today with Pickles Travel Network, or I'm sorry, PTN Network. PTN Travel, they just rebranded. And we've got 6 more hosts after that. And a reminder that these are all Virtuoso host agencies. So if you're not familiar with that Virtuoso as a consortium, rewind and you can hear from Stacey. But today's lineup, we have PTN Travel. We have, next up after that is 1,000 Mile Travel Group. Following them, we have Montecito Village Travel. Fora will kick it off after that, followed by Uniglobe Travel Center. And then Brownell is going to get some words in. And then finally, we will have the Travel Society. So let us not wait any longer. Let's jump in, hear what Mike and Stephanie have to say.
Welcome back to Host Week, here with Host Aids Reviews, Mike Schottey of ASTA, Senior Director of Marketing, and I'm here with Stephanie Pickles from Pickles Travel Network, but that might actually be changing. Stephanie, what are you most excited for your network in the upcoming year?
Well, Michael, we are having a little bit of a branding change, so it's pretty exciting for us over here. We are now, which we already use this anyway, we always say, once you're in our network, everybody calls us PTN. So we decided to go ahead and go with that. So we're now going to be called PTN Travel. So we are very excited about that. I'm also excited about how we are, since we've grown and we're really, we're getting on a few years now since we were a new network. We're doing a lot more opportunities for connection and growth with our agents. We are launching a new training programs and new curated events for our agents. We're focusing on helping the advisors to, create fulfilling and sustainable careers. So it's been very exciting new year. Every year seems to be a little bit more exciting and see what's going to happen in PTN. So, yeah.
Starting a business and working from home can be isolating, as both of us know. So how are some of those things that you just talked about? How do you build and foster community within your network?
So we do a lot of that, and I think we do a pretty good job with it. We do regular virtual meetups and mentorship programs for collaboration. We provide a dedicated online platform for sharing insights and celebrating wins, which I think is very important to do. We offer opportunities for in-person connection through events, and we emphasize building a supportive network where advisors feel seen and connected.
All important things that also go to my next question as well, because a lot of travel advisors start to feel burnout, whether it's because they reached a certain level of sales or they get a certain level of busy. And what kind of resources and support do you offer at the new PTN Travel to help overcome that obstacle?
Well, burnout is a real challenge, and we like to approach it holistically. At PTN, we focus on providing tools for efficiency, such as supplier training and workflow optimization. We also emphasize self-care and balance by offering resources with a mindset coach and time management strategies, which I think is unlike a lot of places that do that. We think that's very important. And more importantly, we foster a supportive community where advisors can share challenges and find encouragement. And our goal is to help advisors scale their businesses sustainably without compromising, their well-being.
What is one daily practice you'd encourage advisors, or really anyone listening? What would you help them to do daily to engage and help grow their business?
I think it's very important to prioritize and make intentional relationships and build those relationships every day. And for advisors, that could mean, 10 to 15 minutes, connecting with a client or an industry partner, sending like a thoughtful email or engaging on social media and following up on a past conversation, just those kind of things. But small, consistent actions build trust and loyalty, and it's key to a long-term success.
The marketer in me loves that answer, so we will take that. But also the karaoke singer in me is intrigued by something. If you could sing or serenade your entire agency network with just one song, whether it's inspirational or just some message you want them to hear, or just whatever your current karaoke song of choice might be, what would that song be?
Well, I like this one this year. I know we do some fun. We did food last year, but I'm a big Queen fan, and so I said "Don't Stop Me Now" by Queen, which I love. I think it's energetic and joyful, and it's perfectly capturing the passion and drive I feel that we do. And the lyrics are inspiringly positive, and it aligns with, I think, our leadership and our PTN's culture. So I think, it brings everybody together, and everybody loves to join in.
So I'm also a big Queen fan, and I know that I can never do Freddie Mercury justice, but we are giving out.
I think I can in the car.
We are giving out bonus points if you can do just a short snippet of "Don't Stop Me Now." That'll give you some bonus points.
Oh my gosh! Don't stop me now. We're having a good time.
We're having a ball. There we go. All right, now. I do know that you guys have a host agency special that you're working with, or a host agency week special that you're working with this week. So let us hear all about it.
We're offering, during this week, we're offering 1 month free. And our monthly subscription is for Travefy and Xeon, which are, our CRMs and everything. So that's a really great deal to have 1 month free. And so we'd like to share that with you all.
Absolutely, and I know we'll put the details on the bottom of the screen. And Stephanie, I want to thank you so much. We are having such a good time, but I do have to let you go and let you get on with the rest of your day.
Thanks, Michael. I appreciate it.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Oh, Stephanie, I love it. Picking such a classic and then breaking out to sing the Queen song. So perfect as our opening host agency. Yeah. Well, and thank you for your generous special. We appreciate you participating in the Host Week specials. And if this is the first that you have heard of our specials, they will not be the last, first of all, but you're in for a treat, because I just heard from Mary. We not only have 50 specials, which is what we said earlier today, we have 60 specials that are exclusive to Host Week registrants. So make sure that you are registered. And the specials range from host agencies to consortias to virtual assistants, to travel technology. So make sure to take a peek. It's worth mentioning ASTA also has a special. They were so great partnering with us on these interviews. So big thank you to them. And we do have some last minute deals that come in. So even if you have checked through the specials already, it's worth scrolling through them again. Other things to mention about our specials are a lot of them will end a week or two after host week, but some do expire at the end of host week. So make sure to check that expiration date if it's something you want to take advantage of. Now, next up, we have 1,000 Mile Travel Group, which I'm really excited about because last year when you might remember this from host week last year, but when I was driving from Minneapolis down to Texas, we were lost in Omaha somewhere in the middle of the night. And there was not a lot of tall buildings around. And suddenly there was this one building and I was like, is that the CTM logo? Like corporate travel management? And I was like, this is crazy. It was their headquarters. It's like I have a magnet for host agencies. I just know where they are.
You knew.
Yeah. When you know, you know.
Yeah.
So anyhow, CTM is the parent company of 1,000 Mile Travel Group, if you were not aware. So enough of my tangent. I'm going to pass the baton over to Jaclyn and 1,000 Miles Travel Group's founder, Nicola.
Hi there, this is Jaclyn with ASTA. Welcome to Host Week session with Nick Veltman. She's the founder and CEO of 1,000 Mile Travel Group. Hi, Nick. Thanks for joining us today. Of course, we have a couple questions for you, so we'll get right to it. So tell me what you are most excited about for your network in the upcoming year, 2025.
Thanks so much for the question, Jackie. Well, believe it or not, 1,000 MTG celebrates turning 10 in February. So it's our 10th birthday. Yeah, so a lot's happened in the 10 years, if I can say that. So we're really excited about that and celebrating turning 10. A couple of other things we're excited about for 2025. We are a very big innovation company and like to be able to help our people and also people outside of our company and the industry capitalize on their time and make sure that they're able to service their clients to the best of their ability. So we're looking forward to helping more agencies via our new tool called 1000 Access, which is an online booking tool for the travel advisor. And then finally, yeah, it is really cool. We're excited about that. And finally, we're also looking forward to launching the corporate side of our host agency in the US. That exists already in Australia and the UK. So this will definitely be a game changer, bringing this into the US market.
Sounds like a big year in general. So 10-year plus some new tools and all that. Very good. Awesome. And I know this, I've said this on other interviews, but starting a business, working from home can be very isolating. So how do you build and foster a community and just kind of feel good stuff amongst your IC network?
Yeah, that's a great question, Jackie. Look, one of our core values is connect. So it's been part of our culture and ethos since the beginning and really is integrated in everything we do. Also, like, as you say, very aware of what that feeling is like to work from home and particularly, whether that's by yourself. So what we do is we hold like a number of virtual events, which include, but not limited to, our town halls, peer-to-peer sessions and product training. Our account manager team also hold business planning sessions with our ICs. We also help to connect the dots a lot within our community, which means some of the things that we do are pair travel advisors up together to buddy, being able to work together, mentor, like a more existing travel advisor or business owner to help mentor one coming into the industry. And then there are face-to-face events as well. So what we have in these, we do quite a lot. One is our annual conference, which is in May next year. We have a Sail into Knowledge, which is more of an educational, which is held for our network. And then we do mix and mingles throughout the country as well. So these are all face-to-face with our network and our travel advisors. So we pride ourselves on that. Even if you work alone, you never are alone. So you're part of a bigger and wider community and a family, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it sounds like it. That's awesome. That's awesome. And what about burnout? So a lot of advisors tend to feel burnt out maybe once they reach maybe a certain number of years in the industry or level of sales. And so what are some of the resources or support that you offer to help them overcome that?
Yeah, absolutely, Jackie. So one of the reasons we started 1000 MTG in the first place was because my co-founder, Ben Ross, had the exact same experience with burnout. So due to this, it was important for us to introduce the right kind of technology, processes and systems to help support our network to ensure they can continue to grow at the level that they want. So in our eyes, there's no glass ceiling. We sit with you, we understand your goals, what you want to achieve, and then can coach and mentor to help by introducing new products, platforms, technology, automation, AI to help with sales growth whilst providing more time back into our travel advisors' day.
Very cool. Very cool. This is always a favorite of mine. So what is one daily practice that you encourage your advisors to engage in that'll help them grow their business?
Yeah, again, great question. My belief is be consistent in everything you do. You know, and when I say, you know, when we talk about consistency, it doesn't mean that you need to do something every single day, but choose what it is, when you're going to do it, and how often you're going to do it. And consistency is important. I believe that by doing that, you're creating a structure for yourself. Your audience also, you know, if you're looking for prospect clients and things like that, you know, you're constantly touching them, adding value to them, and, you know, making sure that you're not just going in with the sale, if that makes sense. But you do need to, importantly, ask for the sale. So once you've added in that value, you've created that level of consistency and kind of like that cycle, it's important at the end of the day to ask for the sale, because if you don't ask, you don't know, and you don't always get. So it's probably been one of my big lessons over the years.
Yeah, I think that's great. That was a good question, but the fun one is the karaoke question. So if you were going to serenade your agency network with a karaoke song, what would it be? And have you actually ever sang it to them? It's a follow-up question.
I love it. Look, this is a funny one because I really can't sing at all. I'm the one that will always be the support act and everything at karaoke, but I'm never the lead, and so forth. So look, I think if I were to choose a song, it would be Great Balls of Fire, which is an oldie, but it's a goodie, and it's got a few meanings to it. I guess the reason why is because my dad, he was my mentor, he was an entrepreneur, and really inspired me to really do what I do. That was his karaoke song. He could sing. So whenever I hear that song, it makes me think of him. But, you know, I think also, you know, for my team, it's about, you know, it's the passion, it's the fire and everything, and, you know, really believing in what you do. So
well, lighting a fire under them a little bit.
Exactly. Yeah.
And then I'm sure everybody's waiting for this one. So tell us about your Host Week special. This will also be posted with her, but of course, tell us about it a little bit more in depth.
Yeah, absolutely. So usually if you are looking to enroll with 1000 Mile Travel Group with your business as a travel advisor, our startup fee is $500. But for those that are registered with Host Agency Week for the special, it will be reduced down to $100.
Very good. Very good. That's awesome. I think that's it. I appreciate your time. Thanks so much for coming on, and we'll see you soon.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thanks.
Well, thank you so much, Nicola. And that song choice really just fired me up.
Great Balls on Fire, for sure.
Right? As did your host special. That is, thank you. That's just so fantastic. Okay, so before we get into the next host, we want to remind any new advisors that this afternoon, our very own Mary and Steph, this one right here, will be doing a session on HAR's 7-day setup accelerator course, which is an online course that walks you through setting up your agency. You can go ahead and put a placeholder on your calendar for 4:10 Central Time today to catch more on it, or you can check out this landing page, which we'll drop a link to in the comments. I just did the course last week, and I have to tell you, it's full of so much information, organized in a simple format, and it just felt so personal and fun. And not so shockingly to people who know me, the tax section was my favorite. So
that's the first I have ever heard that.
It is my background, so and I own that. Okay, for some better news, up next is Montecito Village Travel, who is located in Santa Barbara, California, you guessed it, Montecito Village. They opened their doors in 1972 and currently have 550 advisors with their annual network sales totaling over 400 million. So we have Connie Miller repping Montecito Village today, so let's hear what she has to say.
Hello, and thank you. Happy to be back. I am Pam Bonin, Director of Strategic Member Partnerships with ASTA, and I'm thrilled to be a part of Host Agency Review's 2025 Host Week. I'm here with Connie Miller. She is the Chief Relationship Officer for Montecito Village Travel. Hi, Connie.
Hi, Pam. Good to see you.
Yes. Connie, you are the star of the show today, you and Montecito Village Travel for the next 15 minutes. So let's dive into those questions. We are really looking forward to learning as much as we can about your host agency.
Great.
Perfect. What are you most excited about for your network in the upcoming year?
Oh my gosh, we have so many things rolling out. I'm excited about each and every one of them. I hate to say it. One of the things we are doing is expanding our advisor intranet, YTC 360. This is available to our advisors at no cost. It has search features for suppliers. It hosts just all the information any advisor might want. And what we're doing is continuing to expand that so it does more and more of the jobs that advisors find tedious and time consuming. Another thing we're doing is there's a new reiteration for Book YTC, which is our online booking engine. So Book YTC is used for advisors to make airline reservations and to make car reservations and hotel reservations. And we have tied all of our preferred status with the various hotels within that program. And then we do have commission on air on a lot of routes anyway. So what will happen in the past, it was a percentage. Now it's actually going to show the estimated dollar amount of the commission on that ticket. And advisors will also be able to create profiles for routine travelers and just do a lot more with Book YTC. So we're really, really excited about that. And then another thing that's getting a lot of fanfare with our advisors is we are rolling out our hotel club. With our hotel club, what we've done is taken a large selection of luxury hotels primarily and added additional benefits, above and beyond what Virtuoso and their standard programs might have. And then most of the commissions will be at 15% in the hotel club. So we're rolling that out first quarter of 25. Don't even know what year it is. Then, of course, we've got our annual conference. Advisors in Bloom, it's called, and that's because we will be in Washington, D.C. during cherry blossom time. And this conference has always been kind of a star. We have advisors who say it's the highlight of their year. They get to network with other advisors. They get to learn about things that are important in their industry. They get to make connections with fantastic suppliers. And this year we are adding something that is really unique for us anyway, is we have a hotel showcase. So on Sunday morning, the day 3 of our conference, advisors will be able to select 13 of 45 different hoteliers and have 10-minute conversations with them. So it's a match program, but they get to make the selection. So we're really excited about that. Other things we're doing, we have our President's Club, and we're doing some additional benefits for them. And then, of course, a highlight of every year is our reserve trips. This year, we're going to Africa, Australia, Portugal, and Costa Rica.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, these are wonderful trips. We keep them small and intimate. They always are led by one of the management teams. So advisors that go on these trips really get to know the management team, but also get to brainstorm and create activities for their program. So that's just a few of the things we're doing. We're doing a lot.
Just a few. That seems like a lot. I love it, Connie. I mean, technology, hotels, building your community, adding support. That's a lot to be excited about for 25.
Yeah.
That's great. That's good. So we've got a couple of serious questions, or they feel a little serious, but starting a business and working from home can sometimes be a little bit isolating, and that's the report that we get. So how do you build and foster community among your IC network? And you touched a little bit on it, but I'd love to hear a little bit, expand upon that a bit.
Well, I think community initially starts with having a good relationship with our staff, because relationships are key in any business. So, our tagline is big enough to matter, small enough to care. So throughout the orientation process, throughout the onboarding process, they will be connected with all of their support people. Now, the advantage to this is our support people know all of the other advisors in the area, right, within our community. So if somebody says, I want to build a business and I want to do X, Y, Z, we can immediately connect them with somebody we know who's doing really well in that area. And then they will collaborate. So it's really important that they get to know us, because we can help them and direct them to other advisors like them, right? Some of the other things we do is we really try to get them involved in our advisor forums. These advisor forums are well received. Questions can be asked and answered, and people get to know each other through that. It's really kind of interesting. The annual conference, I really recommend that all of our new to MBT advisors attend that early on, because here's where you really have those interesting conversations. Robin, our president, always says the best conversations are those that when you're waiting in line for the restrooms. You strike up a conversation with somebody and, well, I'm doing this and I need to do this, and what have you found here? And, that really helps not only grow your business, but make connections with like-minded people. We also have our quarterly mixers, which are online events. Those are very well attended. Periodic Zoom meetings. For the holiday season, we did a crazy sweater with lots of Zoom call with lots of prizes, and we used Slido, and Stump Chris is basically what it was. He came up with the questions, and they were very difficult, so a lot of fun. And afterwards, it's kind of interesting, because we'll always get a lot of emails saying, oh, it's so good to see you, and then it spurs communication, and that's what it's all about. I mentioned our reserve trips. That's really crazy, great way to connect with the organization. Yeah. President's Club, top producers trips, and then, connections through associations. We really encourage people to join ASTA and attend the ASTA events. And of course, we're a Virtuoso agency, so the Virtuoso events as well. And whenever we are at an ASTA function, we do a gathering of all of our people that are there. So we do our best to make sure there is access to everybody within the organization.
Oh, I love that. And you get what you put in, right? I mean, when you are getting involved in in your resources, it'll pay in dividends. That's great. Yeah. We also hear that travel advisors start to feel some burnout as they reach certain levels of sales. So I'd love to hear your perspective on this, and what kind of resources and support do you offer to overcome this particular obstacle?
Well, one of the things we've already talked about, the expansion on our intranet for advisors, trying to provide services that automate those things. We've also created a partnership with Lucia, which is a outsourced support desk, right? They can do invoicing, they can do all different types of things like that. So we have reduced rates with them. One of the things that Matthew Upchurch always says, and I'll not say it quite right, but what we try to do is present opportunities to our advisors that enable them to automate, right, the routine, so that they can provide the sublime experiences for their travelers. So that includes the use of using AI in your workflow. In our conferences, we have experts coming in and actually discussing how AI can use, and with step by step, you don't just jump into it and automate everything, but what's the low hanging fruit? So that helps remove some of the burnout. And then we like to make travel and networking opportunities available. I am guilty of this as all get out. I feel like I don't have time to take a vacation. I don't have time to travel for myself. It's just really hard to make that work fit when you have a lot of work, and I hear that from advisors. And yet, if you can travel, that's the best reset that there is out there to reinvigorate yourself in it, and by taking care of yourself. And then I think the other thing that we try to do, and this is tough, burnout is a real thing, is we have a fostering mindset. So we are always available to surface new ideas. For example, Gail Smith and Sam Johnson came up with an internship program in UGA, right? So they are creating an internship program where the students actually get CEUs. We are helping them on our end by providing Virtuoso access to them in certain capacities, special training, and we're supporting them in that, making some deviations from our norm, just so that they can create this wonderful opportunity for hospitality students to understand what travel advisors do. And for Gail and Sam, it's a perfect way for them to foster advisors and build their team. So, but that's out of the box. That's not your standard, I do this, this, and this. It takes a little creative thinking.
Love that support. When you see something special, you're able to shift and support your advisors. That's great. That's great. What is one daily practice you'd encourage your advisors to engage in to be able to grow their business?
This is something I need to follow as well. I do it a little bit and I get really good at it and then I don't, but it is a habit and it is a practice that will help. I like to do time blocking when I'm under a crunch and I have big projects. And so I will look at my calendar and I will take my most creative time and I will do a time block. And that is, it might just be an hour. It might even just be half an hour where all I'm going to do is concentrate on the one project that I have. And that seems to work really, really well. Now, I do know clients have emergencies and that can be thrown out the window. But if that happens, move that time block to another area. And I have another good friend who does what they call their power hour. So first thing in the morning, before anything else gets in the way, they take an hour and they generally divide it up into 20-minute chunks. Okay, so we're talking 20 minutes reading the trades, skim those things, know what's going on in the industry, 20 minutes proactively reaching out to their best clients or finding ways to engage with their clients. And then the other 20 minutes is really prioritizing your day. What are your must-dos? And, and just making sure that you are aware of it as the day starts so they don't get shuffled to the back.
Love that. I love the power hour and almost doing the hard things first too.
Absolutely.
Well, I think that's something that I need to continue to work on.
When I was in college, I had a poster. You know how when you're in college you have posters. Well, I'm a dork, so I had a dorky poster, and it was a groundhog eating a dandelions. And basically the message was, eat your dandelions for breakfast. Everything else is easier, right?
Everything else becomes easy. I love that. That's awesome. Okay, we're nearing the end of our interview here. I've got two more questions for you. These are the fun ones. So if you were to serenade your agency network and your advisors with a karaoke song, what song would it be?
Well, first and foremost, I will not do that to anyone, not even my worst enemies. However, I already said that I was a geek, and one of the songs that came to mind has some really powerful lyrics. And of course, it's a Disney song, but it's "We're All in This Together" high school musical. And you may not be familiar with the song. I think that we'll put a link here into the chat box so you can go to it. But there are some really, really good lyrics in it. And I'll just read some of those that stick out to me. It's together, 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 everyone. Together, together, come on, let's have some fun. Together, we're here for each other every time. Together, together, come on, let's do this right. Here and now, it's time for celebration. I finally figured it out. That all of our dreams have no limitation. That's what it's all about. Everyone is special in their own way. We make each other strong. We're not the same. We're different in a good way. Together's where we belong. So I think
it's really nice, Connie. That's really great. It's really true. And it just feels that the resources that you provide and the sense of community that you're building pulls that together really nicely. So that's perfect. That's perfect. One day we'll get you up on stage to karaoke that.
There'll have to be a few cocktails.
Okay, last question for you, Connie. Tell us about your Host Week special.
Okay, so anyone who joins Montecito Village Travel, having watched this video, will receive 6 months of Virtuoso access. Our Virtuoso access is an add-on for our agents coming in. So it's a really nice value, and especially to those agents that aren't familiar with Virtuoso, it lets them really get into it, dig into all the programs, and have access to everything. So it's a great start.
Oh, that's wonderful. That is a great start, especially because understanding your supplier network is so important, and your Virtuoso resources and your MVT resources are part. It's part of it. It's part of it. So so nice to talk to you, Connie. I'm so glad that you were able to spend some time with us for this week, and we learned a lot about. I learned more about MVT, Montecito Village Travel, which is enjoyable because I've known you for many years, Connie. This is great. So we will put a link to your website in the comments, and to all of the advisors, thank you so much for tuning in again, and we'll see you on the next host agency interview. Thanks, Connie.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Oh, thank you, Connie. We love a good Disney song, and great choice with lyrics that really just resonate. So thank you so much again. And also, Connie, we really couldn't agree with you more when you talked about joining associations. And speaking of, we want to give a huge thank you again to ASTA, so the American Society of Travel Advisors, for their support in helping with all of the host agency interviews. If you aren't familiar with ASTA, they are a national trade organization to make sure advisors are aware of any legislation that might negatively or positively affect travel agencies. So they are a great organization to join, and we've got a Host Week special for $50 off membership, so we hope that you can all take advantage of it. So before we jump into our next host, Fora, I think it's time to take a little break and to look at all of your adorable office mascots. So I know she's so excited. So if you haven't already sent over a pic of your pets, please send them to Mary at hostagencyreviews.com. Yeah, there we go. And we'll take the next few minutes to recharge with some cute pet photos. Juan's already rolling the tape, so we're good to go.
So adorable.
Just loving life right now.
I know.
Like Chandler Bing would say, could they be any cuter?
Yeah. We can. Oh, hey there. I gotta add hearts. This is still. Oh yeah. And we're back.
Yeah. I'm surprised we turned off the mic really quickly. I'm surprised Steph didn't fall out of her chair. And I mean, I love dogs, but the excitement for every single animal, pupper, cat, everyone that just appeared on the screen, yeah. And this is why we get along so well.
I know,
so
they're
good.
so adorable. Thank you for sending them in.
Yeah, we love them. Keep sending them in. Mary at hostagencyreviews.com. Okay, so without further ado, next in line, we have Fora. So Fora is a host agency based out of New York City. They started in 2021 during the pandemic. And if you can believe it, their network has already hit over 5,000 advisors. So let's see what our friends at ASTA, aka Alvin, can
it's
find.
our first Alvin.
It is our first Alvin. Don't worry, there's a lot more to come. And what he can find out for us. Shall we? Let's do it.
All right. Greetings, everyone, and welcome back. Back again. It's Alvin Adriano, Director of Education here at ASTA, and I'm just super excited to introduce our guest today, the amazing Henley Vazquez, co-founder of Fora. Hi, Henley.
Hi. Thanks so much for having me.
Yeah, it's good to see you. Well, let's get right into it. Well, I know Fora has been very, very busy lately, and I'm sure you're preparing for a big 2025. Can you tell us what you guys are super excited for this year?
Yeah, 2024 was a busy year, but we're excited about a lot of things going into 25. I mean, you being the director of education, obviously training is a really big deal for us. So just excited to be launching a lot more of that, both in person and online. And then tech, I mean, we are a community, but we're also a tech company in a lot of ways. So there's a lot of stuff that's going to be launching in our platform. So everything from itineraries, where our advisors will actually be able to generate itineraries from the bookings they make in the platform, being able to sort by price in our platform, which is actually weirdly a hard thing to build, videos on property reports, and just a lot more functionality that's going to be coming just to make the job of booking and planning a little bit easier.
That's awesome. And, this is like a renaissance for the travel industry, just because the adaptation of technology has just become so much more important these days. I think it's great that what you guys are doing, but there's always just so many new people coming from different industries and trying to find a career here in the travel industry. And no matter what, they are business owners or entrepreneurs, which, some people just don't know that they sometimes can be lonely being an entrepreneur.
Yeah.
How do you guys at Fora really create and nurture that sense of community?
Yeah, it really can be. I mean, building a business is hard work. Doing it on your own is really hard, especially when you're learning a new career and all the lingo. So we really try to encourage connection within our community. So we operate our own fam trips, where we bring a group of our advisors to different places. Some are on the smaller side. We do larger retreats, like we did a ski week last year in Aspen, where we had 40 people working with about 5 hotels in Aspen. So we really try to bring people together for that. We also have chapters in different locations. So there's a chapter leader that organizes everything from co-working days to going for a hike to meeting with the suppliers. And then Live Forum is our flagship event that we do here in New York in October. This year we had, I think, around 600 advisors and 300 suppliers. So we try to do something really big every now and then to bring everyone together, because I do think once you've met in person, the difference is you go home and sure, you're still working by yourself, but you have somebody to text, you have a group to reach out to.
That's awesome. And community is so important because we understand that the social aspect of this industry is so important, building relationships, not only with your clients, but also within the industry, with your peers. So I love the fact that you're honing on this and making sure that you're building a community within your own networks. But now on the flip side, Fora is rather new. You guys are bringing a lot of new entrants to the industry, but they are producing. You have a good number of advisors that are selling at that high level. Yeah. But even at that high level, it is still kind of challenging as well. So how do you prevent burnout? How do you guys support these successful advisors when they're growing and scaling their business?
Yeah, and what we've noticed is actually our advisors, because of the platform, are able to build their business faster than industry average, which can mean that you hit that hard part a little bit faster than you might otherwise. And that is really, again, where tech comes into play. So we actually built our platform to allow our advisors to sell more, but by doing less. So we handle their back office, all of the commissions, collections, reconciliation, the stuff that used to drive me completely bonkers and take my time away from planning for clients, because I was too focused on trying to getting paid. We do that. We also give them all of their marketing materials. And again, going back to that training piece, we have all of the trainings that we do live, which is about 20 hours every week of live training. Everything is also recorded and saved in the portal. So if you're sitting there frustrated trying to figure something out, you can log in and just watch a training really fast. Okay, a client asked me about this on a Saturday night. I don't really know exactly what to say, but I can find that. And all that, I think, just makes them able to sort of learn quicker, so they feel more empowered in their job. And office hours. Honestly, the live office hours that we do is such a nice place for people to come in and really, in kind of like a seminar style, similar to college, workshop the problems that they're having with somebody from HQ. So we host them here at HQ, as well as with other advisors. So I think all of that, it's the support, it's the technology, and then just letting them scale a little bit faster without having to do some of the heavy lifting.
That's awesome. I mean, we talk about now the efficiency or maximizing efficiency, trying to create workflows that help you gain back your time. Yeah. And then sometimes just having a sounding board, someone that you can just bounce off ideas and just get that perspective and insight. So I love that you're offering that and being able to do that for your advisors. Now, for someone like you who's probably dealt with a lot of things, wearing multiple hats. How do you cut through all the headaches, the push and pull of being an entrepreneur, and just focus on a daily practice that you would recommend for advisors to really grow and scale their business?
Yeah, I mean, I am a huge fan of the to-do list. I think it just figure out what you have to do every day, make a list, whether you're writing it down on the computer, whether you're using some software or just writing it on a piece of paper. But a checklist actually helps you feel organized, and is something I try to keep every single day. But the other piece that I really encourage our advisors to do is use our marketing materials. So the training that's happening, that's great that you're learning something, but with every single training, we give our advisors a piece of marketing they can use. So if you go and you learn about Bhutan, you can actually flex what you've learned with your network. So it's email marketing templates, it's social media templates. So something I really encourage them to do every day is when you learn something new, share that out, remind people what you're doing. I think for us as an industry to compete with the OTAs that are quite loud in terms of their ability to reach a lot of consumers, what we also have to be is loud. So every single day, remind people what your job is, what you're doing, what you've learned, where you can help them. And I think that is something that can help you grow a really smart business.
I love that. I think that's one of the things that I guess stuns advisors' growth is just their ability to articulate their value. It's even more important now with a lot of disruptors like AI. We have to be able to show our value in ways that our clients and the public understand what we bring. And so it's those relationships, those human expertise that is so important. So I love that you pointed that out. So Henley, I don't know if you've learned any new skills, but this is my favorite, the karaoke time. I don't know if you have a favorite song, but if you were to go in front of your network and sing, what would be that song that you would pick?
Well, if I were to go in front of my network and sing, they would probably turn off the webinar because I am a very terrible singer. So that would be a little embarrassing. However, after a couple of glasses of wine, it would be probably Destiny's Child, Independent Woman, because I think we are a community of entrepreneurs. Many of us are women, awesome, amazing men who are out there earning our money, building our businesses together. So yeah, Independent Woman.
That's awesome. So I'll make sure Steph has a couple glasses of wine next time so we get a couple bars and we can see Henley on the Independent Child. Let's see. Oh, before we let you go, what do you guys have a special for all the viewers that are watching out there?
We do. So you can skip the wait list. When you go in and complete your application, we do have quite a long wait list of applicants that our membership team is working through. So if you watch this, make sure that you select that you came from Host Agency Reviews, and our team actually looks for that, and they will pull you up out of the wait list and get to your application faster.
Perfect. And so all the advisors or potential advisors that are watching out there, we'll make sure to add a link to the chat so that you can connect with Fora and Henley out there. But I do want to thank Henley. Thank you so much for joining us here today at Host Week. It was such a pleasure to have you on here. We'll have to hear your rendition of Independent Woman. But again, thank you for joining us.
Well, thank you. Thanks to Host Week and also to Asta for all the amazing things you do for our industry.
Thanks, Henley. All right, this wraps us up. I'll go ahead and send it back to Steph. Thanks, guys.
Oh, hello. We are back. So thank you so much, Fora, as independent women. We're really loving your answer to the fun question. For those just tuning in, welcome. Thank you for joining us. You've landed in our Meet the Host section, where today we're hearing from Virtuoso host agencies. So by the way, if you're watching on Facebook or LinkedIn, make sure to come join the fun on Haas' YouTube channel. That's where the real party's at.
For sure. Lots and lots of talk in the comments. It's really active.
Yeah, it's been fantastic. And also just to plug again that we are doing a Host Week giveaway for those of you that write reviews for your consortium or any of the travel tech you use. We've seen so much come in already today, so thank you so much. The winners will get a $50 gift card in the gorgeous Lucky Money envelopes that Steph is modeling direct from Tucson, Arizona.
Yes, thank you. Thank you.
You can find the consortium and travel agency software lists really easily because the fantastic Mary and Abby will pop them into the comments for you shortly. Up next is our daily sponsor today and a Virtuoso agency. Shall we plug here that they're also sponsoring the coffee spot on Wednesday at 11 a.m. Central Time?
I think
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, it's already done. So let me tell you a few things about Uniglobe Travel Center. The 600-person IC agency is based out of Southern California and has annual sales of upwards of 130 million. So we bring Alvin back, and he found some time to meet up with April. Let's see what she has to say.
All right, everyone, I'm back again for another interview. It's Alvin Adriano, Director of Education for ASTA, and I have a special guest today. I'm happy to bring on April Swales, Director of Marketing and Sales for Uniglobe Travel Center. How are you doing, April?
I'm well, Alvin. How are you?
I'm doing well. It's busy. It's the new year. I know everyone's excited because there's just so much to be excited for. I mean, I know personally, but professionally, things are just going off on a great start. Can you tell a little bit more to all our viewers what Uniglobe is super excited about for 2025?
Yeah, we have hit the ground running, which we typically do, but this year is particularly special because we are fleshing out some new additions to our mentorship programs that are so popular and business development. I can't divulge too much because we're still kind of fleshing a lot of it out, but we are looking for new and exciting ways to add even more to our in-person and on-demand and virtual mentorship programs that we offer. We do a lot of continuing education on our own, in addition to what our advisors have access to through Virtuoso and ASTA and the supplier partners as well. So we're just looking for new and fresh ways to keep people on their toes.
That's amazing. I think that's so important because people connect in different ways. And the fact that you mentored mentorship, that peer-to-peer connection is so important these days, especially as travel advisors, as we are always on the road, we're always traveling and just trying to find ways to connect. But you bring up a good point. I mean, it's really tough for entrepreneurs, especially as they first start. Just getting along the lines and getting familiar with the industry and all of our nuances. At Uniglobe, how do you guys really create and nurture that sense of community for all of your advisors?
That's a great question. And I get that a lot whenever I have calls with people who are considering coming into the network. They're like, what makes you guys different?
Yeah.
And I don't know if we're just lucky or if we are just, I do think we're intentional about a lot of it. We look for people who are going to be very professional and who look to treat their business as a business from the very beginning, not kind of like that whole dreaded side gig that you hear people mention. But our people genuinely want to help each other because they know, and I think this is what we do, is we kind of set that tone, is that they know that when they share the information and everybody works together, we all win. And so we really encourage that peer-to-peer relationship with the advisors, but also we give them a lot of opportunities to connect and network with the supplier partners as well. We find our BDMs to be a fabulous resource for our advisors, and we're always looking for ways to make sure that they can connect. So we don't really have to kind of police, the Facebook group. We have a private Facebook group, and we have moderators in the group, but it's never an issue. People aren't in there arguing over stupid things. They work together, and it's very supportive. And I think too, a big thing that's important in our Facebook community is that our seasoned pros are so generous with their time and their expertise. And so that makes a huge difference as well.
I think that's so important, especially for people just coming in, just not knowing that, who to talk to or how to connect, and just being able to have a sounding board of information, because you don't know what you don't know, but you can always find someone who knows the answers. And as long as you have that network, that's really your bread and butter in this industry, creating those relationships.
I agree. And our newer advisors coming in, they have valuable skills that our seasoned pros can also learn from. That's why we tell people everybody has something valuable, whether you've visited all the continents or maybe you come in and you've got a business skill set like project management or social media marketing. So everybody brings something to the table. So we encourage people to get engaged very, very early on.
Yeah, I mean, and it's really important too, because, as you start building in your career and you start getting, more comfortable and more confident in your business, you start growing and scaling. And those are great because you can always find different people in different, different parts of their journey or different parts of their life cycles.
Absolutely.
I do want to ask you this, when you become too successful, because I've seen some advisors grow really, really fast and they've, tons of business. And then sometimes they get burned out where they're just overwhelmed with business. And it happens a lot during wave season where there's just so much business. At Uniglobe, what do you guys do for those type of advisors who are just, overwhelmed? What kind of resources and support do you provide those type of advisors?
We talk a lot in our business development offerings. We talk a lot about not just project management, but time management and understanding what you can automate versus what you have to probably put your hands on at least once or twice a week. I think a lot of people feel like they have to do everything from scratch. I certainly am guilty of that in that very type A, I can be a bit of a control freak where I feel like, I have to definitely manually do all of this, but you don't. There's definitely some things that you can either delegate if you are lucky enough to have the opportunity to have maybe a virtual assistant. I mean, I would love one, to be honest with you. I don't have one, but they can be a huge benefit to people who have just way too much to do. But just understanding how to go in and use the tech resources that you're probably already using, the CRMs, the itinerary builders that are allowing you to do things like automate tasks and set up workflows. So understanding how to make sure that you're working smarter, versus harder. That's really important. And I think we all kind of default sometimes to that woe is me, but you can absolutely, be a better steward of your time if you're just intent about it.
I think that's completely, you're right. You're so right. We were just talking about earlier about being able to maximize your time, because now in this age with technology, just an explosion of technology and the use of AI and virtual assistants to I guess, regain your time, because as advisors, we don't like to get caught up with the back of the house stuff. We were in this to sell, to make experiences. So the accounting and the back office stuff, it's not so much fun. So being able to have support like that is so important. And usually where the burnout is because most advisors are wearing just so many multiple hats at all the same time.
True. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. They're doing their own marketing. They're doing their own accounting. They're doing their own sales.
Yeah, right. Everything. And they don't realize it when they first get into the business. This is some of the parts that you need to really grow. Well, I know you interact with tons of different travel advisors, and I know you probably picked up some tips and tricks along the way. You mentioned a couple things earlier, but if I were going to ask you, from all of your experience, what would be one daily practice that you would recommend to advisors who really want to grow their business?
I'm going to give you two, because I think these two are really important. One on a personal level and one on a professional level. On a personal level, I think it's really important, and this would be a daily practice that I would recommend, is just taking the first hour of your day, block that time off on your calendar, and set that aside for your own maybe professional development, whether it's just brushing up on the various resources that are available through some of your tech tools, like Canva or Travefy, or whatever it is that you're using, just brushing up on some skills, and just understanding exactly where everything's at. Or you could spend that time going through your social media posts that maybe you have scheduled, or going through some of your blog posts if that's what you're doing. Just spend that hour just tidying things up. One thing I need to do for sure is clean out my inbox. I need to delete so many emails. So things like that just kind of help you breathe easy and kind of set the intent for the day. The professional one that I would say is making sure that you're coming up with, and this would maybe be a weekly or a monthly thing, is coming up with new ways to maybe network with some of your professional partners, your supplier partners. One of the things that we do at Uniglobe is we have a summary page on our agent network where it has all of our supplier partners listed. And then each supplier partner has a profile page, and then listed on that profile page is our direct contact with that business. And your BDMs are such a fabulous resource. Even if you just reach out and say, hello, this is who I am, this is who I'm affiliated with, and this is what my goals are. And I was wondering if you could help me come up with maybe a couple of things that I can be doing to learn your product better. Stuff like that is so easy. And of course, you don't have to reach out to all of them, but the ones that are relevant to your business. And you'd be shocked and amazed at how much that will set you ahead of the game. Just taking a couple minutes to write a quick email. So
No, those are great words. I mean, we talk about relationships, but thinking about having a relationship for yourself and being able to develop yourself. And a lot of people don't realize the relationships with your suppliers, because those are what you leverage for your clients, your connections to other people and being able to get things done when they can't.
Right.
So awesome insight. And I'm hoping all the advisors take that to account when they start planning out their time.
Mm-hmm.
Now we're up to my favorite part of the interview, which is the karaoke time. So if you were put on stage, April, and you were in front of your network, what is that go-to song that you sing in front of everybody?
Well, this is probably an obvious one, but of course I'm going to pick Sister Sledge, We Are Family. And I actually have been on stage singing this song. My friends and I in college, anytime we went out, which is pretty much every weekend, we would close the night with this song on stage. We were doing tambourines and maracas and all that. It was crazy. But anyway, yes, this would absolutely be the song I would pick, because I feel like it really does truly embody what we are at Uniglobe. We are a family. So
are you going to bless us with an encore of tambourines and maracas of We Are Family? We'd love to hear it.
I'll sing, but I don't have a maraca. So here. Oh, I was going to say, I have a bottle of vitamins. We are family. I got all my sisters with me.
There you go. Well, that's the best part about being a family, especially in this community, because it's all about being around like-minded people who understand and are devoted to travel and helping others. So, April, we've come to the end. Thank you so much for being here at Host Week. We're really excited for 2025. We can't wait to see what unveils for Uniglobe. But for anyone all the viewers that are watching, we'll make sure to put in the chat, a link to April and Uniglobe so the AAs can connect. But yeah, thank you so much, April, for being here. I hope we cross paths in 2025. Again, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Alvin. Bye.
Bye-bye.
We are back again. We're Family is just a classic. And I feel like we may hear that one from a few others throughout the week. Is just an educated / I have watched all the interviews guess. So.
I have not, and now it's been ruined.
My bad. Spoiler. So just a reminder that the Uniglobe Travel Center is doing an in-depth coffee spot on Wednesday, January 29th at 11 a.m. Central Time. The topic is From Passion to Profits, your roadmap to launching a successful at-home travel business. And a reminder to register. Oh my God, can't speak anymore. To register for that separately. If you did miss today's coffee spot, just a reminder again that they require separate registration. Needed to make sure I got through that sentence without fumbling on it. Why do you ask you need to register separately? Well, it's because every coffee spot, our sponsors are giving away 15 $7 gift cards to Starbucks, and we need your email in order to let you know if you've won.
How exciting.
I know. And you can win more than once.
How extra exciting.
I know. All the excitement. We only bring excitement. And Alvin, I did hear you mentioning technology, and that's definitely been a very hot topic on everyone's mind. So stay tuned, because later this week, we will be announcing something new and fun that has to do with travel technology. All right.
I love Host Week announcements.
I really do. They're a lot of fun. Yeah. And we make them multiple times, so you really can't miss them, which is important. Yeah. You have to.
I might be able to, but yeah. I could miss them. So that's why we do it multiple times. Shayna was like, haven't we already mentioned this? I was like, there's people like me out there that are just,
No, way to throw me under the bus. Cool. But yes, okay, so who's up next? We are welcoming the team from Brownell, a member of Virtuoso as well. As we mentioned at the beginning, today is the Virtuoso Day. And they were founded in whopping 1887.
So they're going to be wearing Victorian clothes when they come?
No, just a few years ago. It's fine. It's incredible. So they accept advisors in the USA with over 135 currently, and an annual sales volume of over $230 million. So please join me in welcoming Anne and Margaret from Brownell. And from ASTA, please take it away, Pam.
Hello and thank you. I am Pam Bonin, Director of Strategic Member Partnerships for ASTA, the American Society of Travel Advisors, and I am thrilled to be here for another interview. Usually I'm in the audience, so it's so nice to be on this side talking with our wonderful host agency partners over at Host Agency Reviews. I am here with Margaret Hayes, Talent Development Manager for Brownell Travel, and Anne Carlton-Riegels, the Director of Hosting Operations for Brownell Travel.
Hi, we're so glad to be here. Thanks for having us.
Wonderful. Good. Absolutely. Brownell Travel is going to be the star of the show for the next 15 minutes. So we're going to dive in. We've got a lot of great questions, and we're really looking forward to learning more about Brownell Travel.
We're looking forward to hearing.
Let's do it. What are you most excited about for your network as we're entering into the new year?
We have a couple of exciting things on the horizon. It was kind of hard to narrow it down, but two really big ones. So we currently have an air desk that works just normal business hours. And in 2025, we are rolling into a 24/7 model with our air desk, which is going to be huge. Just offering support from the Brownell team for air problems that happen, because they don't just happen in the 8 to 5 window, as we know. So that's a huge undertaking, the 24/7 air desk. And then we know that there's a need for training. And so we have created a staff training program for our independent advisors to send their staff members to Brownell headquarters to get industry knowledge and training from our team here. So those are two big initiatives for 2025 that we are very excited about rolling out.
You sure are.
That's great. Identifying some of those trouble spots that small business owners have and being able to answer that. That's really important that you're responding in that way. That's great. Yes. Starting a business and working from home can be isolating. So how do you build and foster community among your network and with your advisors?
Absolutely. It really can. I work remotely, as do several members of our core team. So not just for our advisors, but for our folks as well. It is something that's very important that we figure out how to navigate, especially as we move into more technology. People are going farther afield. So there's a few ways that we go about it, but all new advisors start out when they join Brownell by going to Birmingham and spending time with a lot of our core team that is at HQ, which really sets a great kind of connected foundation. When advisors are totally new, starting out and joining the mentoring program, they come through in a cohort of 3 to 6 people, which is also a huge help. You know, when you are brand new and you have questions that you are terrified to ask somebody that's more experienced, having somebody that you can text offline is amazing. And it's really great to see even 15 years later, these cohorts are still really close. And for experienced advisors that come in through Catalyst or with an established book of business and coming into hosting directly, we have regular check-ins with them. We connect them with Brownell advisors in their area. And then I'd say for everybody all the time, we have Slack, which is a massive resource of constant chatter. There's little pockets of topic specific, but also just kind of constantly back and forth with work stuff and fun stuff. So we feel very confident that we have a lot of touch points, and everybody is able to kind of choose their own level of involvement, how much they want to dig in.
That's great. And it's nice that you have opportunities for both new to the industry and experienced, and opportunities for them to kind of commingle too, like you mentioned. Like some, it's okay to, stay in your zone, but then learning and sharing with advisors across your network seems like a great resource. Resource. That's great. So a lot of, this is another one of those tough questions that we're going to pick on a little bit here, but a lot of travel advisors start to feel burnout when they start to hit a certain level of sales. I'm sure you've seen it within your network or seen this conversation within the industry. What kind of resources does Brownell Travel provide? What type of resources and support do you provide your network to kind of overcome those obstacles?
Yeah. So as you were reading the question, I'm thinking, I hear burnout all the time, not just even in our industry, but as a whole. It's like, kind of feels like the opposite, a buzzword in a negative way, you could say. It's unfortunate. And I think one big thing is remembering why are you doing what you're doing? And so at Brownell, we offer business coaching, and that's a chance for an advisor who, to the point of the question before this one, they're on their own. They might be the only advisor in their area. There might be 10 Brownell advisors around them. There might be none, but they can reach out to someone at HQ, get a business coaching session to remember, why am I doing why did I join this industry to begin with? What passion did I have at the beginning, and how can I get that back? And our support desks are incredible. So we have an insurance desk, we have a sales support desk, which helps with like quoting and booking, researching hotels, cruise lines. We have administrative support, we have our air desk. So we have these support desks where you can then look at your business and say, okay, this is what I enjoy doing. This is what I want to focus on. And A, B, and C are what I don't enjoy doing, but they're necessary to accomplish, the task at hand. And I want to outsource those to the support desks at Brownell. So we take a lot of pride in our support teams. They're the best of the best, and they really believe that they're an extension of each advisor's business. So it's not just some robotic transaction. We care about our advisors, and we want them to feel supported by us beyond just invoicing a reservation or making a payment on their behalf. But I think the big one is that business coaching, where you can reach out and you can say, hey, I'm at my wit's end. I want to throw in the towel. One of our biggest core values here is passion. So remind me, where is my passion? And we can help you get back on track. And I will say, for most advisors, just that one phone call can change everything, because it's like, okay, I'm not alone.
Right.
A lot of other people have been in this position. I have a support system behind me that can help me. So that's what we really value here, is just keeping that passion within your business.
Yeah. And if I can jump on AC, because I think I agree with the business coaching, and a major benefit is that we do, like you mentioned, know all of our advisors. We know them well. We know their family situations. We know kind of how they work. We know who gets bogged down in certain tasks. But when you have those conversations and get to zoom out, you're not starting from zero. You're not having to explain to somebody who you are, what's important to you. You're able to kind of jump right in and get right into the nitty gritty and trying to get out of the weeds. It's really fun. We all really enjoy those coaching conversations.
Yeah, we do.
That's great. So great, important personal touches, right? But then it's nice to know that your advisors and your small business owners, they can use as much of the resources or as little of the resources that they need. So it's so nice that you have solutions for trouble areas, and then the advisors can kind of work with you to figure out which resources are the best. I tell my kids that all the time: use your resources. And so
yes.
Use what's available.
A good life skill.
Absolutely. What is one daily practice you'd like to encourage advisors to engage in to help grow their business?
Sure. We laughed when we were trying to, when we were thinking through these answers, and this one, it's not the sexiest answer, but it is, I think something that's really crucial is time blocking. Thinking about in your day, the things that you end up putting off, and then they never get done. Your marketing, for example, if that's a task that you hate, it requires creative thinking and you don't want to do it. And then it goes down and down and down on the to-do list, and then it's never happening. Taking a moment to block out, I'll use marketing as an example, but I think this goes for anything. If putting things into your CRM is, your stumbling block, I would block it out. But for marketing, for example, if you just need to, post a few posts, schedule a few things, choosing a time in the week that you can dedicate an hour to, put it on your calendar, do it, and then it's done. Or if you need a real mindset shift, if it doesn't come naturally to you, then choosing a day in the month that you go, choose a different locale. Our marketing director, this is her favorite. She picks a cute coffee shop, and then she goes and does like 3 hours of good work, and you kind of got a treat, and then you get to come home. So I think having that kind of structure and discipline in a small way. It's not biting off, redoing your entire Access library for a day. You are on something for an hour, and you get through what you get through, and then you come back to it the next week.
That's great. That's great. Anything to add, Anne, or is that a collaborative approach?
I think that's it goes back to just focusing on what you enjoy doing, and then the things that are pain points, figuring out a plan of, okay, I can't avoid them. They're unavoidable. So what do I need to do? And I love the time blocking. I personally need to do it more and be less, procrastinate a little bit less, but I think it just, it helps you end up being more productive. Great answer, Margaret. It doesn't have to be sexy all the time.
And also figuring out when time blocking, but like when are you most creative, or when are you more task oriented, and you seem to knock out a lot of, just check those boxes off. So I think also understanding how you work and when your most creative time is, or but still using that time blocking, I think is helpful. So no, that's wonderful advice. Okay, I got a fun question for you, which could be the hardest question possibly, but if you were on stage serenading your agency network, your advisors, with a karaoke song, which song would it be?
AC, it's your idea, so.
You gonna pick out the song, Margaret? Okay, we chose "Good as Hell" by Lizzo, and I think for a few reasons. One, we love our people so much, and we think they are good as hell, so they need to know that and never question it. And then two, I think just looking ahead to the new year, we want to be jazzed up and excited and expectant for all the good things to come in 2025. It's going to be a really great year.
I agree.
Margaret?
No, I agree completely. I think it's going to be not just a good year, a good as hell year. And I think everybody needs a little bit of encouragement. And, after you take time to refresh, going into the new year, going in with a fresh face and a good attitude, it's going to be good.
Absolutely. Good mindset too.
Yes.
You're exactly right. It's a mindset challenge. So what a fun song. That's really great. Anything else to add as we close out this interview?
We love Host Agency Reviews. We love ASTA. I'm so glad that y'all are doing this partnership. It's so exciting, but I think it's always fun to get to chat with you guys and kind of refresh what we have out there so that people know who Brownell is, and I appreciate the opportunity.
Absolutely. Margaret and Anne, it was such a nice time just to spend time with you and help the advisor community learn more about Brownell Travel. So important as they're going down this journey to figure out which host agency is the best fit, because it definitely is a two-way street. It has to be a good fit for both sides. So this host week plays such an important role. So thank you so much again. And to all the advisors, thanks for tuning in and learning more about Brownell Travel. We'll see you on the next host agency interview.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And we're back. Yes. We love that choice of song, and we love that it's really there to express how much you love your people. We love it. We love your team too. And if anyone from Brownell was in the comments, you'll see that there was also a lot of love for Brownell as well.
Yeah, so it's fun to look at the comments.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. So we actually just saw a question come in on Uniglobe's profile from the interview that they just did, and what a great use of the site. So for those of you that haven't utilized the Q&A function of HAR's site, on every profile, there's a questions and answers tab. It's a great way to quickly ask companies your questions, whatever they may be. And the part I like best is it helps other profile visitors because they're able to see the question you asked and the company's answers. So this is also a great reminder, because the question had to do with technology. This is a reminder to both our wonderful hosts to update their travel technology sections of their profile, and also for the advisors or potential advisors out there that this is information that is included in every host's profile on HAR's website.
So nice to be able to tell which technologies hosts are using. big addition to the site.
Yeah, it's been a huge addition. So we're super, super happy about that. So just a reminder to go take a look at that. And with that, we have our last host of day number 1.
Wow.
I know, right? The day's not over.
No,
it's just the last host. Yeah. So we would love to introduce you to the Travel Society. They currently have 150 members with annual sales volume of almost 170 million. So we're excited to have Randy, Travel Society's CEO. So one more time, Pam, take it away.
Hi, and thank you. It's great to be back. I am Pam Bonin, Director of Strategic Member Partnerships with ASTA, the American Society of Travel Advisors. I'm thrilled, once again, I've said this before, that we're thrilled to be a part of the Host Agency Review's 2025 Host Week. I am here today with Randy Yarrick, CEO for Travel Society. Hi, Randy. How are you?
Good morning, Pam. It's great to be with you. Thank you.
Wonderful. So the next 15 minutes is all about the Travel Society. So if you're okay with it, we're going to dive right in.
Let's hit it.
Awesome. What are you most excited about for your network in the upcoming year?
We have been working, and I personally, over the last year, on a major project for the Travel Society, and that was technology. Technology for the industry has evolved greatly over the last 2 to 3 years with so many different products out there. And what we did is we did a really good due diligence of what our members wanted and what's on the horizon that they think they're going to be needing to make their businesses much more successful, or really to streamline the efficiencies of their workday. So with that, we have brought in a suite of products that we're introducing here in our first quarter. 2 have already been introduced, but the idea was, let's find products that layer on to each other and work in tandem with each other. The start of that foundation was with our GDS, our Global Distribution System. After 30 years, we are changing our GDS system to Sabre. We found that it is very efficient, much more user-friendly, and not only that, but it does layer on or complement the other technology products that we're going to be working with here. With that, we're bringing in, or already have, Travel Wits, and Travel Wits is really designed for our non-GDS, non-airline contracting or ticketing agents, to help them understand real-time availability in hotel and cars. And that also has a feature where you can book from there directly. And that will help a lot of our people with their efficiencies to research and to get recommendations to their customers a whole lot easier. We're also layering in Travefy. And Travefy is the itinerary building solution. So again, streamlining workflows there. And then finally, Trace is going to be our front of the house invoice product. Very easy, dynamic. It also comes with a lot of bells and whistles. And I think the CRM and the database features will be liked a lot by our members there, and then obviously in the back office for our accounting. So we're expanding our suite of resources constantly here, looking at flexibility and accessibility. We also understand that these have to be available on a 24/7. We have members in 36 states and 8 countries. Not the largest host agency in the industry, but definitely one that has the volume of sales. So when we're looking at that, making sure that technology works, we also have a wonderful members intranet site full of tools and resources and just materials for education that will help our members get down the road. Incidentally, I call our our advisors, our professional travel advisors, members here at the Travel Society. So that is where we're headed with 2025. It's all
that's
technology.
That's a great update, Randy. And technology is such an important tool in so many different ways. And you've touched on anywhere from booking for the client and even back office. So it looks like you've taken a really great holistic look at what you're offering your advisors and your network, your members, I should say members. So that's wonderful. That's great. So the next two questions are a little bit of a shift here for us. It's very much talking about the support that you provide your network on some challenges that may arise. And so starting a business and working from home, it can be isolating at times. So how do you at the Travel Society build and foster that sense of community among your network?
Yes, that is a very good question, especially as a 100% host agency. 98% of our members do work from a remote location. I do have offices here in Denver that we do have a few of the advisors working out of. However, many are working from, let's call it their third bedroom, their office. And I do hear quite a bit from them, if for nothing else but, hey, what's going on? And let's have a chat. But nonetheless, it can be isolating for the folks. And here's where we're going and have been. This has always been my principle is community. Community, and part of our tagline, the Travel Society, independence, community, and support, really resonates about who we are in our culture here. So what do we do to help a thriving community move forward? A lot of that is our communication forums. I have designed 5 communication forums that are held on a monthly basis. Now, all the forums are recorded from live presentations so that it's convenient for the independent contractor to look at them when they have time. However, I do encourage high engagement because the number of questions that come is probably the greatest learning from there. Where are we going with this? We have Society Shares, first of all, and that's on our intranet site. You're all familiar with social media. We have captured that, such as Facebook, Instagram, on our own system for collaboration, sharing. I also have, realizing, because I have all 5 generations of advisors here, and the new to industry advisors sometimes are vulnerable. They're intimidated. Is that a dumb question to ask? Is it a reasonable question? So we even have a section there of 3 or less years for those folks to collaborate and discuss. We also monitor that internally so that if anybody really needs dramatic help right away, we get on top of that. So that's a good internal feature. Business to business is another communication forum, and what we do there is we look at bringing in experts that talk about how do you set up workflows. Are you properly aligned with your terms and conditions? Are you addressing privacy policies? Yesterday I did one on insurance, and insurance with E&O, errors and omission insurance. It can be very complex and confusing. And the point is, it's indicative to that independent contractor's business, not one size fits all. So that's really the message there, is to make sure they understand it. Peer-to-peer is our most attended, let's say that, because it's driven by my member liaison director here, who is actually a full-time advisor, and she serves as the communication between the executive committee and myself and then the members. And they talk about what's on their mind. Open agenda, typically about 35 to 40 minutes, and everybody comes out with a great learning or a best practice out of that. We also recognize with our marketing consortium, we're with Virtuoso, and very proud to be with Virtuoso, as we are with ASTA, thank you, Pam, that there's so much out there in Virtuoso that we had to put my manager that looks after Virtuoso here on top of that for education, the events. Communities are very important at Virtuoso and how to get the best out of those communities. So that is one that we do. We bring a Virtuoso person every month to talk about what's going on and how to be engaged. Okay. So
Wonderful, Randy. It feels like information is flowing up and down and throughout your organization. And like you mentioned, from peer to peer, experts in the industry, bringing them, you sharing your information. So important that you're providing some really great opportunities. That's perfect. A lot of travel. So shifting to the next question, many travel advisors start to feel a bit of burnout once they reach a certain level of sales. So what kind of resources does the Travel Society have in order to support your members to be able to overcome this obstacle?
Very good. I think that comes in line with having a good foundation of structure, a great process system here, and ease to do business. So first off, our accounting, I assign an accountant directly to each independent business owner, independent contractor. That helps understand where are they in a commission line if they're not getting some commission or billing or a vendor payment. So that one-on-one, they both get to know each other quite well and create a really good teamwork. And that helps really with prompt commissions and making sure that they understand the financial side. Then in my departments, for instance, member services will look after all of our operation questions, our air ticketing desk for members, which is very, very popular here, and I would love to talk on with that. Our vendor management support, I think, is really key. I look at vendors as partners. My past was from the hotel background, and I recognize that we need that collaboration. We need that trust. We need to understand that we can problem resolute things and and quickly here. So that's important. And of course, I mentioned technology and streamlining this all together. So that's where we are with that.
That's wonderful. Having really great tools and resources like your technology can help that. That's great.
Well, I think so what is how members really thrive for the long term here? And I'm also hearing a lot about balance of personal life and professional life. So we have certain programs that we brought in to help them with that.
Great. That's great. So what is one daily practice you'd encourage advisors to engage in to help grow their business?
Well, as you can tell, community is very important. My staff is extremely educated. We work on the terms of gracious hospitality here. My advice is reach out. No question is a ridiculous question. Leverage our community. Work with the seasoned travelers that have been here, or seasoned advisors that have been with me 20 to 30 years. Our collaboration, our volume buying, we really have got all areas of staff, collaboration, peer, and our vendors and suppliers pulled together in a very healthy attitude to succeed.
That's great. Reach out, right? Use your resources. I think that's wonderful. You are open. It seems like you have an open door policy at the Travel Society. That's great.
Absolutely.
Okay, I've got one fun question as we round this interview out. A song, a karaoke song, if you were to serenade your agency owners or your members with a karaoke song, what would it be?
Okay, here we go. I truly have 8, and I know you're going to make me pick one. So besides the obvious, we are family. That is the connection of community. United we stand. Let's go with, I like ABBA's Money, 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 because it is about financial and making sure that we understand that. We cannot forget We Are the World by USA for Africa. I like I Will Survive, again, with Gloria Gaynor, because we have some people that just need to have some help with that.
Love it.
I'm with Miley Cyrus. I'm going to go with Lean on Me by Bill Withers. It highlights the importance of mutual support and assistance.
I love it. You kind of have a whole album. I think you've created an album for your members, which is great. So
that's a great idea. I'm going to play it at our annual meeting, which we host here in Denver for all of our members and suppliers every year. So I think that's a great idea.
Perfect. This is a great way. That's a perfect way to end this interview. I think we're right on time. It was so nice to talk to you, Randy. Thank you so much for just sharing some insights from the Travel Society. And I know we look forward to seeing what's ahead for the year for you. And thank you to all the advisors for tuning in. I hope you enjoyed this interview, and we'll see you on the next host agency interview. Thank you, Randy.
Thank you. Thank you, Pam. Bye-bye.
Well, thank you so much, Randy. And I would say that if we had a bingo card, which is something I really feel like we should do one of these years. Someone gave us that suggestion a few years ago. I don't know what we would have on it. So if you have ideas on bingo cards for future host weeks, please drop in the comments. We will take these very seriously. But if we did have bingo cards and prepared ahead of time, Randy would totally be winning because he's mentioning all sorts of different technologies. Like he mentioned TravelWits and Travefy. And I wanted to let everyone know Armand from TravelWits is going to be our keynote on Friday. And he's going to be talking about, for those that don't know TravelWits, it's based on AI and they're heavily into the AI space. But it's going to be the 10% solution, where travel AI really stands and then where it's going. And, oops, hold on. If you want to learn a little bit more about Travefy and you're like, who is he talking about? You can just rewind today's stream as we kicked off the day with Travefy's coffee spot. And then one last thing, if you are running and you're looking at the comments, they're not matching what's happening on screen, go ahead to the bottom of the YouTube screen where it has the volume. And to the right of that is the word live. If you click that, that will bring you to the live version in case you're behind, and that should take care of things. So I want to say, I think I speak for the whole team when I say this, that we are so grateful for all the hosts that took the time to do these interviews. They're a lot of work. So thank you to all the hosts that participate in Host Week, to all the consortia, to all of our EduSpot educators, which will be on shortly, to our keynotes. And then a big thank you again to ASTA, the American Society of Travel Advisors, our lobbying organization, for helping us with the interviews this year. That really was a big lift for us, and we really appreciate it. Now, if you haven't been to a lot of travel industry events, I know I saw someone in the comments was just mentioning they went to a travel show and now they're doing Host Week, but it's not your average travel industry event. So there's nowhere else I know of that an advisor can get the kind of access to hosts and consortia that they do at Host Week. There's nowhere else that you would be able to hear from 30 different host agencies and 5 different consortia. And so very excited to have so many people participating. Thank you to all of you that are in the comments. You keep us going, because sitting in front of a computer screen for 5 days, 5 or 6 hours a day can get a little bit long. So thank you for keeping it going for us. And with that, that is going to formally wrap up our Meet the Host segment for today. But we'll be backing in tomorrow with more hosts, more consortia, more EduSpots, as well as the rest of the week. So make sure to stay tuned. And if you happen to stumble across this, if you're a subscriber on YouTube and just saw this pop up, had no idea what it is, welcome. Make sure that you get registered. Follow the link that Abby and Mary will pop in the comments. But when you register, you get the daily emails with the schedule and a link to the stream every day, which is really nice, as well as things like the Host Week magazine and the link to our specials. So go ahead, let us know in the comments how you're doing. How are you liking Host Week so far? Are you overwhelmed completely? Overstimulated? Fantastic. How are you doing, Shayna? This is your first Host Week.
I am doing great. A lot of running back and forth, some pee breaks here and there.
Yeah. Well, that is really exciting.
Yeah.
Yes, because are we gonna take a break now?
Yeah, because we are
speaking of pee breaks.
I know, right? Yeah. I pee a lot. We are running ahead of schedule.
Which Rita's like, this isn't possible.
Yeah, I didn't realize that she was going to be like, we got to be exactly on schedule. but we're actually running early. I thought this was a good thing, which it actually is a good thing because we're going to take a very quick bathroom/snack break. Meet you back here at 3:01 Central Time, so essentially 3 minutes, and then we're going to introduce and jump into our edgy spots. So we'll see you then. Right. And we're back, and we've got puppies galore.
There are puppy balloons everywhere here.
Puppies everywhere. Because I know. I'm sorry, I've got work to do. Just puppy balloons everywhere. So we have our edgy spots coming up now. So we've got 3 sessions for you today. Our first is with Casey McGurk from We Travel. And you can also catch We Travel tomorrow during their coffee spot tomorrow morning at 11 a.m. Central Time. Casey will be talking us through tech, trends, and travel. Oh my. Personally very excited. And then after that, we have Tony DeNicola presenting on leveraging AI for personalized itinerary creation, transforming how travel advisors work. I know sometimes AI can sound overwhelming, but learn how AI tools can really support the advisor so you have more time to do the things you love, like building relationships with your clients and planning for the trip of their lifetime. Following that, Ajana Claire Wise is going to talk to us about redefining value beyond commissions, the case for planning fees in travel. There, finally got it.
Yeah.
And this is going to be a really good one to tune into as well.
Yeah, especially for new advisors out there that are toying with the idea of charging planning fees, that'll be really great. So after that, after Ajana Claire finishes up, I'll be leading a panel with Mary Stein. Many of you have met, you've either read her articles or chatted with her, but we're gonna do one on our 7-day setup accelerator program. So if you are new and you're looking to get started and you're having trouble figuring out how to make that happen, especially going from that idea of a travel agency to actual, in reality, a travel agency, the course is a great thing to check out. So tune in, you can hear more about the program and get a sneak peek at the course.
And now we're finally ready to dive into our first Edgy Spot with Casey and We Travel, which is sponsored by one of our weekly sponsors as well, grnconnect.com. So Arun from GRN Connect will be doing a quick introduction, and then we'll turn it over to Casey. So Arun, it's all yours.
Hello everyone, my name is Aman Narula. Welcome to Host Week, and thank you for having me here. I know everybody's excited to get to the edgy spot, but please allow me 5 minutes of your time. I assure you it is longer for me than it is for you. GRN Connect is a leading B2B booking platform for hotels, apartments, activities, and transfers around the world. I want to give you an exclusive look at our revamped product, which sets us apart in the industry. Before we go any further, my email is listed below. Please reach out with any questions, comments, queries. I'd love to hear from you. Before I start talking, I want to play a video that clears the numbers and technical aspects so we can just talk. I can just talk. Please enjoy. Welcome back. Hope you enjoyed the video. I actually edited some of that. Now I want to speak to you about what sets us apart, why I choose GRN over anybody else. First, we have a dedicated team that confirms every single booking directly with the hotel and gives you a hotel confirmation number. No double bookings, no cancellations, no room changes, total transparency. And in the unlikely event of a crisis, we have a 24/7, 365 customer support team and operations team, so we've got you covered no matter what time zone you're in. And if you're still not satisfied, as an additional step, we give every client an escalation matrix. What that means is we give you a list of the contact information of all the relevant personnel from your personal account manager going up the chain of command all the way up to our directors. We've got your clients covered from the moment they land to when they take off. Alright, for the next part, I'm going to need a visual aid. I'd like to take you through the booking process and show you our intuitive UI that takes no time to pick up. So here we have grnconnect.com. Here is our landing page. I'm about to log in using a demo account. Here you can see we have hotels, apartments, activities, transfers, DMC packages, and URail all in one place. You can check out all of our tabs. I also want to say that we have 0% credit card charges, deposit incentives, and TripAdvisor ratings for all of our properties. If you scroll down, you see we have the analytics of all your bookings in the last 24 hours, current and last month sales, overall bookings versus cancellations, and flagged bookings where it tells you exactly how much time you have if you book on a time limit. Up on the top right, you have your profile, your credit, your dedicated sales and ops people, your payment history. We also have a multilingual interface. You can change it to Spanish. We're adding more languages as we speak. You can also search by booking ID. Alright, I'm about to do a search for you. We're about to go to Dubai for a night. And search. First thing I want to point out, you still have the search bar on top in case you want to change your destination or your dates. You don't have to go back to the original page. You can filter by hotel chain, facilities, property types, room types, meal plan. Here you can get all-inclusive, bed and breakfast, bed only. If you prefer working with certain suppliers, we're there for you. At the bottom of every single property, you have the TripAdvisor ratings. There's a link that takes you to the reviews as well. Wherever there's a deal, we show you, we point it out. We also have a map view so your client knows exactly where they're going to be staying. Lastly, I want to say that you can compare up to 4 hotel rooms in the same hotel or different hotels. You can compile all that into one document and email that forward right from our website. Alright, that's it for me. Thank you so much. I just want to say we are rolling out our final relaunch. The official date is March 1st, but that doesn't mean you have to wait. You can create your account and get access to the best rates right now. Thank you so much.
Second. Hi, everyone. Sorry about that. I was on mute. I was so into that video. I am Casey, and I am the head of marketing, communications, and events at We Travel. If you are unfamiliar with We Travel, we are the go-to platform for multi-day group travel operators, including advisors, agents, and agencies managing multi-day group trips. We handle everything from that first inquiry from a client in a lead generation form, like a contact us button on your website or a download brochure form, to managing the actual online bookings, to processing the payments. So I am super excited to spend the next 20 or so, less than that, so Shayna and Steph don't get upset, minutes today with you to continue on an already amazing host week, and it's just day one. Crazy. We love to host community events, and my favorite part of it is seeing the comments in the thread, like where you're joining from, what you're most engaged with. So as we go through, I encourage you to comment in the chat, get involved as we go. If you disagree with something I'm saying or you agree with something I'm saying, let's keep the conversation going, okay? So today we are discussing something that I have been working on for the past 5 months with my team, and you get the first glance at it. If you don't already know what it is, the title doesn't give it away. We are going to run through a sneak peek of our 2025 Travel Trends Report, which is officially launching on February 12th. So stay tuned, keep connected with me. I'll leave my information at the end, and be sure to grab the report in a few weeks. The report is based on global insights from travel businesses across many group travel segments, and it highlights what's trending in the industry and how these trends can impact your work as travel advisors and agency professionals. So, shall we jump in? The first part I want to emphasize for you is the methodology into how we came about the findings. To start, our report findings come from responses collected from a diverse group of industry professionals around the world. Perhaps even some of you may have submitted the survey. So here are the regions that are represented within our responses. Throughout our trends analysis, we combined hundreds of survey responses with our internal booking data from nearly 1 million travelers booking to every continent. This global representation ensures that the trends that I'm sharing with you today and that we share in the report reflect perspectives from the key regions where travel businesses are operating from, but also where travelers are traveling from and to. And I think the diversity matters immensely because travel preferences, behaviors, and challenges differ by market, as we all know. The other methodology finding I want to point out to you is that these are the types of businesses that participated in our survey. The breakdown of respondents spans several segments, as you can see. But what I want to note, highly relevant to this chat, is that 20% of responses were from travel advisors or agencies, which is obviously fantastic, given this presentation can be entirely tailored to you. But we also had input from adventure travel operators, wellness retreat organizers, destination management companies, educational group leaders, and specialty custom FIT operators as well. So the survey responses were cross-referenced with, like I said, booking data from all of the segments that use We Travel to handle their end-to-end booking management, as well as using an external survey. The cross-section means we're capturing trends not just from travel advisors and agencies, but across the related sectors, which can help you as we go through identify opportunities to perhaps expand your offerings or refine your approach to selling these styles of group travels to your clients. As I mentioned, this is a project we've been working on for several months, and so we've refined and distilled this data into travel trends through the lens of 1 million bookings for 2025 departures. So it is a very comprehensive look at the data, and it shows us thematically booking behaviors that lead to specific industry trends, and I'm honestly really excited to go through this with you. So the first trend we will discuss is the warming, if we want to say, or the rise in the coolcation. So to be very clear, what We Travel considers a coolcation is either of these elements. So it is about seeking trips that either emphasize cooler climates and or operate within shoulder seasons. So here's some of the findings from our report. In 2025, 35% of businesses are running trips in destinations shoulder seasons. So this is warm shoulder seasons. And then additionally, nearly 30% of adventure operators report that outdoor activities in snow or winter climates are among their most booked experiences for 2025 departures. Additionally, I add in here, because this is an extremely serious component of shoulder season travel, nearly 45% of respondents said offering eco-conscious or sustainable experiences is a priority for them when planning trips for their clients, including those in cooler or off-peak seasons. So according to our survey, what do we think is driving this? Ultimately, there's a lot of discussion about travelers being increasingly mindful of environmental impacts of their journeys. But what we found in our survey, most importantly, is that travel advisors and operators are taking a lot of onus on themselves, and they're actually creating and selling more of these tours and trips, both to cooler climates as well as in the shoulder season of some peak destinations. So trips during shoulder seasons not only reduce the strain on destinations during peak periods, but they also appeal to clients looking to support sustainable tourism. So for travel advisors like you, this trend, in our opinion, opens opportunity to market winter destinations, to think about eco-conscious experiences and how you talk about those with your client, and also to offer off-peak travel in well-loved destinations like Europe, or I'm Canadian and Canada, if you want. So think of ski trips in Whistler, winter hiking and snowshoeing in Norway, which I've heard amazing things about, and even cozy cultural escapes in Venice that highlight the natural cold activities and also offset foot traffic and crowds with year-round travel. So to tap into this demand from travelers, consider partnering with operators that emphasize sustainable practices, including running low season departures on their tours, promote itineraries or speak to your clients about experiences that include local eco-friendly vendors or educational elements on conservation, and not only emphasizing the budget-friendly benefits of off-season travel, which is of course a selling point, but also focusing on the environmental economic importance of offering off-season travel, or for travelers going to destinations in the off-season. So as I said, coolcations, we could talk about this forever, but it's just more about traveling, less about traveling in the cooler climates, although that is quite cool, but representing this shift towards a more thoughtful, sustainable travel that aligns with what's needed from our industry. The next trend that we're going to talk about is the importance of couple getaways. So this is an increasing booking trend we're seeing on the travel advisor and agency side that we are not seeing in other segments, and I will explain why we believe that to be so. But what is also interesting is this does marry a stat that we're seeing more bookings coming, or a dominant amount of bookings from the ones that we have reviewed, coming from the 35 to 50 age range, which may coincide with why we're seeing an increase in couples booking trips through travel advisors. But let's dig into it a little bit. So for 2025 departures, again, that's what we were looking at, 43% of travel advisors and agency respondents reported that couple travel represents the majority of their bookings. So couples seem to be seeking opportunities to reconnect, to celebrate milestones, perhaps escape their busy lives, and we'll talk about how that's playing out and what they're booking in a bit. But what they seem to be doing is prioritizing this idea of experiences, quality time together. And so they're turning to you as travel advisors to help create those experiences for them. So how can you tap into this growing trend based on some of the booking experiences that we have seen going through our data as well as the survey response? So the first one is just promoting experiences that couples love. So what we're seeing is couples are seeking experiences that let them unwind, bond, try something new together. And so we're seeing this through what they're booking, or the kinds of experiences through the, what we've been able to analyze that they're looking at. So One is wellness. So the idea of offering spa retreats, this is right up my alley, massages, wellness treatments, anything focused on relaxation as an add-on. There's also wine and culinary tours. We're seeing a significant increase from couple bookings. And so that's just allowing them to really explore regional flavors. And then outdoor activities. So like we mentioned, hiking, biking, kayaking, bringing this sense of shared accomplishment for a couple, or if you're like me and my husband, it would probably cause a lot of arguing. But you can also consider theme trips, right? So what we're seeing in We Travel, our booking data is showing us, is that there's a significant increase in interest-based and event-based group travel experiences. And this is seen at a couple level as well. So whether it's events like the Super Bowl or the Taylor Swift Eras concert, up to, shared interest trips like crafting and knitting tours, there are a lot of options for couples to travel over experiences and passions that they share. And then the last thing that we're going to highlight here very quickly is shorter, closer to home getaways. So another thing that we're seeing, particularly from this booking group, is a rise in the demand for shorter trips that are closer to home. So destinations within a 2 to 4 hour flight radius, honestly, sometimes even drive-to options are becoming increasingly popular. So positioning these as weekend resets, mini honeymoons, a break from your children, whatever you need to do to position yourself as the go-to expert, aligning with some of these demands from couples is highly beneficial. So I would love to see in the comments as we go through, how many of you are already seeing an uptick in couple travel? What type of experiences are you offering or catering to this audience? A colleague of mine, Jamie, is in the chat as well, and she can offer some additional context for you if you can drop those in there. But we can't, as I think Shayna said in this intro, we can't talk about trends without addressing AI. And so we had very interesting statistics come from our trends report, and the title underscores it. So AI is seemingly underused in the era of customization in travel. So bear with me as I move through a few stats to give you the whole picture. 71% of respondents believe that AI has the potential to enhance customization. However, according to our survey, only 9% are actually using AI to tailor trips for their clients. And so this begs the question, why? Why does this gap matter? And here's where we found interest in our surveys. So majority of businesses, or 40% of businesses, reported a rise in traveler requests to customize existing itineraries, and 32% said travelers are spending more to personalize their trips. So as we all know, travelers are seemingly more and more interested in experiences that reflect their unique preferences, and they're willing to invest in them, right? We just spoke about it. So knitting and crafting trips, wine trips, whatever it may be. So what does this mean for you? There is an element of meeting traveler demand for customization. And there are a lot of AI tools that can help efficiently and at scale meet that demand. So a few things I want to throw out, as I know we're getting close to the end, is looking at AI tools that help analyze preferences for your travelers, that help suggest what the add-ons, or that automate parts of the process that can be automated for you, so you can focus on the parts that cannot. And so why this is important now is there is often this connection of the human and the AI collaboration, and what we mean by that. So it's important to remember that AI is freeing time for you to work on what matters most. So part of automating the routine and processes will allow you the opportunity to focus more on the creativity and the fun side of trip planning and the personal connection with your clients. And the last trend we will briefly touch on, I think it's nearly impossible not to touch on this as well as AI, is the idea of pricing and what's going on with global inflation and how that's impacting travel. So this finding was very interesting from the advisor agency perspective, because it was one that differed significantly from the other segments. So 35% of travel advisors and agencies said that they haven't increased their prices for 2025 departures compared to 2024 departures, as well as the ones who did. Oh, sorry about that. It's on the same slide. 39 reported that they increased their prices by less than 10%. So what this signals to us is that many businesses, advisors, agencies are trying to maintain affordability amid rising global inflation costs, and they're recognizing the price sensitivity of their clients. And those who are increasing prices are doing so really modestly and aiming to balance higher expenses with competitive offerings. And so I want to summarize this. I know I don't have much time, but I do want to allow for a question or two by saying 2025 is a big year. There's a lot of really exciting trends on the horizon, what the booking data is telling us, from where people are going to who's booking to how they're booking to how we're managing bookings, whether it's leveraging AI or pricing strategies. And so I encourage you to download our full report. It will be available, as I said, on February 12th. I also would love to connect with you. I know I don't have enough time to do it here, but I would love to connect with you on LinkedIn, or you can send me a direct email if you would like, and we can continue the conversation. But I'm really excited to see how travel evolves. I think the way that it is evolving is amazing for not just the travelers and businesses, but also for people on the planet, which is extremely important. So thank you for spending some time with me on this Monday morning. I will open it up to a question or two. I think someone unmuted, or I may be wrong. But if there is a question or two, I will.
Yeah. We do have one about, let's see, it was any data on mindful drinking or alcohol-free trips.
What a great question. I know. And we don't, unfortunately. But I think going back to the idea of shared interest and noting that rise from group travelers, I'm sure there's a lot in there that we could have uncovered, but unfortunately, I don't have an answer to that great question.
Yeah, well, it's good to know for futures. That's what, like, when people ask me questions, I'm always like, I'll have to look into that next time and ask. Great question.
Have to put that on my next trends report.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, honestly, Jamie has been amazing in here answering all the questions as they've come up. So maybe I'm biased because, but she's been answering the questions as they've come up, which has been great. So I think that was the only one we had left.
I think so. I was just scrolling through.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, we had someone ask what shoulder season means, which we already went over. Oh, any data on pet travel? Ooh. After my own heart, Jennifer.
So I also just got a dog. And so I think I need to figure out how to pet kid and husband travel. But I'll get back if I ever do figure out that. Also not, but what we are seeing, this is why I think it's so interesting that we bring up crafting, knitting, sports, fan, is that there really is a rise in shared interest group travel. And I think that extends beyond what we're talking about here, right? Like it's there are no limits, basically. When we talk about customization, we talk about groups. We talk about personalizing. We have these shared interest groups. We have one like a pets. We love pets group. People will go travel together with their pets. Like it's just the sky is the limit with these types of trips. So while I can't pinpoint pet travel specifically, I could confidently say it buckets within this idea of customized small group interest travel.
We also have someone asking about allergy travel, food allergy travel, like celiacs. I'm assuming that kind of fits in the same thing.
Yes, food preference is a big one. I know a lot of tour operators do specific food itineraries and then do customize that way as well. Specifically for celiac, again, I'm not 100% sure, though I do know with this era of customization, better understanding on the ground, we're seeing this become readily available in all facets to travelers. So again, no specific data on that, but would assume with customization and access on the ground that it's ever growing.
Yeah. So quick question now. I saw some data suggesting some cruise lines are starting to cater more to single travelers. Any findings about that?
Oh, yes, we could talk about this forever. Yes, solo travel. I mean, solo travel has been on the rise for a while, right? For us who've worked in the industry for, a decade, it's kept pace. What we have found, and you'll definitely get access to this if you download the report, is it is a growing demand. So yes, solo travel is increasingly on the rise, and in a group setting, in a cruise setting, also increasingly on the rise. So I can't dive into all that data yet, but it will definitely also be in the report.
Oh, well, I can't wait for it to come out. I love collecting reports.
So maybe I missed it, but do we know when the report's going to become available?
Yes, so it is launching February 12th. If you want to snag it, either follow us on social media. You can follow me personally on LinkedIn. If you send me an email there, casey.mcgurk@wetravel.com, I will personally send it to you when it's ready. So feel free to email me as well. But yes, it's ready February 12th.
Oh, amazing.
That's perfect for Valentine's Day.
Yes.
Suggest it for gifts.
Exactly.
People can give that to you as a gift. I love it.
I love it too.
Well, Casey, thank you so much. This was so fantastic. So many great nuggets of information, and the chat was going off the entire time. So thank you for sharing ahead of time. And reminder, February 12th, go to We Travel, download the Travel Trends Report. There will be such incredible information in there for you all.
Perfect.
Thank you. Thank you.
Bye.
All right. So if you are just joining us now, welcome. The main party is on YouTube. So if you're hanging out on Facebook or LinkedIn, just a reminder, and you're wondering where all the people are, come join us on YouTube. We are live here right now. And I do want to give a quick shout out before our next EduSpot to our weekly sponsors. Again, Incentive Travel Connection, KHM, Lavarte, PTN Travel, Travefy, Vacation Planners, Wanderlust Campus, and finally GRN Connect. And a big thank you to today's daily sponsors, Uniglobe Travel Center, Gifted Travel Network, Travefy, and Cruise Planners. So our next speaker, Tony from TDJ Travel, will be diving into itinerary creation using AI. But first, a quick word from this session's sponsor, PTN Travel, and Brittany. So take it away.
Hi, everyone. My name is Brittany Lister, and I'm the Director of Partner Relations here at PTN Travel. I'm really excited to be here today to share why PTN is an exceptional host agency, whether you're just starting out in the travel industry or a seasoned advisor looking to elevate your business. At PTN, we believe in empowering advisors at every stage of their journey. Our mission is to provide the tools, training, and connections you need to thrive in the luxury travel space, all while being part of a supportive and collaborative community. Let's start with what sets PTN apart. We're not just a host agency, we're a partner in your success, and our goal is to make every advisor feel supported and equipped to grow no matter where they are in their career. At PTN Travel, we understand that the needs of new advisors differ from those of experienced ones. No matter where you're starting, our support is designed to help take your business to the next level. Now let's talk about one of the most valuable benefits of working with PTN Travel, our exclusive partnership with Virtuoso. Being part of Virtuoso opens up doors to a world of exclusive benefits for both you and your clients. From complimentary upgrades to VIP experiences, Virtuoso gives you access to the best luxury travel, setting you apart as a top-tier advisor. For new advisors, it's a way to immediately elevate the value you bring to clients. For experienced advisors, it's an opportunity to further distinguish your services and deepen client loyalty. But it's not just about the tools and perks. What truly makes PTN special is the people behind it. At PTN, we pride ourselves on being hands-on. Our leadership team is actively involved in coaching, answering support tickets, and guiding advisors through new challenges. No question is too small and no issue is too big. Whether you need help with a booking or strategic advice for growth, we're here to support you. We also host casual conversation coaching sessions where advisors of all experience levels can connect, share ideas, and grow together in a relaxed and supportive environment. Another aspect that makes PTN Travel stand out is the sense of community we've built among our advisors. PTN Travel is a place where advisors genuinely support one another. We celebrate milestones, brainstorm ideas, and cheer each other on. This community aspect is invaluable. Whether you're just starting out or scaling your business, you're never alone at PTN Travel. You're part of a family that's invested in your success, and it really is my favorite part about us. Finally, let's take a look at how PTN Travel helps you succeed as a luxury travel advisor, no matter where you're starting from. For new advisors, you'll start with Virtuoso Travel Basics to build a strong foundation, followed by PTN's New Advisor Training, which focuses on workflows, supplier relationships, and delivering exceptional client experiences. For experienced advisors, PTN helps refine your business, break into new markets, and leverage advanced marketing tools. A great aspect to have as a Virtuoso advisor. You'll also have access to top-tier suppliers and exclusive travel perks, ensuring you can deliver truly extraordinary experiences for your clients. With all of these resources, tools, and community support, PTN Travel is the perfect place to grow your career in luxury travel. Thank you so much for taking time to learn about PTN and what makes us unique. A special thank you to Stephanie and Host Agency Reviews for giving me the opportunity to share a little bit about our story. Before I go, I want to mention how much I love ChatGPT, a tool I use regularly to streamline my workflow, help create clear emails, and create content. It's one of the many ways you can make running your business more efficient, allowing you to focus on what you love most, delivering incredible experiences for your clients. If you're interested in learning more about PTN Travel or have any questions, we'd love to connect with you. Whether you're a new advisor or a seasoned professional, we're here to support you in building a business you're proud of. Thank you, and here's to a successful and exciting 2025.
All right, and we'll jump into Tony in just a second. So Tony, we're excited to have you on. Thanks so much for joining us. Are you ready to share your screen and go?
Oh, I am. I'm excited to do this.
Perfect, perfect. All right, Juan, you can take us off screen.
Great. So my name's Tony Danicola. I'm a travel advisor. Let me make sure I got this right. There we go. So I'm married for about 25 years. That's my wife over here in the photo with me, Diane. In the next photo over, that's my son, Jared. They've been pretty supportive during my transition to travel, which I've been doing since 2018. 20 years leading up to that, I've been working in the IT field. So I have a lot of technology background to me getting in here, which is why I decided that this type of presentation is perfect for me because it's something I enjoy doing, working with the chatbots and stuff. I'm the Vice President of Central Florida chapter of ASTA. I'm a verified travel advisor through ASTA and certified travel advisor and certified travel industry expert through Travel Institute and an elite cruise counselor through CLIA. So in addition to having the IT background, I also have the travel background that put me in a position to do this type of presentation and show everybody what it's actually like to use a chatbot to create an itinerary. So when we talk about AI, a lot of people are worried that, or I hear a lot of travel advisors say, is this going to take my job from me? Is it going to be something where after a couple of years, I'm not going to be able to travel anymore because everybody's just going to go on the internet and go ahead and have ChatGPT or something else plan their whole itinerary for me? And there's a lot of reasons not to feel that way. I'm going to go through all these one by one over here. First is transforming the travel industry. AI is revolutionizing how travel advisors plan, customize, and deliver itineraries. Major travel companies are integrating AI to enhance consumer experience, from booking platforms to personalized recommendations. AI is very good at efficiency and time saving. It automates time-consuming tasks like researching destinations, identifying flight options, and curated activity lists. Travel advisors can spend more time building relationships with their clients rather than being down in front of a computer doing all the administrative work that your AI can do for you. Personalization at scale. AI uses data to tailor travel recommendations to individual preferences. Whether it's a preference for a quiet destination, adventure activities, dietary requirements, AI can do all that. It enables hyper-specific customization, making itineraries feel unique and personalized. And based on what I've heard in the last few presentations, personalization is what the trend is these days. I'm getting that from what I hear in the travel industry, my own personal experience, and hearing other presentations on here where they talk about that. Real-time insights and updates. This is a big one because when AI started a couple of years ago, your things were not updated real time. There was a 2 or 3 year lag between what the AIs had access to and what was happening now. But today's tools, they have real-time updates to travel restrictions, weather conditions, local events. It's ensuring that your itineraries are current and reliable. It can also anticipate client needs by analyzing trends, like suggesting alternative flights during disruptions. Expanding access and knowledge. AI aggregates information from countless sources, giving travel advisors access to a vast repository of travel insights they might not have time to research manually. And AI can go out there and look at 1,000 different websites that have travel information in a matter of seconds, where it would take you or me days, weeks, months to be able to go and grab all that information. And it's not just the common information, it's offbeat destinations, niche activities, local cultural events, all that real stuff that is on the web. AI can go and grab that in a matter of seconds. Competitive advantage. This is where it becomes important because the advisors who are afraid of AI, they're going to get left behind. When you engage in it, you're going to be able to deliver itineraries faster and with more depth, giving a competitive edge in the industry. Clients notice when their itineraries are not just well planned out, but also filled with unexpected, delightful details. And when we talk about the future of AI in travel, we're looking at emerging AI technologies like augmented reality for virtual tours, AI-powered chatbots for 24/7 customer support. I mean, who doesn't want somebody to go to the website at 2 a.m, have a question and get the answer, instead of just saying, well, I can't find it here, I'm just going to go to a competitor. An AI chatbot will give them that information. And AI is here to stay. It's important to adapt to these tools. If you don't, you're going to end up getting left behind. So let's go a little bit into depth on the AI chatbots and what we're going to be looking at today. AI chatbot communicate in real language. You could sit there and say, hey, Google, ChatGPT, go ahead and give me this, and not have to get technical on it. You could just talk to it just like I'm sitting here talking to you now. And you're not limited to ChatGPT. There's several different platforms out there. Voyager Social, which is a large company out there that focuses on travel, they have Toby AI. It's a travel-specific AI bot that's out there for you to use. And like I've mentioned before, you're getting real-time data from the web, but even though you're getting that data, chatbots can make mistakes. You don't want to just take what they give you and go with that. You want to research everything that it gives you. You want to make sure the information received is accurate. You want to verify dates and times of activities, especially if you don't give your chatbot exact dates. And what I mean here is I could say, I want to do a trip to California. I don't know when, sometime in January, plan some stuff for me. And I'll give you a list of things. Well, some of those activities might not actually be active or open on the days that you end up going there. So you want to verify dates. You want to use online resources when checking out hotels like TripAdvisor and Google. I use TripAdvisor every day pretty much to check out hotels, and not just hotels, but excursions, destinations. It's a great resource. And Google is great as well. If you just go in there, you type a hotel name, it'll come up and you can look for type the hotel name and reviews, do all that kind of stuff and get information on the actual brands that you're looking at. And just because a chatbot gave you a name of a hotel doesn't mean it's the quality that your customers are looking for. I could tell ChatGPT, give me a 4-star hotel in London, and its research, it might come back and give me 2-star hotels in its list. So you do want to go and verify that type of information as well. And daily activities, I don't usually use ChatGPT to recommend daily or excursions. You can use it that way, and I'll show you how to do it. But I have suppliers that I use specifically for excursions I would go to help me plan it. And then after you've done your itinerary work with ChatGPT, then you want to take that information. You're going to want to use an itinerary builder like Access or Travefy to create a visually appealing itinerary for your customer. Some CRMs, they have itinerary builders built in. I use Test for my CRM, and it has a very basic itinerary builder. I don't really like that because it doesn't let me give it the look and feel I want, so I use Access. But if money is the issue, if you're a new agent, you don't want to put all this money out to get started with this, use Google Sheets, use Google Docs. If you have Microsoft Suite, you can go ahead and use Word or Excel to create your itineraries. So now we're ready to get into the meat of this. We're going to talk about creating an itinerary. I'm going to show you how to do that step by step using ChatGPT. And for this, we're going to create a 7-day trip to London and Paris. So here we go to ChatGPT and we have a prompt. I'm going to type in the prompt. I have a client who'd like to go on a 7-day trip to London and France. They're leaving from Miami on day 1 to fly to London. They want to spend 2 days there and then travel to Paris for the remainder of the trip and finally fly back to Miami on the last day. Can you create an itinerary for me? Well, this is how fast it's creating. It's a basic itinerary and a starting point. As you look through it, you'll notice it doesn't have any hotels in there, doesn't have any flight data. It has a few activities scheduled each day. We'll look at day 5 where we have the Louvre on there. Well, my client doesn't want to go to the Louvre. They've been there dozens of times. They want to go ahead and go somewhere else. So we'll go ahead and fix that. And one nice thing about ChatGPT and other AIs, they will remember previous prompts and their answers. So I could go in here and just type something like, our client does not want to go to the Louvre on day 5. Can you take that out and add a different recommendation in there? So here we are. It's going ahead. It's going to rebuild the whole itinerary for me. And we'll see here on day 5 that the Louvre is no longer there. It's replaced it with the Paris Opera House. And it's very forgiving with spelling. You might have noticed I spelled Louvre wrong when I typed this in. And I'm very bad with spelling, so it knew exactly what I was talking about. All right. So now, after I put that in there, we had that. We're going to assume that we're pretty much comfortable with it right now, and it's a good time to take a break from the itinerary. So we're going to go and verify some of the data it gave us. We wanted to go to the museum on day 5, so let's go and check out on May 1st is day 5 for us. So we're going to go here and we're going to do some basic research. We're going to put in the Opera House, and we're going to go to its website. Let's go ahead and say that we're going to put it in English so we can understand what it's saying. And then we'll go visit. We're going to go do an individual visit. And look at the calendar for May down here. We're looking for May 1st. And, May 1st, the museum's closed. So that's something that one of the reasons you want to check this is to make sure that you have that. So we'll tell it that it's closed on day 5. Can you move it to day 6 and move the guided tour to day 5? Boom, it regenerates your itinerary. And here we have it, day 5 now. We have the guided tour. And we'll see it on day 6 is the Paris Opera House. So it swapped it, no problem at all. So now we're going to move on and we're going to go ask it to find some hotels for us. So I'll say that my client wants to stay at the Shangri-La or the Strand in London. Can you add that to the itinerary and also find a 4-star hotel in Paris close to downtown area? And here it came up with nice little list of hotels for us to look at. To save time, I'm going to say that we've already done our research. We know what hotel we want. We're going to go ahead and add the hotel fabric to our list. And then once we tell it to do that, it's going to refresh it and you'll be able to see that, hey, there's a hotel fabric in there. And there's the strand as well. Okay. So now we've done this, got our hotel and everything all set up, have some excursions in there. So now we want to look at flights. We'll come over here and we'll tell ChatGPT that, hey, you want to do some flights? What do you got? Find me some round trip flights for the client. Don't want more than 2 layovers each way, but want at least 2 hours, but no more than 7 hours in a layover. Here it's gone online and it's found flights for us. There's a British Airlines flight. There's Air Portugal. So I found a couple in here for us. We'll go ahead and tell it which flights that we want to use. And then it will go ahead and add those to the itinerary as well. So we'll add option 1 and 2. We refresh the itinerary. And there's our flight from Miami to London. And we'll scroll down to the bottom here. And we have our flights going back on KLM Royal Dutch, leaving at 7 a.m. on that last day. So now we got the flights. We're going to go ahead and find tour companies. I don't usually like to use ChatGPT to find my tours for me. I usually like using my third parties, but to show you what it could do, you could tell it what kind of tour you're looking for. And actually this one, Tours by Locals, I use them a lot for my tours overseas. So I could tell it that I want to use that tour in there. It'll go add that to the itinerary as well. And then we're set with that on there as well. So now we have our flights, we got our hotels, we got our tours. Pretty much everything we needed is on there. So our itinerary is built. We go through, we verify all the information, and then we go into our itinerary builder access, and we create something nice and pretty like this that we could share with our clients. And that is pretty much the whole building of an itinerary. I have a link here that you can go to that's going to have the resources I mentioned in there, links for like Travefy, Access, the ChatGPT and everything. So if you want, you can go there and get information. My contact information is here for you. And I think we have a couple of minutes if there are questions.
Yes, there are a couple questions. Let me pull them up really quick. So thanks for going over that, Tony. We have one. Jennifer is asking, how do you overall find people react to having an AI chatbot?
As far as a travel agent or as customers, I haven't really given an itinerary to a customer that they could tell came from a chatbot.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. To give you an example, this whole presentation I did here, I didn't just create this on my own. I went to ChatGPT, told it what I wanted. It created everything except for that first slide that's personally me. It created this whole presentation. I tweaked it, I made adjustments, but if I had done this myself, it would have took 3 or 4 times as long and would have been just as well as ChatGPT. Clients and even advisors, when they look at the itineraries, they can't tell that this was generated by a bot as opposed to a person. And when you put this stuff in your itinerary builder, use your own words, customize it a little bit. So when you do have details in there, you're using your voice so that it reflects you and not a bot.
Perfect. And then I think we have time for one last question. So Diane is asking, how do you balance the environmental impacts of AI with the time-saving aspects?
What do you mean by that?
I think she's asking just because the data centers for running AI use so much energy. And so trying to figure out using AI or
I I haven't really sat and thought about the whole energy issue.
Yeah.
I'm looking at it from the time saving standpoint of an advisor.
Yep.
And if it takes me 2 days to build an itinerary on my own, I could do it in an hour with ChatGPT and then go on to help another customer and another customer because of the time savings. For me, that's worth it. The data centers, I don't know what their power consumption is to run an AI. I haven't been in the tech field since 2018, so I haven't done a whole lot as far as exploring that kind of impact on what's happening.
Yeah, I think it's becoming a relatively new topic of discussion around how much energy AI is using. So we're finding out more as we go, but it's still not as talked about. Funny enough, there's not as much data behind it yet, but definitely I think a question we'll probably see come up more and more in the future for sure around AI. So that'll be interesting, everyone, to keep track of that for sure.
Yeah. Well, Tony, there are a couple more questions if you have time to pop into the comments that people are asking. But thank you so much for coming on.
All right, thank you.
That was wonderful. Thank you.
Well, that was incredible to learn how you can use AI to leverage and support the work that we all do as advisors. And I am not an advisor, but I feel as if I am an advisor.
Yes.
So I have some really sad news that I want to tell everybody. I regret to inform you that we have had a wardrobe malfunction when it comes to the puppy balloons. I know some of you, I didn't see it in the comments, but I know that some of you are worried that you haven't seen the Fen balloon going by and you're like, he's always by Steph's side. What happened? Well, the balloon fell off and it is now floating in the ceiling, which is like 15 feet tall. So, yeah.
The dog is floating in the ceiling. Yeah. So those balloons are strong.
The dog is okay. Don't worry. And do not worry. We are going to get another balloon before tomorrow, yes, as puppy tracking is a favorite pastime for many Host Week attendees.
And me.
and yes, and Shayna. So before we jump into the next session, I just want to do a quick reminder that we are celebrating not just Host Week this week, but also Chinese New Year's. And we're going to bring out Shayna and I's cool dragon, our Chinese New Year's dragon we made. Okay, so because we're so excited about the coming together of these two major annual parties, Chinese New Year's and Host Week, we are doing a giveaway. So we are giving away a $50 gift card every day. And what's exciting, it's going to come in this really beautiful Chinese lucky money envelope so that you can have some Chinese New Year's flair around your house. And now you're asking, how do you get entered into this very, very exciting and dynamic drawing? That's the only way to describe it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, it's for every review that you do of either a consortium or a travel technology, we will enter, you'll get one submission into the drawing, and then we will announce the winners later. So moving on to our edge spots, our final edge spot of the day will be with Ajana Claire, and we're going to dive into a topic that we talked a lot about, that a lot of advisors talk about, and we get generally mixed reviews in our annual host agency trends report, and that's charging fees. It's about 50% charge fees of hosted advisors and 50% don't. So it's a hot topic.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, oh, definitely.
And we also discussed this in our Friday 15 from last week, so you can definitely check that out there. This is a great one to tune in for, especially for new advisors, whether or not you're planning to charge a fee. It's really good to have the information on it. And I'm also going to have Mary and Abby throw in the link to our article on a travel agent's guide to charging fees. If you haven't read it, it's incredibly helpful if it's something you're considering. So with that, Juan, let's go ahead and bring Ajana Claire on stage. Hello, Ajana, how are you?
I'm well. How are you?
Oh, good. Thanks so much for coming on. We're excited to have you and can't wait to learn from you.
I'm excited to be here, Steph. Thank you.
Yes, perfect.
Well, we'll turn it over to you.
Okay. So thank you, Steph, for that warm introduction. I am super excited to be here, guys, and talk about my favorite topic in the travel industry, and that is the often controversial topic of fees. So to fee or not to fee, right? That seems to be the struggle question of the day, whether you are a seasoned advisor with a steady flow of clients looking for change or a brand new advisor just jumping in, and all advisors in between. The debate over whether or not travel advisors should charge fees sparks about as much passionate debate as the age-old conversation surrounding stay-at-home moms versus working moms. There are no right answers. Both scenarios represent deeply personal choices shaped by the unique needs and values of the person making the decision. Just as each family must choose the path that best aligns with their circumstances, travel advisors must decide whether charging fees best honor the meticulous work and bespoke travel they offer. So for today, we are setting aside the debate. Travel advisors who charge fees are no more professional than travel advisors who don't. Charging fees does not make one more of an expert than someone who does not charge fees, but I like fees. I've spent a career getting paid for my time, and I embrace the fees. And if you're here listening, I think you like fees as well, or you at least like the idea of a fee. And that's what I'm here to talk about, so that's what we're going to discuss. But before I continue, I want you to repeat after me and say it out loud and say it proud. Fees are good. Fees are healthy. Fees are the secret sauce that adds richness to the travel experience that I create. How did that sound to you when you said it out loud? Shifting to a business model that includes charging fees does require a shift in our mindset. We have to tell ourselves that fees are not bad. We're not selfish for wanting to charge them. We deserve to be compensated for the value that we add in the services that we provide, well before a client travels and well before a commission is paid. Fees for travel advisors are like that extra dollop of whipped cream on your sweet potato pie, or that additional leg room that just makes the ride so much better. They feel like a bonus on top of supplier commissions. But I don't want you to look at fees as a bonus, because they're not. They are the star of the show. Your fees exist when your commissions do not. Your fees exist when your commissions disappear. They are yours to have and to hold from the time that they are paid until the time that they are spent. So ask yourself this: would your fee feel like a bonus if there were no commissions? Just let this sink in for a minute, because I've heard travel advisors who do not charge fees say, I don't charge a fee because I earn enough money from commissions. And that is a perfectly fine position to take. But what happens when that trip is canceled or indefinitely postponed? All of the time spent planning and managing that vacation is now left uncompensated. Now, how do you feel? By uncovering the true value of fees, balancing client expectations with fair compensation, discussing the impact of fees in our travel design, enhancing client satisfaction through transparent services, and going over practical steps for implementing fees in your travel business, you'll get a better idea of whether charging fees is something you want to implement or maybe even revisit. By the end of our session, I hope you'll feel empowered to embrace fees as a tool for not only enhancing your business, but also elevating your client's experience working with you. When fees reflect the true value of the service we provide, everybody wins. So charging fees is like planting seeds in a garden of limitless possibilities. Each fee represents a commitment to the unparalleled value we offer our clients. Embracing fees requires overcoming the fear of scarcity and recognizing that our expertise is a treasure in itself. Implementing fees can be a scary proposition. The mere mention of a planning fee can cause a potential client to run in the opposite direction. Others will question our value. Will end up making us question ourselves. But it is not the silent dissenters that scare us the most, right? It's the vocal ones, the ones who make it their business to tell us that we're not worthy of a fee, or we are crazy to charge a fee, or our travel advisor is supposed to be free, or my personal favorite, I'll just plan it myself for free. And that's fine. It can do just that. This is 2025. If you have access to the internet, you can plan a vacation, and there's nothing wrong with that. But instead of allowing silent dissenters and vocal objectors to shake your confidence in deciding to charge fees, welcome them, embrace them, appreciate them and the time that they saved you, and release them. View them as an opportunity to refine our audience and focus our efforts. By doing so, we preserve our energy for clients who appreciate the exceptional level of service we offer. The clients who want to work with us and understand what it is that we do will happily pay our fees. By incorporating fees in our business, we automatically establish that there is value to be had from the services we provide. We are compensated upfront for our time and expertise, and we create relationships with clients who are invested and have skin in the game. And when we actually provide the value that the fee commands, we create a bond of trust with our clients. So balancing client expectations begins with understanding the comprehensive role we play as travel advisors from start to finish, right? Clients expect personalized consultations that explore their travel dreams and assess their individual needs. They anticipate detailed research that produces not only seamless itineraries tailored to their unique preferences, but that also reflects the best price. As travel advisors, we are relied upon for expert advice on destinations, local customs, accommodations, transportation, activities, along with handling all of the logistics involved. During travel, our clients depend on us to troubleshoot unexpected issues, from transit strikes to the failure of their driver to show up, to the lack of towels in their hotel room, to the fact that it is raining on vacation because we control the weather. We are expected to provide invaluable local insights. We are expected to ensure a smooth and enjoyable journey. By engaging us, clients are expecting that all of the issues that accompany travel will magically disappear. They anticipate special treatment on all accounts because why else would they hire a travel agent? Many expectations that clients have in relation to the services that we provide leave us feeling spent, especially when we are doing all of this before we have been compensated. This is before the commissions roll in. By charging fees, we help to reduce and maybe even eliminate the resentment that we can sometimes feel when we have to manage the many expectations of our clients before being paid. Fees are integral to sustaining a high level of service. By instituting fees, we acknowledge the breadth of our responsibilities and ensure that we are equipped to meet them comprehensively. This results in a more deeply personalized travel experience where we can truly partner with our clients to craft unforgettable journeys. Now, as travel advisors, we also go beyond the logistics and mechanics of booking a trip. We are artists. And the vacations that we plan is the art that we create. We are not just booking a room or a flight or a tour. We are learning the unique needs of our clients and using that information to create a vacation of their dreams. This is a comprehensive process that involves analyzing our clients and their personalities, their desired destinations, the potential activities, and it is all only derived from active listening. We take this information to see how we can transform their experience beyond what can be found on the first page of a Google search. Every choice, from selecting the perfect boutique hotel to recommending an off-the-beaten-path cultural experience, is crafted with precision to resonate with our client's vision, turning abstract desires into tangible memories. We take these abstract concepts and we create these detailed itineraries with our personalized tips and tricks gained from our education, our experience, and our time invested in becoming experts in our craft. This deserves compensation beyond a commission. This is all done before commissions happen. This is all done before the client travels. You have spent hours and hours and hours of your time. You have given up your expertise, And if they cancel that trip, there is zero compensation. So planning fees allows you to really release that creativity. Now, to command fees, especially some of the big fees that I see luxury travel advisors command, we not only have to add the value that we discussed, but we have to communicate that value clearly and early in the process. Now, communicating value does not mean telling our clients things like my time is valuable, or you can't get this level of service without paying a fee, or everyone charges fees, or even this is how I earn my living and feed my family. Clients don't care. No one cares. That's not why we charge fees, and that's not what we tell clients about why we charge fees. We don't even have to tell clients why we charge fees. We show them. We educate through our consultations, and we demonstrate the value we offer by understanding each client's pain points with travel and sharing how what we do eliminates that pain. So it's going to be different for every client. But when you share your value through demonstrating it versus just asking for it, you create a different relationship with the client. We don't need to convince clients of our value. We demonstrate our knowledge and our expertise, and our fee becomes the price of admission to our show. And clients who want to see our show, they will pay extra to sit in the best seat in the house. By clearly communicating our fees up front, we establish an open, trusting relationship with our clients, and this transparency demystifies the whole planning process. It ensures that clients understand what they are investing in and the value that they receive in return beyond the vacation itself. When clients choose to pay our fees for the itineraries to come, they are choosing to work with us. They are accepting your value. And clients will appreciate knowing that the fees they pay directly contribute to the time, expertise, and meticulous effort put into designing their unforgettable journeys. So we talked about value, we've talked about detail. Now let's talk about implementation. To implement fees, you have to be confident. So the first step is to make any mindset adjustments that you may need in order to ensure that you are mentally prepared to charge fees. You have to know and believe that you offer the value that clients should pay to receive. Also, take this time to educate yourself on fees. Do some market research. Research market trends and competitor pricing to ensure that your fees are competitive yet reflective of the value that you offer. Host Agency Reviews offers, as Steph just mentioned it, an annual report that gives a lot of detail about travel advisor fees. Understanding how others position their fees will help you establish a pricing structure that resonates with you and your clientele, while also affirming your expertise and your dedication. The second step is to ensure that you are ready to charge fees on the back end. Do you have payment processor in place? What forms of payment are you accepting? Do you have your terms and conditions updated to reflect the fees that you're charging? Are you going to be in compliance with any licensing requirements and seller travel laws? You want to make sure that you are ready to charge fees and you are doing it in a legal, legit way. The third step is to establish your pricing model. Is your fee going to be non-refundable? Under what circumstances would you refund your fee? Is your fee going to reduce the final payment if a client books with you? Are you going to charge per person, per trip, per destination? Are your fees going to vary based on the type of trip? Are you going to have fees for planning and then separate fees for changes and cancellations? Are you going to charge extra for concierge services? What are going to be the limits on the scope of your fee? Will clients have unlimited access to revisions and changes? Does your fee mean that clients can call you whenever they want? How you scope out your fee, meaning what you cover, what your fee covers in terms of your services, that'll be as important as how much you charge for your fee. And we can literally just spend an hour just discussing the structure of fees. The fourth step is to define the value you offer. As a travel advisor, this value goes beyond deals and discounts. A potential client doesn't need a professional travel advisor to access deals and discounts. A potential client on a hunt for a deal and discount is not likely interested in paying for a fee-based service. Define the value of your services by clearly outlining what your expertise includes, such as personalized itinerary planning, 24/7 support while traveling, access to exclusive experiences, your intimate knowledge of a destination that they will not find in a guidebook, your experience, your personal tips and tricks of the trade. I have seen advisors talk about all the things that they do for their clients, and it varies. So it just, you provide what clients cannot get by booking online and booking themselves. That is the value that you offer. That is valuable. The definition of your value sets the foundation, allowing you to communicate the unique benefits clients receive when engaging your services. Now, once you've set your pricing and defined your value, the fifth step is to effectively communicate your value. And we just talked about that. How you communicate your fee isn't as important, if not more, than what your fee is. Your fees should be presented confidently and with authority. You are not asking the client for your fee. You are presenting the client with an opportunity to work with you and the price for that opportunity. It is as much of a privilege for a client to work with you as it is for you to plan a vacation for your client. And just remember that a client who wants to work with you, who sees value in what you offer and believes that they will receive more bang for their buck by paying your fee and working with you than they will if they don't, will pay your fee. Finally, ensure that you continuously evaluate and adjust your fees based on feedback and the evolving market conditions. By following these steps, you can confidently implement fees in your travel business. So that's it. So thank you guys for joining me on this deep dive into the world of planning fees and how they can redefine your travel business. As we close, I want to encourage you to embrace this transformative tool as an ally in crafting elevated travel experiences and in fostering rewarding client relationships. Charging fees is not just about supplementing income. It's about the value you deliver through your expertise, creativity, and unwavering commitment to excellence. So the next time you ponder over your fee structure, envision it as a doorway that opens up a world of possibilities, both for you and the travelers who entrust you with their dreams. And as you step out today, hold this truth close. When your fees align with your value, you position yourself as an indispensable guide.
I'm so excited. Sorry. That was so great, Adriano. I loved it. And I'm sorry, everyone. Oh, this is not staged. Orion just laid at my feet and he has officially replaced Shayna for the moment. Adriano, you have so much love going on for you in the comments right now. It is so fun to see. There are a ton of questions I am not going to be able to get to, but I do want to ask if you have time afterwards to jump in and to answer some of them, but I do want to ask a couple of them. So the first one, I know that some people were asking about charging fees in Florida. That's a little complicated for us to get into, but we will have Mary and Abby put in a link to our article on charging service fees with the seller of travel laws, which is, I think, what you're referring to. So that should be a great resource for you. Teresa is asking, what do people feel like about a refundable fee based on booked and traveled refund? Yeah, so like, what do you think about those plan to go fees where people pay an amount and it gets applied to the trip?
So, I mean, when it comes to fees, I think it's so personal to the advisor into how you want to run your business. Personally, I don't like plan to go fees, but that's only for me. I feel like, you know, I've been an attorney for 20 years and I've gotten paid for my time, and my time has been based, you know, my compensation has been based on my time. And so there's somebody who's been telling me that I am worth X dollars, right? And I want my X dollars.
Yeah.
And when you put in the work, like, you know, I even put in my terms and conditions that, my fee is earned when you receive your itinerary. And that is it. When you receive your itinerary, that fee is earned. It is non-refundable, and we are done. Like, you can make changes, you can do whatever you need to do, but that's when my fee is earned. Whether or not you travel, I don't care.
Mm-hmm. No, it was really cute because in the comments as you were doing things, when you were in the beginning saying like, repeat after me, there were people in the comments doing it. I loved it. It was so amazing. So let's do one last question.
Okay.
And by the way, Jen, you asked when starting out, how do you figure out what fees to charge? The report is going to be a great resource for you. And just a side note, coming up next, Mary and I are going to be doing a mini spot about our course. And if you buy the all access pass, it includes all 3 reports. So it's a really good deal if that's what you're looking for. But the question I want to ask you, Ajana, is, let's see. Clients are always told that if a travel agent charges a fee not to trust or use them, how can you not have them walk away as soon as you tell them you charge a fee?
Again, that goes back to mindset and education, right? Clients are not used to this industry charging, advisors in this industry charging fees. It's just a narrative that's been out there. So you establish your trust. You have to establish that trust by demonstrating the value that you offer. And it's travel advisors like any other service professional. People are paying to not have to do something themselves. It's not that they're paying to do something that they can't do. They're paying to not do something they probably don't want to do.
Mm-hmm.
And you are worth every minute that you spend because you are trading your time for their dollars.
Yep. And I will say it does take a while, but you have to have the confidence behind it. And so even if you build up for it, it's something to think about, but make sure you're confident in it, because all it takes is a couple people to wring all the knowledge out of you and for you to spend days working on it and them to book somewhere else before you're like, actually what I do is very valuable and I will charge fees. So for those of you in the comments that are a little nervous, you'll probably come around after someone uses all your information and doesn't book with you a few times. So yeah, Jean-Claire, if you wouldn't mind going into the comments, you can read all the love for you and then also answering any of the questions. And then thank you so much for coming on. We really appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem.
Excellent. All right. So next up, we have myself and Mary going over our 7-day setup course, which is our online course. So I don't know if Mary's in the back there, if she wants to come on. Ah, there you are. So great to see you. I've seen you all day.
So good to see you. I know. I have like Post-it notes on my wall full of affirmations from Ajana's.
So we're going to start every day. We're going to call it the Ajana Claire affirmation. Period.
Oh, I mean, no pressure for us to follow that at all. But.
No, not at all. Well, so Mary, I know that Mary did a lot of the heavy lifting on this presentation for me. So it is going to be a little bit more casual, but the idea we want to get across to you is telling you about the course. But before we jump in, what we would love to hear, because I know there are a lot of brand new advisors out there, which is so exciting. Welcome, welcome. But we would love to hear and see in the comments, what is your biggest pain point right now as you're starting your travel agency? It's great to see all of you in here soaking up the education from Host Week. But yeah, drop in the chat what your biggest pain point is so far, and we'll see if we can talk through that during this presentation about our course, because it will probably tie in pretty nicely. And then Mary, so one of the things that we talked about doing, we're terrible with our promotional things here at Haas. We're suddenly like, oh, we forgot to do anything for our course. We should probably use an edge spot for our course. So we created this mini spot. And the goal is to give you as entrepreneurs a very detailed, easy to follow course on the nuts and bolts to starting an agency. And I always describe it as it fills the gap between when someone has researched and they know they want to start their agency, but then they don't know how to start. They've never started a business before and they don't know all what's involved. And so we kind of help you from there to getting your agency started, and then you can join your host or your consortia. As you go through the course, it will walk you through that. But it saves you a ton of time, which is, as Ajana Claire says, we are worth it. It saves you a bunch of time and it walks you through the things that you only need to do once in your travel career. So you're not wasting your brain space on researching how to do a DBA or a doing business as, or understanding how to set up a business bank account and what the differences are. So we make sure that you hit all of the steps along the way, and then we're also there to answer your questions along the way. So Mary, I would love to hear from you, your opinion of the course, because you've taken the course before. And by the way, it's my sister and I are the educators for the course, which is really fun and kind of adds a fun dynamic. So love to hear your opinion, Mary. Tell us what you think about the course with data.
Well, okay. So beyond you and Bridget being such awesome course instructors, and the whole tone of the course is like really, it's like dense with information, but it's extremely digestible, if I can say that word, digestible, because your tone is like so casual and so engaging, and it also moves at a nice clip. It's really broken down, and you guys are just like freaking cute together. And so we launched the course in 2023, and we actually popped on Host Week, and we got our brag on a little bit about the course and what makes it great, and I'm going to get to brag on a little bit now too. But now that we're a couple of years into the course, we have some kind of fun information that I can use to reinforce our opinions on why the course is so great. And so besides like the casual tone and being really digestible, another thing that I personally love about the course is that it caters to every learning style. So you have the videos, you have resource downloads, you have quizzes to help track your progress if that's something for you. And one of the things that I love the most is each course, and I will share my screen later, but each course has a synopsis written down. So like I watch a video, I'm like, I'm going to remember all of this. Of course, it's like my mind is, exploding right now. And then 10 minutes later, I'm like, oh, I don't remember that information. So then you're going to have that all written down. And so of course, I think the course is great, but what's more important is that the people who've taken the course think it's pretty great too. So,
yeah, no, I agree, because we were very cognizant of when we're recording our little videos that I don't think there's any that are above 5 minutes, because we know people's attention spans are short, and to be able to distill it down to that it takes a really long time to write something short. It takes a lot more work than it does to write something where I get to talk and talk and talk. So
yes, that is completely the truth. And you and Bridget combined have, I think, like a bajillion years of experience, and that kind of comes through in it too. And we have a survey that goes out after the course, and 97.5% of participants said that they would recommend the course. And if you're wondering who those other 2.5% are, they were undecided. So no one wouldn't recommend it. I think
send me those names, Mary. Who was that?
Yeah, we're gonna talk. But the other thing that we found is from our survey, our 2024 survey, is that new advisors who took the course earned 25% more income starting up than the baseline for new advisors. And that's kind of a big deal.
That's a huge deal. It definitely pays for itself. This is so great. Mary didn't share any of this data with me, so this is all new for me too. Super excited, Mary.
Yeah, I don't have a balloon, so it's like a little bit less interesting, but hopefully some fun numbers and stuff like that.
Exactly.
And then I think one of the other things too is, Steph, you had this great travel agent chatter with Judy Lombardi, who took the course. And she's a great example of someone who took that information and just really ran with it. And Judy started her course in 2023. And when you did your travel agent chatter with her, and we'll go ahead and post that in the comments, she was on track to earn back the income from the corporate job that she left in June of 2024. So she was going to hit income recovery in less than a year after starting up. So
wow, she's that 10% that are above the
yeah,
25,000.
she really is. She really is. But you know, there's a secret sauce there. Yeah,
exactly.
So speaking of that, Steph, can you talk a little bit about who the course is for?
Yes, exactly. So like I said, if you've decided that this career is a good fit for you and you've understood what's involved with it, we've got a lot of great resources on the site, like what do travel agents do, in case you're not really sure what they do and you want to make sure this is a good fit. So if you've decided, you've done your research, you're like, this is what I want to do, I understand how it's all going to work, I know that the first 2 years of my career, the income probably is going to be a little bit slower and I'll have to be part-time. So they're people that are confident that they want to try their hand at selling travel and they're ready to hit the ground running and they don't want to, again, waste that brain space with all this stuff you're only going to have to do once. Now, if you're not there yet and you're still in the early stages and you're not exactly sure how everything fits together, hang out on the site and read a bunch of the blogs. And then another option is the HAR team worked with ASTA and we wrote their ASTA's roadmap to becoming a travel advisor course, which I know a couple people have mentioned in the comments. And that's a really great one to start with if you want a big picture overview and don't want to have to jump around to a zillion different blogs on our site. There's videos in there that people will show you how they do bookings. It tells you all the big players in the industry, how they come together. It's a really comprehensive course. It's 240 pages, and there's a couple of videos within there too. And the great thing is, if you complete the roadmap course and you send it over to us and you want to sign up for our 7-day setup accelerator course, you'll get $40 off the all access pass, because we really think that it very much enhances the course for those that take it. And then Mary, are you going to do the screen share? Can we?
Yes, I am going to do the screen share because Steph, I love what you said about putting all that information into one place to save time. So let me, dare I share my entire screen? Okay. So this is what the course looks like when you come into it. And as Steph was talking about, you have all the resources in front of you in one place. So that time savings is huge, is all that consolidated information. And I think that part of the efficiency of getting set up and not having to invent the wheel of creating that structure for yourself is just, it's a lifesaver in terms of getting started. Yep. And actually, Judy talks about that in the Travel Agent Chatter episode with you too. So you'll see here, the sisters.
You can tell. Shayna actually asked, she was like, are you guys related? You look so similar.
Yeah.
I was like, we sure are.
Yeah. And so there's 9 chapters here. And what happens, these are the chapters, the overview. We walk through a niche and a name, registering your business, all that fun stuff. You're going to see it. And then in each chapter, it's broken down into like 5 to 10 videos. But in addition to the videos, they have the overview of what you're going to learn. And of course, now my favorite thing too is they have the resource here. So you can see each chapter has an outline. And then in addition to that, you have downloadable resources like the glossary, and then you have the fun quizzes. So it's really just, and I got 100%.
Good job, Mary.
No, thank you.
I did not get 100%.
Because I might, you need 80% to pass. So this is just a real, quick look at what the course looks like on the back end. And like we were talking about earlier, it just has all those different ways to get that information. So it's for all learners. Sorry, I was sharing you, Stephanie. We just wanted to see a little extra Stephanie.
I know. There's nothing like it. Everybody is out just wanting that.
Yeah. And we did get our act together and submit a special for the course this year.
Oh, thank you. Yes.
And Steph, so can you share about that?
Yes. So for the course during host week, I don't remember how long the special is running for, but I think, is it $50 off with the?
It's 25% off.
Oops, just kidding. Okay, more than $50. Thank you, Mary.
And it's okay. February 21st.
Oh, I was looking at I got so confused. I was looking at Asta's course. Okay. So thank you, Mary, for sharing that.
Well, you have 2 courses to manage, so.
Yeah, but it's a great course for those, that are really looking to get started right away. The membership is for 12 months. Plenty of time. Most people finish it within a couple months, but you have a whole bunch of time if you need to. And again, with the All Access Pass, it includes the reports, which are really, really handy. It gives you a ton of fee information on what people are charging, how they're charging it, how many people are doing a plan to go fee. There's probably like 8 pages of fee information, wouldn't you say, Mary, in the reports?
Yeah, it feels like more, but there's a lot. I think my favorite thing is the chart that breaks down like what folks are charging for every type of product. So
yeah, and so along the way, we have instructional videos, there's the quizzes, there's the exclusive worksheet. So those of you that have been through the site, we have a lot of free resources and downloads. A lot of them are exclusive to this course or enhanced from what is on the site, because we do have a free course for people that are interested. That's our 7-day setup light, but it's very different from this course. The 7-day setup light is more kind of directing you different blog posts and different things to do. I don't want to say it's a lot more piecemeal. It's not as perfectly synchronized for you.
Yes.
And then, go ahead, Mary.
I was going to say, yeah, it's kind of like the HelloFresh of starting up an agency. You have like all the ingredients, you have the recipe, the directions, and everything you need right in front of you.
New tagline. I love it.
Fantastic meal. Because, a lot of people starting a travel agency aren't necessarily like have started a business before, and it's kind of a different beast. So,
it's so true.
And the last thing I do want to make sure that we mention before we hop off is that one of the things that makes the 7-day setup different, Stephanie, is that you have access to the course instructors. So there's the course community, and email us directly, and you have FaceTime with the folks that are behind the course.
Yeah, super great. And then there's different pricing options too for those that there's a one-time payment of $399 for the All Access Pass, or you can do 3 payments of $150. And then we, of course, have the host week discount for the 25%. The code is HW2025, valid till February 21st. And then for those that are also in need with financial need, we do have a quarterly scholarship program, and you can find more information on that and the FAQs at the bottom of the course page. So we hope that this answers some of your questions on things, and hopefully you can read some of the different testimonials that are out there and get signed up. Usually it's really fun actually right after host week, because we usually get a big group of people coming in and there's a lot of camaraderie there. So thank you so much, Mary, for coming on and helping out with this little mini edge spot.
Thanks, Steph.
Yeah. Yes. Perfect. We're going to bring Shayna back in. Boom. How's that for snazzy? We did it. Oh, yeah. So we have one day underneath our belt, and we have so much more to come. I hope you've had as much fun as we did. We're so glad you joined us, and there is a lot going on in everyone's lives, and we know that, and we're so thankful that you chose to spend the afternoon with us. So I'm going to do a quick run through of tomorrow's schedule for everyone so you can all get excited. And after that, we are going to hear from the South High Community Band again. So make sure to stick around, because honestly, you'll find this out if you haven't already. There is no better way to decompress after a day of learning than listening to this band. So don't forget, tomorrow we start off with a We Travel coffee spot, tech it to the next level at 11 a.m. Central Time. But it does require that separate registration, which Abby will link to in the comments. And by the way, if you want a daily email with the schedule and direct links to the previous day's recordings, Make sure you are registered. You can go to hostagencyreviews.com/hostweek. All right, so let's look at what we got for tomorrow. We're going to start things off with a bang. We have got, oh, and Juan is so on top of it. He pulled up this visual. So we've got the coffee spot with We Travel at 11 a.m., followed by our One Thing with Christine Hardenberger about starting your day. Our keynote is with Dan Christian on travel trends. He has the Travel Trends podcast, and if you've never listened to it, it's fantastic. He's a man that really knows his stuff. So very excited. Make sure to tune into that. And then we'll start with our consortium interviews. So we have just one tomorrow, and that is Travel Savers. And then we will follow that up with our Meet the Host segment. So tomorrow for host agencies, we have Lavarte Travel, Nexion Travel Group, Dugan's Travel, Dream Vacations, the franchise division, and they also have a host agency division, just to let you know. That will be on later this week. Just Adventures, and then Incentive Connection Travel and World Via. And then as usual, we start moving things into our edge spots, and tomorrow's are really fun. So our What I Wish I Would Have Known panel is going to be moderated by Sam Hammond, and it will have 2 advisors on that are about year 3 to 5, which means they're just getting kicked off. And what they're doing is they're looking back and giving advice to their self when they first started on what they wish they would have known. So must attend for all newbies. And then we have Grace Van Holbeck, which preparing for out of office success, creating a team coverage plan, which is going to happen when you're in travel. You are always traveling. And so being able to plan for being out of office and out of touch is really important. And then last but not least, we have Jen Lee. She is going to be coming on, and she is going to be talking about building a strong brand, the consistencies and the consequences of breaking your brand. Sounds scary. But if you know Jen, and she is, by the way, not in relation to me, but we both have lots of energy and are very similar in a lot of ways. So tune in for Jen's, and then let's see. Shayna, do you want to?
Well, I have to say, before we turn in, we definitely have to thank our incredible sponsors. If you have not heard me list them out a few times today, you will hear it one more time. So I would love to thank Incentive Connection Travel, KHM, Lavarte, PTN Travel, Travefy, Vacation Planners, Wanderlust Campus, and GRN Connect, our incredible weekly sponsors. And a huge thank you for the final time to our daily sponsors today, Uniglobe Travel Center, Gifted Travel Network, Travefy, and Cruise Planners. From the whole team here at Host Agency Reviews, thanks again for joining us for Host Week, and we'll see you tomorrow at 11 a.m. Central Time for the coffee spot and 12 p.m. Central Time for another awesome day of content. And now to take us into the eve, Maestro Juan, if you please.